All right. Hello. Welcome to Dragon Warrior 4 race between Shiner, Northrex, and drmisterhomes. We are going to get going in just a second here. I think I'm going to do a countdown in the Discord. Looks like Holmes is all ready, but see Northrex and Shiner still kind of on the title screen there, so we'll let them get their hero name put in. Yep, despite what the layout says here, we are moving on from Dragon Warrior 2 over to Dragon Warrior 4. I'm sure we'll get it fixed in just a sec. Yeah, my money is definitely on the Game Boy Color version of Dragon Warrior 4. To be fair, that would be pretty cool. Alright, I do see, looks like everyone is pretty much ready. Alright, let me do the countdown in chat here. Yeah, Nacho, we're in the good universe where we got Dragon Warrior 4 SFC, that's right. Alright, counted everybody down. And we are off. Cool, so I am Anatoliu. I was just playing some Dragon Warrior 2 just a little bit ago, and I'm here to now talk about Dragon Warrior 4 for a little while. I've really been looking forward to this race. Oh, yeah, we'll get the timer started. You know, we've got plenty of time to get the timer started, because it's going to be a long one. There we go. So yeah, this is a pretty long one. Dragon Warrior 4 is, you know, honestly my favorite speedrun. But it is definitely going to be a comfy one, so settle in. We are going to start here in Chapter 1 with Ragnar the Soldier. So anyone who may not be familiar with Dragon Warrior 4, this is a game that is broken up into 5 distinct chapters. The first chapter here, we have Ragnar the Soldier, and he's going to team up with his buddy Healy the Healed Slime to take down a baddie who has been kidnapping children. So this is one of the shortest chapters in the game. It's usually somewhere around half an hour to get through, depending on how people have good or bad luck or what kind of safety strats they decide to go with. Could take them a little bit longer than that, but overall, this is just kind of an introduction. Doesn't tend to take too much time compared with some of the other things we're going to experience, especially Chapter 2 and Chapter 5. But yeah, just kind of at the beginning here, what you're going to see is one of 2 strategies, basically. Usually the way that speedrunners will take on Chapter 1 here is they'll run from almost everything until we can get the best weapon in the chapter for Ragnar, which is going to be the Sword of Malice. So we can expect... it looks like that's what Shiner is doing. It looks like that's what Northrex is doing. With Mr. Holmes here, we see a slightly different strategy, where he is going to take some experience and get some levels even before he gets that Sword of Malice. So he's just kind of doing a little bit more. Let me grind as I'm going along here. It's a little bit more stable. You sacrifice, maybe you could potentially go a little bit faster, but he's less likely to, have a really bad death or something like that. He's also going to end up probably with a little bit more gold to be able to buy some armor. So that also might be pretty nice for him. Over there on Shiner's side, so what we have to do at the very beginning is we go into this town at nighttime, we talk to this kid, because it's kind of just a story trigger. He tells us about Alex in the jail. And then the fastest way to get back home, so we can talk to Flora here, is to Death Warp. So the first of many Death Warps that we will see in Dragon Warrior 4 taking place there. But yeah, everyone is talked to the child in the playground. Everyone was able to catch him. That's good. I love Northrex getting poisoned during the grind there, or during the Death Warp. It's the only time in Chapter 1 you are okay with getting poisoned. Yes, this is the NES version, so original version of Dragon Warrior 4, released on the NES back in 1992. And I think that the official world record time for this speedrun is the fastest of any NES world record time. So it's a really late NES game, and there is a lot in it. The Dragon Warrior 4 cartridge just has expanded memory, and there's just so much packed into this game for it being an NES game. Pretty amazing. The NES version is still my favorite version, although I know a lot of people kind of have their favorites among the NES one and the PlayStation one and the DS one, which we were fortunate enough to get in English. It's always been a little bit of a tragedy that we never were able to get the PlayStation version of this in the West. It's Japan only, because it's a very cool version of the game. But fortunately the DS version does take a lot of those mechanics from that one, so not a total loss, just mostly just have to deal with the localization and the fact that it's trapped on the DS. So we're still kind of just hitting story triggers as we go through the early version here, or through the early part of the game. So we bring Flora over to meet Alex in jail, and she smacks him, whatever that means. And he says, the kids have this hidden playground in the forest, and you have to remember Ragnar is looking for these children that are going missing, so that sounds like a clue. So we're able to go to this kind of hidden tile in the forest, head down into the well. And while we're down here, we're going to pick up two things. We're going to pick up the flying shoes, which are going to allow us to access Lock Tower, the tower on the lake. And we're also going to pick up Ragnar's companion for the chapter, Healy the Heel Slime. Mr. Holmes, when he goes in here, he may also decide to pick up a gold chest. It's a little bit out of the way, but if he's taking fights anyway and planning to upgrade his armor, then that might be something that he'll decide to do. Ooh, Northrex coming over here to grab the agility seed. I love this. I never see anyone else grab the agility seed in Chapter 1. Ragnar by default has 6 or 7 total agility points, so you roll the agility seed, you got a +3, which is the maximum roll. Love it. And actually, so that's gonna pay off in 2 ways. So one way is during the grind, as we're getting ready for the final boss, we may see Ragnar go earlier during the turns, which is just going to speed things up. And there'll be, you know, less healing, things like that. It also... yeah, he totally just doubled it. It also may actually help in the boss fight if Ragnar happens to get kind of a lucky turn. Like if the eyeball that we're going to see in a little bit is about to get angry, maybe Ragnar just takes him out before he does. Yeah, in a marathon run or a race, I like to grab that agility seed. Agility also has a impact on total defense, but you're probably not seeing a huge benefit there just from rolling a seed. But yeah, you see Holmes, Northrex there grabbing their shoes, and Shiner is trying to get to Healy. He's playing this pretty risky. He's not healing at 5 HP. So this is scary, and yeah, got punished for it. Yeah, that's too bad. But that walk over to Healy is pretty scary. One thing about this cave is there are no encounters the whole time when you're walking to the flying shoes. But then, as soon as you kind of get off the path, because the idea is, you know, they wanted the kids to be able to find the flying shoes. That's kind of what's happening in the background here. But as soon as you step off that path, there are tons of monsters, and our level 1 Ragnar is gonna have a tough time with that. So, you know, I mentioned Holmes was kind of taking some fights, playing it a little bit safe, and he's actually rewarded here as the first one who does get Healy to join. And getting Healy at 8 minutes in, having taken some fights and gotten Ragnar all the way up to level 2 is pretty cool. It's a nice start for Holmes. Northrex also successfully gets to Healy, so he's right there as well. See, yeah, it looks like Holmes is still trying to win fights here, so I think he's probably going to go grab that gold chest and walk out of here. Whereas Northrex is just going to be looking to Death Warp. So the fastest way to get out of this cave and move on with the chapter is to Death Warp out of here. So we've already seen one Death Warp, we're about to see the second one right here in Chapter 1. And meanwhile, Shiner's just heading straight back down to the hidden playground here. Which, fortunately, the whole continent here is not very big, so it doesn't actually take that long to get back down to Healy. It's less punishing than it is, for example, to die to the boss at the end of this chapter, where you have to go all the way through the tower again. Which we will almost certainly see happen to somebody. You hope it won't, but chances are that it probably will. Nice Death Warp for Northrex there. Found the right fight with those mad gophers. He's gonna re-equip and then head straight into the tower. So we use the flying shoes. Ragnar starts flying high up into the sky, where we see this evil man in a pointed hat taking a kid down to the bottom of the tower. So we're gonna chase him down there. Alright, Shiner does successfully get to Healy on that second try. Really not too many issues on that second walkthrough, so totally fine. Getting Healy at 10 minutes is really no issues yet. Pretty solid. Yeah, 3 lead changes already. I would expect to, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some more lead changes. This is a long run, there's a lot of big RNG walls, really throughout the whole run. So I would not be too surprised at all if someone gets lucky where someone else is running into some bad luck. So now that we're able to get into the tower, this is where we can get that weapon that I mentioned earlier, the Sword of Malice. So that's kind of going to be objective 1 for Northrex here, and for Shiner right behind him. Ooh, Northrex running into the double Bantam fight, really wants to get away from that. Fortunately, it is able to. That's a scary one. Bantams have a sleep hit ability And sleep in this game is pretty powerful. It's definitely the most powerful status effect that you'll see throughout the run. We will abuse it, but the monsters will also use it against us. And the Bantam fight is pretty notorious for you just run into those Bantams and then you get sleep locked and you're not able to go anywhere. Northrex almost there. Ooh, but ambushed by pixies 2 steps away from the treasure chest. That's a little scary. And 2 Bantams are sitting on the treasure. Woo! Alright. Marching through adversity, Northrex is able to get his Sword of Malice. So you're going to see Northrex be able to kind of start his grind. Our runners are going to be looking to get at least to level 6 here. And unlike Dragon Warrior 2, which we just watched, stat gains in Dragon Warrior 4 are very randomized. So sometimes you'll see a Ragnar who's pretty strong already by the time you've gotten to like level 5. And sometimes you have to go all the way to 7 before you're even close to comfortable taking on this boss. So there's definitely some variability we might run into here. And it's mostly going to be based off how much HP Ragnar actually gains. Most runners are going to want to see 45 to 50 before they feel very comfortable trying to take on the boss fight at the end of this. And even then, it's always a little bit of a, like, coin flip, because too much of this boss fight depends on the actions that Healy decides to take, and also what happens to Healy. Ragnar is pretty cool, because Holmes over there selling his agility seed. Okay. Whatever, Holmes. I was just talking about how much I love the agility seed, and this guy's just selling it for 67 gold. So yeah, Ragnar as a soldier is going to have, you know, good HP. He's going to be able to equip a lot of high defense armor. But Healy, our guest heal slime, is just stuck at 35 max HP. Not very good defense. So he's, as much as he's helpful, he's also kind of a liability for us. Alright, so Holmes is entering the tower now. He took some extra time, grabbed some gold, did some extra shopping for armor there. But you can see he's also already level 4. So once he gets the sword, he will have a little bit less grinding to do than the other two. So as these guys are just kind of fighting the monsters in the tower, we will... let me introduce kind of what the boss fight they're coming up against is going to look like. So the boss of this chapter is called Sorrow's Shadow, and he comes with a goon, a lackey, called Giant Eyeball. Usually what you're going to see is the runners are going to go against the Giant Eyeball first. It has, you know, it's just kind of an ordinary monster. It's got, what, like 45 HP, something like that. Should probably pull up some notes here so I can see exactly what the HP is. Yeah, 42 HP. But the trick with that is, as soon as it goes down to like 2/3 or 1/3 of its max HP, it's probably going to get angry. And when the eyeball gets angry, it moves into this different attack pattern where it takes 2 actions a turn with a really high chance to do critical hits. So you don't want to see the eyeball when it gets angry. It also automatically regenerates its HP up to 30. So usually what you want to do first is get that guy out of the way, and then you'll focus on Sorrow's Shadow. So Sorrow's Shadow has like 250 HP. He has a pretty strong physical attack that can take up to like 22 off you if you have the base leather armor. Can also do that to Healy. And is also able to cast the Fireball spell as a really powerful area of effect. You can also do some less damaging attacks. He can cast the Blaze spell, which is pretty good, just single target, single digit damage, and can also emit a fireball, which is kind of like a fire breath attack, which is weaker than the actual fireball spell. So you're always kind of hoping he's going to do those less damaging attacks. And you're also just hoping that Healy is keeping up with all of the healing. You know, I love Northrex going over there using the Luck Seed in Chapter 1. Very nice. We know which runner has the edge now. That's a good move right there. Highly appreciated. Luck, of course, in Dragon Warrior 4 does absolutely nothing. At least nothing measurable. But it does change your RNG. So, you know? We'll see how that plays out for Northrex. It's a controversial move, but I'm not ready to either condone nor condemn that move quite yet. Alright, Northrex getting up to level 6 there. Ooh, nice big +8 on Ragnar's HP at that level. You do see the kind of the potential range of stat gains. It goes through sort of this curve as our characters get higher levels. And one thing you see with Ragnar is that at level 6, he has the potential for much higher HP gains. So 8 there is pretty good. That's like slightly above average, I'd say, for a level 6 roll. If we hang out and get level 7, then they have the potential to do something like that again. Shiner also up to level 6 there. Looks like Shiner's heading up here. He's going to grab the Strength Seed out of this treasure chest, which makes sense to me. I like to do this sometimes if I'm in a race. The downside is, Shiner also uses the Luck Seed. 2 of our runners have used the Luck Seed. Alright. Holmes is, I think overall, maybe the runner who has done the most runs of this game, especially like no reset runs. So maybe Shiner and Northrex are both trying to supplement that with doing luck. I see that Holmes' gameplay is maybe frozen there. Oh. That looks good. I think he just had a small technical issue. Okay. So let's see here. It looks like Northrex still taking some fights here. So is Shiner, so not just sitting there at level 6. We're gonna go a little bit higher. Northrex gets up to 7 there. Gets another 6 HP, that's not too bad. And it does look like Northrex is probably going to be the first one to enter the boss fight if he can get past all these random encounters and keep Healy alive. We definitely do not want to enter the boss fight without Healy. There's no way that Ragnar can survive that at this level. Alright, Shiner's going to grab the gold out of this chest. So Shiner's probably going to do something that I like to do, actually, which is grab this gold chest in the tower and then head back out to town, upgrade my armor that way, and then come back in. So I think that's what we can expect from him. Alright, Northrex, the first one into the Sorrow Shadow fight here. Let's see how it goes. Yep, everyone hits Ragnar, but we're gonna take a parry turn here, hope that Healy takes care of us. Which he did. Thanks, Healy. And then, yeah. One thing about Healy's kind of heal range is he will only heal somebody if they're below 50% of their total max HP, so for himself, he'll only heal if he's at 16 or less, and that is like danger range. So you can see that Healy was at 18 there, but northrex chose to use a medical herb on him, which makes perfect sense, because Healy was definitely in some danger there, but was not going to take care of himself, so Ragnar needed to do it for him. Oh, a nice crit there too for 68 damage. That's exactly what you want to see in this fight. Okay, so northrex having a really nice Starless Shadow fight here so far. Healy's getting a little low on MP, and I think that was his last medical herb, so if we're going to run into anything here, it might just be that we run out of healing resources, which is a little scary, but he's done some pretty good damage. Okay, that was Healy's last heal spell, and it was enough to carry us through. Really nice Chapter 1 from northrex there. First try Starless Shadow fight. Really well played too, honestly. Very nice decisions on when to parry instead of attack. Taking care of Healy at that kind of critical moment. Yeah. Nicely done. So, Chapter 1, especially like in a no reset run like this, is you always just kind of are hoping to get out of it in one piece. Not get stuck here for too long. But fortunately, it's not something northrex has to worry about. And he actually did still have one medical herb in his inventory, so very nice. So he's saved the kids. He's going to come up here to the top of the tower, grab a wing wyvern, which is actually going to be the fastest way to end the chapter. Now that we've beaten Starless Shadow, there are no more random encounters to worry about. So we'll just pop back in here and grab that. He's going to take the kids home, and then report back to the king and finish out the chapter. Meanwhile, Shiner's kind of come back in after upgrading in town. He's got room in his inventory, so he's going to pick up this Wing of Wyvern now, rather than getting on the return trip, which is another way you can do it. And Holmes is still taking fights here, so it looks like he's probably going to get to level 8 by the time he fights the Shadow. Probably same from Shiner as well, so I think they're both taking it a little bit safer. northrex kind of did the high risk, high reward strat here for the race, and it worked out for him. So very nice. One nice thing about the king here at the end of chapter 1 is he does give you 3,000 experience points as your reward. And Ragnar kind of finds out they were kidnapping these children because there's kind of this prophecy that the hero who can defeat kind of the Dark Lord, or whatever they call him, has been born and is a child right now. So Ragnar's like, I'm gonna go look for him, whoever this child is. And that's the last we'll see of Ragnar for several hours. So, yeah, northrex is entering chapter 2 here. We've got a couple story triggers to hit, but essentially chapter 2 is about what is a little bit more like a full party. So we're going to have Princess Alina here, who is more of the fighter class. So she has high HP, high attack power, high agility, and a really good critical hit rate, but she can't equip like heavy armor. We're also going to have Christo, or Kirill, who is more of a cleric or a priest class. So he's got a lot of heal spells. He can actually equip some decent equipment. And later on, he'll learn like some instant death spells as well, things like that. He's gonna learn like the increase spell so he can help us do buffs. Northrex does talk to the cat, that's correct. Good. And then finally, we're also gonna have Bray, the wizard, in our party. And he does exactly what you think he does. Additionally, he also likes to lecture us, so we appreciate his offensive magic abilities, and we don't appreciate his attitude. Alright, Shiner going in here for the Sorrow Shadow fight. Nice big hit on the eyeball, hoping Healy saves himself, which he did. Nice. We did make the eyeball mad. Healy doing 1 extra damage point, actually, on turn 1, was what pushed the eyeball over the edge right there. So really bad luck. Yeah, a lot of critical hits from the eyeball. It's not missing at all, it's only doing critical hits. Yeah, Shiner did not stand a chance. That was... that's about as bad as it goes. Woo! That is one sort of hazard of going to a higher level, is you are a little bit more likely to push the eyeball into that enraged HP territory after just 1 hit. But even so, Shiner didn't deserve that. That was pretty brutal. So, sent out of the tower, we will climb back down, try it again. I would say it's pretty typical. Even when you're pretty prepared, the chance of winning that fight, just things going your ways, it's hard to get over 50% unless you really grind a bunch of levels on Ragnar. Yeah, you just can't stop Burger Healy from doing some extra damage sometimes. Alright, Holmes entering his shadow fight here. He's level 8. He's got the best round of anybody here. And Holmes actually taking a different strategy that makes a little more sense when you have some extra healing resources, extra defense. So you can see he's got 666 HP on Ragnar. And he's not going to go for Star at first. So the eyeball not in rage, it isn't going to do much if Ragnar with all this armor barely damage him at all. It's still hurt Healy, not too bad. Yeah, sorry, I know that the restream audio has gotten a little weird sometimes. Okay, we'll see if that's any better. As Holmes is able to take the shadow out, and we've moved on to the eyeball. So eyeball is still a little dangerous here, but fortunately Ragnar can take a few hits and, yeah, takes the eyeball out with a big 34 damage hit, thanks level 8. And Holmes gets through chapter 1. Definitely some nice, very consistent strategies on Holmes' side there to get through the chapter pretty safely. So yeah, Shiner honestly didn't take it as risky as Northrex did. Went back, upgraded his armor a little bit, but just didn't get the luck that Northrex got. So meanwhile, Northrex, beginning of chapter 2 here. So the first thing we're going to do in chapter 2 is grind up to Christo level 4. At level 4, Christo is going to learn the upper spell, which essentially is going to help us get through the first boss fight of the chapter against Chameleon Humanoid. Upper, of course, classic Dragon Quest spell that increases one character's defense by quite a bit. And we're going to take advantage of that, in addition to something called the Coffin Block, which I'll explain once it's happening, to pretty safely get through that fight and a few others in the run as well. This run is such a dangerous one with so much randomness that we are often kind of looking for ways to stabilize it. One thing you saw northrex doing right there is he was actually save scumming that level. So one thing that really matters with Alina in particular is her strength gains. So at these early levels she can either gain 0, 1, 2, or 3. The most common values are 2 and 1. You very rarely see 0 or 3, but every once in a while you do. And he was just saving that and then willing to reset the level if he didn't get a good strength gain on Alina, but fortunately he did. She got a +2 on that level, so he's going to keep going. This is sort of a hedge your bets kind of thing. You can also just kind of go for it, and then if you don't have good strength for the tournament at the end of the chapter, you can choose to grind up to another level. But this also works. This is kind of how I was doing it for a while. More recently, I've kind of changed my tactic a tiny bit, but I like this actually quite a bit as well. So yeah, northrex just keeping a close eye on his experience there. He's gonna head back here to Serene Town. Alright, Holmes mentioned he was gonna restart his OBS, so don't panic about stream currently offline. Alright, he's back. Also looks like Shiner's video might be frozen on the restream, or maybe on his stream. So hopefully we get that figured out. Ideally before he goes back into his shadow fight. Oh, he's already there. And things are looking a little dicey. Alright, we have no medical herbs, Healy is down. Yeah, I don't know how much damage he's done, but it doesn't look like it was enough. Yep. Sorry, Shadow wins one more time. I will say this is just not unusual at all. Getting kind of stuck at the end of Chapter 1, trying to get through this boss, taking a few attempts at it, especially during a no reset run or a race. Pretty common. We've all been there as Dragon Warrior 4 speedrunners. But at least this time Shiner has some gold left over, so he's going to be able to buy a few medical herbs, fill back up there, and, you know, being level 8 and having some full medical herbs, he's got a pretty good chance getting through this. He's also got half plate armor. He's in pretty good shape, just needs to have some decent luck. Looked like that last time, the luck was more around what happened to Healy, which there's only so much you can really do for Healy sometimes. This fight that northrex is in right now with the Rabbit Hound and 3 Cascos Hoppers can be a little bit dangerous. Cascos hoppers are one type of enemy that actually chooses a target at the beginning of the fight and then just focuses on them. So all of these hoppers in this particular formation are always going to just go straight for Bray. So if you enter that fight and Bray doesn't have like really good HP, that one can get a little bit scary. Especially if the Rabbit Hound also decides to attack Bray even though he's in the back slot. But for the grind, it's pretty nice to see all these Rabbit Hounds, I will say. The monster that's worth the most experience over here, as you're trying to get Alina and Christo both up to level 4. Yep. And you see Holmes also kind of just doing the same up here. And I'm seeing a lot of critical hits from Christo here. Also Critsto, as his real name goes. Yeah, you can see that fight getting a little scary for Northrex. Bray getting down to 3 HP, but managed it just fine. Unfortunately, there was never a Super Famicom port of this. They made a PlayStation 1 version of this, which only was released in Japan. And then there's also the DS version. Yeah, we'll talk a lot about the party AI when we get especially over into Chapter 5. Because the way this game works is, in Chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4, you are able to control all of your party members. There's some guest characters like Healy, who you obviously can't control. And then in Chapter 5, all you can do is assign tactics to everybody who is not the hero. And so a big part of the speedrun is learning how to work with your different party members' AI in different situations. It's actually like a really fun part of the run to figure that stuff out and kind of work with the dynamics of that. But it definitely has its quirks. You know, this is an old game, and they were really kind of pioneering that kind of system when they programmed this. So there is actually a lot of stuff that works really well, and there's a lot of really cool ideas inside of it. But at the same time, there's also some things that don't work so well. And things that get a little bit silly, so... Yeah, we'll talk about that a whole bunch when Chapter 5 comes around. Shiner into his Sorrow Shadow fight here again, I believe. Ooh, eyeball guarded on turn 2, so we are likely going to see it get enraged again unless Ragnar decides to be fast here. Nope. And it went straight for Healy, of course. Yeah. Ragnar does come through with the big hit, but too little too late. Yeah, eyeball cheated. So the eyeball can do this thing where it attacks and then also takes damage as if it were guarding, which is definitely cheating. Healy can do the same thing. So you like it when Healy takes an action but also guards, but don't like it when the eyeball does it. Yeah, there is a Game Genie code, that's right, Chester, that lets you basically take control of your party members for Chapter 5. So, yeah, there's a way to do it. I've never done that, but I know actually some of these runners have played the game like that and done it that way. It's a cool idea. It's just kind of a different way to play the game. So Northrex here is going to be the first to get up to level 4 and go into the chameleon humanoid fight. So before he came in here, he put Bray in the second slot. And that's so that if Bray dies in this fight, Christo is going to be kind of safely in the back. And this is our first opportunity to do, to take advantage of a glitch that we call the coffin block. So basically what the coffin block does is if there's a dead character in your party and there's somebody alive in the back, so they're behind whoever's dead, then normal physical attacks from enemies will not target that character in the back. So we're able to use that to kind of protect our squishier characters and try to stabilize, especially fights that are a little bit more dangerous like this one. Unfortunately, northrex having a really bad turn 1 there where all the monsters decide to target Christo. We'll see if he's able to save Christo with his 1 HP. Alright, he'll be okay. That's scary. That's like not how you want to see that fight start, but was able to survive with 1 HP and get the heal spell off. So, of course, nobody wants to hurt Bray. He's just such a nice guy. And yeah, northrex, just to make things a little bit more stable for his next part of the chapter, actually has Bray cast Ice Bolt on himself there, so that he will be able to just have the coffin block in place for the next section here. Alina gets another level. She's actually been getting really nice stat gains for northrex as well. I haven't commented on all of them, but yeah, he's got... There's a wide range of Princess Alinas, and so far he's got one of the good ones. She's still got a lot of levels, so there's no saying that she'll definitely stay that way, but so far so good. northrex gonna pop over here and pick up a boomerang. So slightly upgrading Alina's weapon there, as he's gonna grind up a little bit more here. Alright, Shiner, let's do it. Shiner is not really the one who needs the encouragement. Healy is the one who probably needs the encouragement here. Alright. So those were two pretty good turns from the eyeball there. We'd love to see a big hit on it this turn. Yeah, perfect. Alright. That's definitely how we want to see the eyeball go down. Fireball spell there is a little bit scary. Hopefully Ely goes early in this next turn. Alright, nice. That's a good start. Holmes is entering his chameleon humanoid fight too. You can see that we have very similar looking sprites here, just recolored. Something you will see a lot of as we go through Dragon Warrior 4. It is funny that kind of like back-to-back boss fights both use the same sprites. Do you see northrex down at the bottom there? He's safe scumming while he's rolling these life force nuts, just trying to make sure that Alina's gonna have some good HP as he gets toward the end of the chapter. Alright, Healy does go down in Shiner's fight. Lasted long enough though, and Thar's Shadow is down. Alright. Shiner does escape Chapter 1 prison. Very nice. Awesome. Yeah, Evil Ash is mentioning there, Dragon Warrior 4 is going to be an RPG limit break this year. I am really excited about that. We've never had this game in the main RPG limit break event before. This year, we're going to do a co-op run with the Countess, Sumdiener, and myself. It's going to be super fun. But yeah, good stuff. We've got Shiner past the Sarah's Shadow. We've got Holmes on the other side of Chameleon Humanoid, also picking up his boomerang for Alina. And northrex is just doing a little bit of grinding outside the town of Frenor here. Got the carnivore plant fight. So this is where we see the coffin block really in action. So Christo's going to cast Upper on Alina. These guys can't even damage her. And so it's just like completely safe, this fight. They'll never target Christo because all these guys have is a regular attack and then an action where they'll call for a healer to join the fight. Yeah, DQ3 English patch and RPG limit break as well. Yeah, Hactical is going to be running that toward the beginning of the marathon, and it is the Super Famicom version with the fan translation English patch in. Ooh, northrex let it get dark. The area around Frenor gets a little scary when it gets dark. This fight is okay, but you can run into groups of a whole bunch of blaze ghosts, which are just bad news. You do not want to have to deal with them. Meanwhile, Holmes is up here fighting some Brommerds. Brommerd is a pretty funny monster in Chapter 2 here, because Alina's strength matters so much to us, and the Brommerd has a very small, meaning 1 in 128 chance to drop a strength seed. So it very, very rarely happens. But when it does, it's like a total game changer for this chapter. We'll see if we get lucky today, and if someone gets the lucky strength seed drop. Maybe using those luck seeds in Chapter 1 will pay off and someone will see it happen. So yeah, still have northrex and Holmes kind of doing some grinding. I think northrex got up to level 6 there and is going to finish this up, so he's probably going to move on. Holmes, you're actually going to see a little bit of a differentiation in strats between northrex and Holmes going from here. So northrex is going to try to get over to Endor a little bit more quickly. Endor is the final town of Chapter 2, and outside of Endor we have a chance of meeting and defeating metal slimes for a quick 1300 experience points. So I think northrex is going to incorporate trying to get at least one of those into his grind here, maybe 2, depending on the route he's taking. Whereas Holmes is not going to try to rely on metal slimes at all. He's going to just kind of do these little grinds, take fights as he's moving through the chapter, we're going to have to pick up 2 key items before we can actually get to Endor. One is the golden bracelet, and one is the birdsong nectar. So as we go through these 2 dungeons, picking up these 2 items, Holmes is going to pick up some, just some nice levels and experience on Alina and Christo. There's kind of like pluses and minuses to going either way. Holmes has really developed an extremely solid grind-as-you-go routing for Chapter 2, which, personally, I think it's the best way to consistently get through a race with a nice time. In Chapter 2, specifically. And he spent a lot of time on it, so it's pretty cool. But the kind of downside of doing it that way is Bray is going to be dead as you're getting all those fights, so that you can keep using that coffin block technique. So Bray's going to miss out on getting all that experience, and you're going to have to make that up in Chapter 5, because we are looking for Bray to actually gain some levels, even though he's not like a main party character. We do need him for the final boss of the game to learn the bike hill spell, so he's got to get some experience. Yep, Precy coming in with the raid. Thanks, Precy. Welcome to Dragon Warrior 4 race as part of the Dragon Quest RTA Marathon. Thanks, RPG Limit Break, as always, for hosting this event for us. We are just in Chapter 2. Shiner just getting into Chapter 2 here, starting out his grind to get Alina and Christo up to level 4. I don't think you're going to see any saves coming from Shiner. He's probably going to do a little bit more of the traditional route. I don't know if he's going to go for metal slimes or if he's going to go for the what we call the grizzly saber grind. Be cool if we could see that, so I could talk about that a little bit. I expect we'll see at least a little bit of it from either him or Dr. Holmes. How did everyone's Chapter 1 go? Northrex had a great Chapter 1. He beat Sarah's Shadow at like the 22-minute mark. Holmes took it a little bit safer, got out pretty quickly, just a little bit over 30 minutes, and Shiner ran into some bad luck with the Shadow and the eyeball. So, had to take a few more attempts at it, but, you know, he made it out under an hour. Sometimes in a race, that's all you can ask for. Alright, yeah, so Holmes continuing to fight stuff. He's gonna get up to level 7 really soon here. Northrex popped into the Golden Bracelet Cave. He grabbed just a chest that has some gold in it right there, and then he's gonna head out. He's gonna put that gold toward an iron spear for Christo, so that he can just kind of do some efficient level grinding here toward the early part of the chapter. Yeah, this is a live race. All of our runners are running the game right now, and this is not a randomizer or ROM hack or anything. Everyone is playing the vanilla NES version of the game. So, we are not... Yeah, there's no async. No cheating is gonna happen. Everyone... they can look at each other's screens if they want to. They're not gonna get a whole lot out of that. So yeah, Northrex gets down to the bazaar there. He just needs a little bit more gold to afford that iron spear, so doing a tiny bit more grinding first. Up there in the corner with Holmes, you can see getting trolled by Blaze Ghosts. So the thing about Blaze Ghosts is sometimes when you attack them, they'll just dodge your attack like that. Kind of like in a Metal Slime-esque way, but with a little bit more animation. And sometimes when you hit them, they'll split into another Blaze Ghost, like what happened there. If you have Bray alive, Blaze Ghosts aren't really so bad, because you can just zap them with the Ice Bolt spell, which does not create these kinds of situations. But if you're relying all on physicals like we are here, then you've just got to get a physical hit through, and sometimes they can be pretty trolly. Maybe Blaze Ghost is the spirit of a Metal Slime. That makes sense, they both cast Blaze. Seems like the kind of thing you would carry into the afterlife. They both dodge, it's just that now they can also split into more spirits. I'm okay with this theory, I think it's pretty good. Yeah, you do get experience for every unique one that you kill. Unfortunately, they're just not worth very much. Alright, Shiner getting up to 4 there, looking pretty good. That was a nice level 4, actually, for his Alina. Good strength and HP gains. So, Shiner may be saved somewhat by having a decent Alina here for Chapter 2. Yeah, if we see anyone fighting Grizzly Sabers in the tower, which we probably will, and then we can see exactly what MTI is talking about there, where they'll use a call help action, and then the one that shows up that was called can take an action the same turn it arrives. Which, yeah, it doesn't seem fair, but the thing that really doesn't seem fair about it is later on in Chapter 5, when we have the wagon and we're able to switch party members, they can't take an action the same turn. They have to wait till next turn to take an action. So I don't know why Grizzly Saber gets to do it, but what are you gonna do? Are there any big story skips? No. So for Dragon Warrior 4 speedrun, we play the whole game. There is one like minor dungeon that we don't go into that has the Metal Babble Sword. And there's like some, you know, side quest lore stuff, which you'll actually probably see at least a couple of these runners do. Yeah, Shiner is gonna do Saronite, so he's gonna do pretty much all the lore. So yeah, there's really not much of the game to skip. The Famicom version of this game does have some skips, in particular because the kind of the flying machine, which is the hot air balloon in this game, instead of being completely inaccessible, is actually just invisible on the overworld map, over in the 0, 0 coordinate. So as soon as you get the boat on Famicom, you're actually able to sail over there, and if you can figure out which ocean tile it is, then you can hop into a hot air balloon and skip right over to Gotside Island. But on the NES version, we can't do that kind of thing. They patched that one out, and there are no real skips. So we've gotta fight every boss. We gotta do every dungeon. Make our way through the way that Yuji Horii intended. So Holmes and Northrex are actually pretty synced up here. Both kind of heading into the Golden Bracelet Cave to grab that item out of the bottom of the cave here, taking fights as they're going through. Both at level 7. I think pretty much the same equipment loadout on both of them as well. So yeah, just like totally synced up, high-fiving as they walk into the cave. Very cool. Alright, Shiner is through his chameleon humanoid fight. Bray is down. We have the coffin block in place. How did Holmes catch up? Yeah, Holmes, like I mentioned, has done a lot of full no reset runs of this game. And he's especially, honestly, he's really focused on Chapter 2. So he's going to be the strongest runner, probably at Chapter 2. When I race Mr. Holmes, I'm like, I just expect to lose time against him in Chapter 2. He's just thought about it so much. The thing about Mr. Holmes is, like, some of the other Dragon Quest games that he's done runs of, like Dragon Warrior 2, for example, and 3, you do have to take a lot more fights kind of as you're going through. So the thing about Dragon Warrior 4 is a lot of the time you kind of are rewarded going faster by running away from a lot of things. Whereas if you're playing Dragon Warrior 2, that's probably not so much the case. You're taking a lot more fights as you're going through the game. And so what's kind of interesting about Holmes here is he is playing through Chapter 2 a little bit more like Dragon Warrior 2 style, like getting experience from most of the formations he's fighting and practicing what's the most efficient way for me to get through every single one of these. So kind of like the way that you do is you learn Dragon Quest 2, he knows all the stats of all these monsters in Chapter 2. And so he's kind of got this, you know, he's already got a plan. As soon as the formation shows up, he knows how to execute on it. Whereas with Crimson, he, or not Crimson, Crimson is another Dragon Quest speedrunner. He's my friend who's a Japanese speedrunner. Northrex is a little bit newer to kind of grinding through Chapter 2. He usually does PB attempts where he's going to try to get to the end of the chapter really quickly by running from stuff and then try to get a couple metal slimes, which is theoretically like the fastest possible way to get through the chapter. So he hasn't practiced doing it quite like this as much as Holmes has. Toad, thanks for coming in. Toad, part of Team RGL TV, with the Retrothon Marathon coming up very soon. We've got a few Dragon Quest runs, actually, in Retrothon coming up over there soon, so that's always a fun time. Looking forward to it. Alright, Shiner getting up to level 6 there. Not a great stat gain for Alina there, unfortunately, but that is how it goes sometimes. Northrex doing the longest castle walk of the speedrun here. We do a death warp, and so we end up back in Serene Town there. And for the next story event, we actually need to make it nighttime, so by walking on the roof of the castle here, we can avoid encounters. Unless we fall off the castle, like that, which I always do. And that's the fastest way to make it night. Unfortunately, there's no option in NES to go to the inn and just tell them you're only going to rest until evening. That's a nice thing that they added to the more modern Dragon Quests, which I'm a pretty big fan of. Alright, Northrex has brought the golden bracelet to these kidnappers in Frenor village who kidnapped this person who was actually pretending to be Princess Alina and her companions. And in exchange, she gives Princess Alina the Thief's Key, which is going to allow us to enter Birdsong Tower. Golden bracelet turns out to be a extremely important item for the story of Dragon Warrior 4. Essentially, it is part of the secret of evolution that allows monsters, or people, I guess, to become more powerful. So, it just went into the wrong hands. But right now, we're just a princess on an adventure, helping people out. We don't know nothing about any of that. Home's up here with the Sandmaster fight. These Sandmasters, Northrex getting it too, are actually pretty great to see if you are kind of grinding ordinary encounters in Chapter 2. You'll get quite a bit of experience from a group of these, and once you have a coffin block up and you have them, uppered or surrounded, the fight becomes fairly safe. And surround is pretty effective in this game. So if a monster is surrounded, it's only got about a 25% chance to hit you instead of, it's kind of normal. That's like the exact reverse of Dragon Warrior 2 that I was playing earlier today, where all that surround does is subtract 25% from your chance to hit. So you can cast surround on a monster and they're still going to hit you three out of 4 times. The minus part of that is there are monsters that will cast surround on us in the speedrun here. One at the very beginning of Chapter 5 in particular can kind of be a problem. Alright, we do have Holmes fighting some Grizzly Sabers here, but it doesn't look like he's actually doing the Grizzly Saber grind. Just happened to run into a couple and took them out. He's going to take some fights outside of this inn that's in the tower, fighting poison lizards. Poison lizards are like kind of the worst monster to try to fight in the tower. They're kind of a pain. They don't really give you that much compared to some other monsters in here. The Flythropes that Northrex is fighting are actually quite a bit better. But the problem with Flythropes is they can cast Stop Spell, which you can see happen to Northrex there. So if Stop Spell lands on Christo before he can cast Upper on Alina, then this goes from being like a pretty good fight to get some experience to just actually dangerous, and you gotta get out of there. But yeah, cool to see both Northrex and Holmes taking some fights here in the tower, grinding outside this little inn. I think they're both going to do this for a short while before they head upstairs to pick up the items. There are a few things that we're going to want out of the tower. There's a branch that goes over to 2 treasure chests that have a strength seed and 1,200 gold in them. So you definitely don't want to try to finish the chapter without going over there. Those are both so valuable. And then there's the other branch that actually goes to the top of the tower, where you can pick up the Birdsong Nectar, which is the item we actually need to continue on with the story and get over to the Kingdom of Endor, where we can actually finish out the chapter. Here we have Holmes getting the stop spell. So, just like what northrex just experienced. See it happening to Holmes here. It's actually pretty dangerous here. Yeah, they all out-turned Alina trying to heal herself, which is really bad luck. She got knocked out there. Yeah, that's too bad. Holmes taking the death warp. One thing that's kind of nice about grinding as you go, like Holmes is doing, is you end up with more than enough money in this chapter, so losing like 250 gold like he just did there is really not a big deal at all. He's going to be able to afford everything. And won't take too long to get back to where he was. northrex gets up to level 9 here. A little bit low on that strength roll, but a really nice HP roll. Starting at level 8, Alina is able to, instead of kind of having 2 strength be her pretty good roll, you're going to want to start to see 4 as her pretty good roll. So rolling a 3 there is actually a little bit bad. It's not like catastrophic or anything, but not what you hope to see. Alright, northrex is going for the gold and the strength sheen chests here. Still taking some fights along the way. If he's going to try to go to second metal slime, which I'm not positive he is, he's probably going to be pretty close to the amount of experience he really needs. Anytime now. Because a metal slime is going to give you enough experience to get almost all the way from level 9 to level 11. You need like an extra 200 gold, but that's like 6 fly ropes. Alright, so yeah, northrex has gotten the treasure chest out of the top of the tower here, and is heading back down safely. So now that you've picked up that chest that has 1200 gold in it, you're a little bit more nervous about dying, because it's a lot more painful to lose that much money. So he's probably going to try to take it fairly safe as he completes the tower here. Shiner looking at this Blaze Ghost Bromard fight and saying, nah, I'm good. I think he also actually just sold Alina's weapon, so Shiner is probably a little bit more committed to just trying to focus on metal slimes here, I think. which I do hope we see some metal slime hunting. Dragon Quest IV race doesn't seem quite right if no one's going for metal slimes. Ooh, northrex finding what's one of the worst fights in the tower here with 4 butterfly dragons showing up. These guys really like to emit that fire breath, as you can see. They do that as a really common action. So a little bit scary. Northrex has a few heal spells left. I imagine he's probably got some medical herbs on Alina still. So if he takes this kind of safe, he'll probably be okay, but hoping, I'm sure, to see fewer butterfly dragons. Those monsters, as well as pteranodons that show up here as well in the 3rd and 4th floors of the tower, are just really kind of what you don't want to see. The pteranodons will cast fireball spells like half the time, which is even worse than the fire breath. But fortunately, they can only show up in groups of 3 instead of groups of 4 like this. Ooh, double run fail there. Getting a little dangerous for Northrex. So your run chance in Dragon Warrior 4 is 50% the first time, 50% the second time, 75% the third time, which is the one that Northrex just failed to get. Very painful. And then guaranteed on the 4th try. So, triple run fail from 4 butterfly dragons, pretty much always going to wipe you out. It's just like what happens in Birdsong Tower. So, lost some gold. Fortunately, because he took so many fights, Northrex's gold is actually still not too bad. It's not going to take him too much grinding to get enough gold to buy an Iron Claw. So, it's really not too bad for him. This time around, he can go straight for the Birdsong Nectar. Doesn't have to pop over to the other part of the tower there. So, it'll be a shorter walk for him this time. But yeah, you hate to see it. Butterfly Dragon's definitely one of the big enemies of Dragon Warrior 4 speedrunners. So Holmes does things in a slightly different order. So he's going down here to the bottom of the cave now, grabbing the golden bracelet. He's already level 9, he's got some really nice equipment. So just kind of hitting the story beats here. And then he'll be able to kind of sail through the rest of the chapter, probably. Has set himself up pretty well at this point. Meanwhile, Shiner running into the 4 orcs. Yeah, these guys are terrible. He's got a very dangerous run to this treasure chest, but fortunately no more encounters. Is able to pick up the golden bracelet. Whew, close one. At this point, he actually wants to death warp, so he's set up really perfectly for it. So yeah, pretty much best case scenario if you can actually get to the golden bracelet chest. Alright, Shiner says he's doing Grizzlies, so that taking on Sorrow Knight in Chapter 5 makes more sense. So I can support that. So we will get to see Grizzly Saber grind. I'm not sure if we will see anyone hunt for metal slimes here, but we'll get our fill of hunting for metals in Chapter 5, if nothing else, because there's no way around that one. Shiner grinding out the agility seed here. Personally, I'm in favor of this. I like to get a maximum roll from that agility seed because the tournament at the end of chapter 2 is like pretty tough. And while strength is definitely most important stat, and HP is also pretty important. I wouldn't discount agility, both because if you get above a certain threshold of agility, Alina tends to kind of fall on your side of naturally. You do have less damage taken from both heroic. Sorry about that. If we get above certain agility thresholds with Alina, then we will actually have less damage taken from both Rorik and Samson. So that's a pretty nice one. It also helps you go a little bit more often at the very beginning of the turn. So you're taking one less hit from some of those guys who can do a lot of damage to you. So yeah, I like spending a minute making sure you get a couple more agility points. Yeah, sorry about the audio issues. We're working on it. Yeah, our restreaming for some of these runs has been having this audio glitch throughout the marathon, so we know how to fix it when it happens, but we're not quite sure how to prevent it from doing it, so just bear with this. Whenever you hear it, we'll always fix it in a minute. Ooh, Holmes, yeah, ouch. Grizzly Sabers really came for him. So Grizzly Sabers only have like a 3.5% chance to crit. You kind of plan on being able to weather one crit. But when you get two back-to-back, it's just, yeah, usually just means Alina's going down. Pretty unlucky. Alright, so Holmes climbing up the tower here. Going to plan to pick up his birdsong nectar. As well as his strength seed and the gold. Gold probably not mattering as much too. Well, actually it will matter to him because of that death, yeah. He's probably really looking forward to grabbing that gold chest now. Getting sent out of the tower a couple times. Pretty painful. It's not what anyone really wants to get in Chapter 2. But Birdsong Tower is just a really unforgiving dungeon. It's pretty mean. Saw it happen to Northrex. Saw it happen to Holmes. We will see if Shiner is able to make it through the tower in good shape, but it's definitely one of the more difficult dungeons in the whole speed run, honestly. So Northrex has successfully made it down here to Endor. Very nice. And it looks like he is going to give me, and of course the people, what we all want by hunting down one metal slime here in Endor, I think. That's what it looks like, because he's still level 9. He put Bray in the back, Christo in the middle. The only reason I would ever do that is because I'm about to hunt for a metal slime, so I think that's what we're about to see. Holmes planning to have his revenge on the Grizzly Sabers here. Can't go for the Spectet right now because the Spectet cast Iron Eyes, so it's going to be completely invulnerable for 3 turns. I had a evil armor do that to me when I was doing Dragon Quest Monsters 2 this morning. Not much you can do but wait for it to end. There we go. Yeah, I would say that right now, Holmes and Northrex are both kind of even. We'll see what kind of luck Northrex gets, although he is taking some other fights here as well, so... Yeah, he revived Bray and is planning to... Yeah, looks like he's going to take fights outside the bazaar, so fair enough. This is definitely more stable than going for a metal slime, and Northrex has a really nice time right here. Going into kind of the end of chapter 2, probably doesn't want to risk losing it to the metal slimes, which, although I understand it, I can't say that I respect it. Anyone who's not going for the metal slimes. I'm not gonna call people names the way that Countess will, but love to see the metal slime hunts. Nah, I'm just kidding, but this makes a lot of sense for Northrex, especially since he has gotten so much experience. I think Alina's probably not too far from level 10 already. So heading over to the bazaar, hanging out specifically on the west side here. There's a division of encounter zones that happens pretty much right on top of the bazaar. So the left side is where you can get your groups of, like, Sandmasters, things like that. Northrex saying he lost his money. That makes sense, yeah. He picked up that gold chest from the tower and lost money, so he actually can't afford the Iron Claw quite yet. So that makes sense that he's at least going for enough money to be able to get the Iron Claw. Yeah. Meanwhile, you see Mr. Holmes already at level 10. So we can't expect that... he might be the first one to get into the tournament, actually. Which, again, like I've said before, Holmes is just really, really strong on Chapter 2, so... Even with some of the setbacks he ran into with Grizzly Sabers and some of these other monsters, not surprised to see him kind of cruising through here. Yeah, the Iron Claw is pretty much required to get through the tournament. It's just such a better weapon than anything else that Alina has available to her, and you want to take every damage point you can bring into the tournament. So even if you have to go outside and grind for a few more minutes to recover enough gold to buy it, yeah, just skipping the claw is just not really an option. Yeah, the task gets the drop as a item drop from a skeleton. That's the way to do it right there. Just fight some skeletons. Remember exactly what the drop rate is on that, but it's not very good. It's like a 1 in 64 maybe. 1 in 128. Even worse. Yeah, so you can see why we don't necessarily go for that in the speedrun. But what is a 1 in 128 chance to a task? Completely free. Doesn't even lose any time waiting for the opportunity. Alright. Northrex hitting the story trigger here with the King of Santeem. He's like, I probably shouldn't have promised that my daughter would marry whoever won this tournament. Could you please save me, Alina? Turns out I'm a really bad father. And Alina, of course, is like, yeah, only because I get to beat people up, which is her true passion in life. So Holmes went upstairs, grabbed those chests, came back down to use the inn, and is gonna go ahead and grab the birdsong nectar now. Northrex is about to head back out on the world map, I think, but then remembered he wants to grab the life force nut. Yeah. Don't want to forget your free 4 to 6 HP here. Yeah, looks like Northrex's Alina has 70 HP at level 10 after rolling all the seeds, which is pretty much average. We'll see what kind of roll she gets when she goes to 11, but not necessarily high, not low. But yeah, we've got the claw, we're doing the save, we're looking for the metal slimes. Metal slime appears 2 steps outside the castle. Please bless the DQ RTA Marathon metal slime luck here. It's still here, turn 2. 2 damage on it. Metal slimes have either 3 or 4 HP. Metal slime ran away. Oh man, that would have been so good. Would have been so good. Oh, thanks for trying, Rex. Can't even say how much I appreciate that. Ooh, it was close. Yeah, so metal slimes, of course, are here to break your heart. They have a 50% chance to run every turn. There's only about a 1 in 3 chance that you hit them if you attack them, taking 1 damage off. And then, yeah, they spawn with either 3 or 4 HP, and you never know which one it is until you've done damage point number 3. And then you know. Then you know for sure. Ooh, yeah, Home's in a very dangerous fight there with the 2 butterfly dragons and a pteranodon. That's pretty scary stuff. Fortunately, was able to get away. He does have his Alina up to level 11, though. So once he grabs this nectar, depending on what her stats look like, she might be okay. He's still taking some fights, but that might be more for safety. Might be because he is planning to go to level 12. Holmes, I think, would rather not stress about the tournament too much, so would not be surprised at all if he's planning on going all the way to 12 here. Meanwhile, Shiner did make his way all the way to Endor there, and is all set up to start looking for some grizzlies. So yeah, Shiner is hoping to find, definitely not orcs, hoping to find some grizzly sabers here, and we're going to exploit the fact that basically 2 things for this grind. Number 1 is that grizzly sabers will only ever target Alina if we've got a coffin block up. So they're not going to go for Bray. And then the fact that they will call for help. So every Grizzly Saber is worth 30 experience points. And yeah, whenever we get down to just like 1 or 2, we can parry, let some more join in the fight, and keep knocking them out until we've beaten a whole bunch of them and gotten the rest of the experience we need. I'd say this is more like the classic Dragon Warrior 4 grind strat. What Holmes is doing here is a little bit more kind of like a modern thing that he's kind of iterated. Ooh, I see a metal slime on Northrex's screen. Hold on, that's 2 damage. Still here. Let's go. 3. Oh, it's got 4 HP. Of course it's got 4. And it runs away. Oh no. Oh, it hurts so much. Who gave all these metal slimes 4 HP? I will say, Northrex sure is finding them, though. Casts Blaze on Bray, 1 damage. Runs away, okay. Oh man, honestly guys, I love the metal slime grind so much. I don't know how to tell you this in a way that truly captures the depth of how much I love the metal slime grind in Chapter 2. I think that one of the best things in life is the metal slime grind in Chapter 2, Dragon Warrior 4. Meanwhile, Dr. Mr. Holmes getting critical hit from Armor Scorpions, classic. So there are a few monsters in Chapter 2 that have a critical hit action. You've got Grizzly Sabers, you've got Armor Scorpions, Cordras are actually like the highest crit rate of almost any monster you're gonna run into in the whole game. So every time you're fighting some of those guys, you gotta kind of be on the lookout. But yeah, Shiner has found his Grizzly Saber fight here. Saw he cast upper on Alina there. So most attacks are either going to miss or they're just going to do 1 or 2 damage points. And he's going to hang out here probably until Christo's MP is running a little bit low. Because you do need Christo to be able to heal Alina up in case she does get hit by one of those critical hits or just kind of gets worn down by all those 1 damage attacks. Yep, the danger with Grizzly Sabers is just you get a crit, and then before Christo can heal, you get another one. It's actually like fairly unlikely to happen, but you hang out in the Grizzly Saber grind long enough, it's definitely the kind of thing you see. Alright, we see Holmes popping into Endor Castle here, gonna hit those story triggers. Get ready for the tournament. He's probably getting fairly close to level 12. He still needs to roll that life force nut as well, so Alina's total HP at 67 here before he rolls that nut. Maybe a little bit low. He is gonna hope to see some nice HP gains at level 12 for sure. Shiner has been having a really nice Grizzly Saber grind. He has not experienced all those critical hits we keep talking about. Has been able to get through a lot of Grizzly Sabers for how much MP Christo has expended here. So far it's working out really well for Shiner. The scary thing with Grizzly Saber grind, honestly, is that you get this far into the grind, you've killed 20 Grizzly Sabers, banked up several hundred experience points, and then you're like, okay, am I actually gonna be able to finish the fight out, right? So like right here, Alina with 17 HP, Christo is getting down in MP. Around now, you're really looking to exit the fight and take your experience, because it is a huge time sink if you get this far in and then lose everything because you get wiped. So that's the thing you really get scared of with the Grizzly Saber grind. See a Metal Slime on Northrex's screen, that's 1 damage at least. Ooh. And Metal Slime runs away. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 630 experience points though. Very nice for Shiner. Yeah, really nice Grizzly Saber grind segment there for Shiner. Used all of Christo's MP. Very successful. That was worth about half of a metal slime. So nice and efficient. He's probably going to head back over to the bazaar so he can upgrade Kristo's weapon now. So he got enough gold there. So just heading outside. Winging over to Endor. Upgrade some equipment. Come back for part 2. So we see Holmes trying to finish out his level 12 grind here. He's in the same hills that northrex is in, but he's taking pretty much every fight that comes. If he were to get a metal slime here, that would be totally cool. He would be thrilled about that. But it's not necessarily what he's looking for. Rogue Knight's another monster in Chapter 2 that can do critical hits, as we just saw happen to Alina there. Rogue Knight generally kind of an annoying monster, honestly. They have a lot of HP. They'll do critical hits, they call for heal slimes, like one of the worst monsters to have to fight for a grinding experience. It's never the one you're looking for. Metal slimes are the same chance to encounter whether it's day or night. The thing about nighttime is just the overall encounter rate is a little bit higher. So you'll have a little bit less walking in between looking for metal slime, or just looking for encounters generally. But everywhere on the continent of Endor in Chapter 2, day or night, it's the exact same encounters at the totally same ratios. Alright, Shiner gets up to level 9 there, very nice. Another metal slime on Northrex's screen. Well, blinked and it was gone. Oh, Holmes does find a metal slime. Nope, didn't stick around. It is a little bit harder to kill a metal slime when you only got 2 living party members. Because honestly, Bray is pretty much just as likely to damage the metal slime or get a critical hit on it as the other 2 are, even if he's only level 3. So it's a bit of a longer shot with Holmes if he sees one versus Northrex. Yeah, that's a great point, Scarlet Shadow. You do not want to sell Bray's Cypress Stick, because it does actually make a difference in how much he will do a critical hit on a metal slime for. And the only way that you'll see Bray do a critical hit and not take the metal slime out is if he has no weapon equipped. Another metal slime runs away. Alright, so Shiner got himself up to level 9 here. And is going to continue his grind outside of Endor, so very similar to what Holmes is doing at this point. Has a coffin block set up to protect Christo, and is going to take these fights outside of Endor while seeing if he can get lucky, find a metal slime maybe on the way. So this is kind of a nice hybrid, you know, hedge your bets kind of thing. You could always get lucky and shave some minutes off by getting that metal slime. But in case you don't, then you're still getting experience the whole time. Yeah, to be fair, if you need it to revive your party member, like, just go ahead and sell it. The chance that Bray's critical hit is gonna be the thing you're relying on is really low. But of course, you know, this is Dragon Quest, and the one time you sell the stick is gonna be the one time Bray's gonna get a critical hit, right? We also see Northrex taking some of the easier fights here as well now, so no one is relying completely on finding a metal slime and taking it out in order to win. Which, you know, makes some sense. Holmes is grinding this strength seed, trying to get a +3 on it. There we go. So 84 HP, looking really good. 46 strength is 84 attack, yeah. Holmes is set up for the tournament. This is a really nice Alina. With this particular Alina, with these stats, she's usually going to win the tournament. Now, it's like never really a sure thing. There are bad things that can happen in the tournament. But he's set up about as well as you could ever hope to be going into this in a speedrun. So he's going to fill Alina up with some medical herbs here. And, yeah. We'll start going through the tournament. So, tournament is 5 one-on-one encounters. Alina is the only one who can do it. We are... yeah, we'll call Lingwara one-on-one. We're going to start by fighting Hun. Hun is definitely the easiest of all 5 fights. He's only got 70 hit points. He usually goes down in 3 hits if you have this much attack. Need to roll a little bit higher than 22. Thanks, Alina. Alright, another 22 will get him here. Oh, Hun survives with 1 HP. Go figure. Thanks, Hun. That takes us into Rorik here. Rorik throws the boomerang. He's got 90 HP. He's going to be capable of doing a little bit more damage to Alina. And sometimes he guards, which is actually kind of a good thing, because it's like, you do some damage to him, and, you know, he doesn't damage you, so that's cool. There's also a nice dodge from Alina there. Looking like a pretty nice fight. Did get outturned on that final hit, but not too bad. Anytime you can get through Rorik without having to use a medical herb is kind of nice. Vivian is going to be third. Vivian is like the mage, so the thing about her is she's only got a little bit of MP, so she's going to use it casting Ice Bolt, Fireball. You love to see her cast Fireball, because it doesn't really do that much more damage than Ice Bolt, but it does take more MP. So with that Heal More spell, she's out of MP, she can't cast any more spells. So she's going to try to cast something and not be able to do it, and then she's either going to do physical attacks or she's going to guard from here on. Did a couple physicals on Holmes there, which definitely did some damage, but a couple herbs will get him into pretty decent shape here going into Samson. Samson is usually kind of the big wall of the tournament. He's just got high defense, high attack power, 90 HP. And when he's below 50% of his health, he can decide to use a medical herb on himself, which is just like the worst. So really hoping we don't see Samson decide to do that. You can see Holmes doing a lot of healing right before he pushes him over into that second half of his threshold because he's trying to avoid having any extra turns where Samson might decide to use a medical herb. Bunch of big damage rolls, finishing off with a plus 18 there. Whew! See ya, Samson. Didn't stand a chance. Alright, into Lingwar. Does Lingwar really need explanation? The Lingwar appears, splits into Lingwar A, B, C, D. There is no pattern, there is no way to know. There is no knowing truly what happens behind the veil of Lingwar. All you have is 25%. Lingwar has 55 HP. With Holmes's current strength, he actually might take Lingwar out in 2 hits if he gets some good attack rolls. Otherwise, it's going to be 3. Yeah, hit Lingwar D there for 25. That's a little bit below half, so might be looking at a 3-hit Lingwar here that we have to get. Holmes uses his final medical herb. We've got 49 HP to finish this fight out. You can see B is building power here. Holmes will probably choose to chase the one that built power, so that if Lingwar decides to stay on that powerful one and attack Alina with twice as much damage, well, at least you kind of trade hits. So it's not quite as bad as it is if you target the wrong one and then you still get hit with double damage. Alright, 29 off. Lingwar has 1 HP remaining, so going to force 3 hits here on Holmes. Can't expect Lingwar to play nice. At 19, you might now avoid targeting the one that built power because you don't want to have it hit you and then take you out before Alina can go. Lingwar has really high agility, so he usually goes first. Oh, clutch. Holmes, way to go, man. Alina survives. 1 HP. Great Lingwar fight. Holmes, way to go. Proved me wrong. Meanwhile, I see a Metal Slime on Shiner stream over here. We're not damaging it. Yeah, it ran away. Okay. Alright, well. Hey, I'm the one who was wrong for saying maybe don't go for the one that built power there. Alina was completely safe. There was nothing to worry about. Nothing was ever gonna go wrong. Alright, Holmes will be the first one to make it out of Chapter 2. Oh man. That's the Lingwar fight we all live for. I love it. Minimum amount of luck to get through the fight right there. That's all you need to make it through. Yeah, I think 18 was about as low as a Lingwar was ever possibly going to roll on that attack. That was great. Very nice. Alright, so you see Holmes gonna fill up Bray with a bunch of fairy waters so that when we pick him back up in Chapter 5, we're gonna be able to use those to repel the overworld monsters and go sail around, collect return points and small medals. Things that we'll do later. Meanwhile, Shiner having to deal with critical hits from Rogue Knights. It's pretty annoying. Yeah, you will see Holmes go drop off a whole bunch of money in the casino. Turn this into casino coins. Yeah, he ends chapter 2 with so much money here. You wouldn't want to lose it because money doesn't carry over between chapters, so you either turn it into equipment that you can sell later on, or you turn it into casino coins, 420. Get out of here, Holmes. Are you kidding me, man? Because you'll still have those casino coins in later chapters. Oh man, Holmes, this guy, I swear. Okay, he's gonna head into chapter 3 while northrex goes into his tournament here. Anyone who is familiar with Mr. Holmes' streams knows that while that feels like it might have been a coincidence, it wasn't. Alright, so yeah, Holmes entering chapter 3 here. This is where we meet Talon the Merchant. Netta says, "Don't be a sleepyhead." Talon ignores his child as he always does. Picks up his medical herb. Looks at his boss, thinks about going to work, and... thinking about it? No, not doing it. Talon has bigger plans today. He's gonna head north to the Iron Safe Cave where he can pick up a chain sickle. Ooh, man. Shiner got a +6 strength at level 11 there. Ooh, that's huge. Big strength gain for Shiner. That's awesome. Love to see it. Yep, so Talon basically, the whole point of chapter 3 is to get a bunch of money. We'll talk about it a little bit more after exciting things aren't happening on Northrex's stream here. So we're into the Samson fight. Samson is definitely doing some damage, but Northrex's attack is not too bad here. And he's got 82 health. Oh, the Samson crit. See ya, Samson. Just crit. That's all you need to do. Holmes correctly pushing the button, so Talon can ride the wave. Very nice. Alright, tournament's not over yet though, we still gotta get through Lingwar. Yep, he's dancing around. Hard to target. Shiner also going to cash in some of his Chapter 2 money into casino coins. Stash those for later. Nice, that's one hit on Lingwar C. Appears to be Lingwar C today. Yeah, Northrex has less attack power than Holmes did in this fight, so he was pretty unlikely to be able to take Lingwar out in 2 hits. But there's another one. Just needs to hit Lingwar one more time, and he's got some medical herbs from getting that lucky crit on Samson, so he's got more safety than Holmes did. Well, he's going to use his last one here, but definitely got a few more swings at Lingwar. Just needs one hit. Shiner is entering his tournament now as well. Northrex seeing the pattern. This is Lingwar. Lingwar gets in your head, right? He's like, Lingwar C, over and over. Lingwar C, Lingwar C. Northrex finally goes over Lingwar C. It's Lingwar A. Northrex is like, alright, fine. I get it. Back to Lingwar A. Lingwar, back to C. That's right. This is what he does. He knows. It's not random chance. This is Lingwar. Alright, Northrex is able to get his third hit on Lingwar there. Makes it through the tournament. Very nice. We have 2 runners out of Chapter 2. Love to see it. We do have Holmes deciding to actually get Talon some experience. Got a nice plus 8 HP on Talon, so that will turn out to have been probably worth it for some extra safety in the chapter. You'll probably see some runners not get Talon any experience at all and just keep him at level 1, which I think is a fun meme. But in a race situation, it's pretty respectable to let him get a level, get a little bit of extra HP there. Meanwhile, Shiner is looking to drain all of Vivian's MP here. He's like, I don't really want to have to heal, but if Vivian decides to do a physical attack here, then Alina will go down. Fortunately, she's just guarding so far. Nice. Alright. Pays off. A little bit of a risky strategy there for Shiner, but got the right series of luck there. Got some really bad rolls on his medical herbs. That's too bad. Anytime you use a medical herb, it can give you between 30 and 40 HP. Both of those were kind of on the lower end, which is pretty bad luck. Shiner also taking a little bit more damage from Samson than the other runners were. I don't know if this is because he kept a wooden hat, or if it's because he didn't get enough agility on Alina, and so he didn't hit the agility threshold, but yeah, you can see Samson hitting pretty hard for up to 20 damage here. He is doing pretty decent damage to Samson, but ooh, rolling some 13s here is a little bit not what you want to see. So just enough to be able to take Samson out in 7 hits there. He'll roll this medical herb before Lingwar, but he's going to go in to the Lingwar fight at the kind of lowest resource-wise of anybody. He did roll a full heal on that herb, which is helpful, so got the full 40. Into Lingwar with 50 HP. He does have Wooden Hat. Okay, yeah. I'm not too surprised with Shiner. Wooden Hat is a little bit more old school strat, but also it allows you to go a little faster at the beginning of the chapter. Nice big hit on Lingwar C there for 27 damage. If he does 28 on another hit, he'll get him in 2. Oh, that was hit number 2. Nice. Alright, never mind. He's down to 1 HP. I just missed the first one because it happened so fast. Oof, coming down to the wire again. Man, Lingwar. This is what Lingwar, he's just like, can't make it too easy, man. This is gonna be tough. He needs to get pretty lucky here. Nope, didn't get lucky. Lingwar D takes him out with the fireball. Yeah, that was always gonna be pretty tight going into Lingwar with only 50 HP and no medical herbs. It was a nice start, but really hard to win that one. Meanwhile, we see Dr. Mr. Holmes here has picked up the Chapter 3 dog, Tav. As someone who talked to all the dogs in Dragon Warrior 2 earlier today, all I can say is Tav is a good boy. We like Tav. He chases the foxes out of Foxville, breaks the illusion. Yelp Yelp, the fox will give Talon some full plate armor, which we are going to get a whole bunch of money for. And Holmes is going to keep making money. Looks like northrex is also going to plan to get Taloon a little bit of experience here. Let him get up to level 2. Ooh, Shiner had such a good start to his arena here that he actually didn't have an inventory slot for the medical herb drop from Rorik. Alright, Shiner in kind of a scary place with Vivian again. He can probably survive 1 physical hit from her. Just wouldn't want to see 2. But not gonna get any. No problem. Takes her out. Alright, back into Samson fight. We are in a little better shape than we were last time. Only had, I think, 66 going into Samson last time. Now we got 74. A lot more comfortable. I'm sure Shiner would love to see the same critical hit that northrex saw in this fight. That's like the best thing that you can get in the tournament. Ooh, Shiner's trying to get out of the fight with 1 remaining herb in Aleen's inventory there, but Samson just doing a little bit too much damage to let that fly. If he hadn't rolled quite so high, it would have been okay, but doing the big hits. Classic Samson. Meanwhile, we have Holmes here, kind of hitting some of these Chapter 3 story triggers. You get a letter from the Prince of Bon Malmo to deliver to the Princess of Endor, who, you know, doesn't have to marry Necrosaro and presumably doesn't want to marry Alina, although it's not really clear why. We exchange that for this royal scroll from the King of Endor. He's like, please deliver this to the King of Bon Malmo. It's pretty urgent. We're all going to go to war if you don't do this. And of course, Taloon being Taloon is just going to go to some random cave and look for treasure. Because if there's one thing that Taloon is not good at, it is responsibility. Into Vivian. Going into Vivian with 69 HP is completely safe. Like, you're never going to lose a Vivian fight if you've got that much. Usually your threshold for, like, am I going to be pretty safe in this fight is somewhere around 50. As soon as you hit 50, like 60, even if she decides to do a lot of physical attacks and cast Ice Bolt more times and Fireball less times, like, you're probably not going to run into any issues here. And she only did 39 there, so yeah, no problems. Yeah, so Chapter 3, in this cave, the Silver Statuette Cave that drmisterhomes is in right now, we can run into Metal Slimes. And because we're really not interested in Taloon gaining a bunch of levels, Metal Slimes are not what we want to see. Holmes is going to turn around on this button. Oh, man. he got into an encounter on the button. So Holmes told me that you can turn around on the frame after a fight ends and look at the dog. Okay, he did it. So we can still pet the dog when we hit the button. Ooh, man, that was close. That's it's an invalid run if you don't pet the dog there. Anyway, Taloon has really high defense, and everything in this cave is just going to do physical attacks, except for metal slimes, which can cast blaze and honestly get through Taloon's pretty measly HP pool pretty quickly. So everything else in here pretty safe. Metal slimes actually dangerous. Meanwhile, Shiner into his Lingwar fight again at 50 HP. But first hit, A for 28 damage. Very nice. We just got to hit one more for 27 or higher. Nice dodge, Alina. If you can't hit Lingwar, at least don't let Lingwar hit you. Alright, we do have Shiner going after the one that built power, at least for now. But we are kind of hitting that... Oh, he's still out of medical herb in his inventory. Okay. It's not as bad as I thought it was. Alright, back up to 50. Still need, probably still 2 more hits on Lingwar, or 1 really good one. That 28 we hit earlier on is definitely on the higher end of what we can see from this level 11 Alina. But Lingwar is dancing. Does not want to stand still here. He emits a fireball. We hit back for 27 exact damage. Lingwar is down. Shiner has escaped Chapter 1 jail, has escaped Chapter 2 jail, into the rest of the speedrun. Lingwar is defeated. Woo! Man, that guy, Lingwar, put up a fight today. Alright, everyone gets to experience Chapter 3. That's nice. Alright, let's see what's going on with Mr. Holmes. He finished getting his silver statuette out of the cave there, and he's selling all of his armor to this merchant in Bon Malmo Castle. So we are going to be focused on getting Taloon a whole bunch of money for the rest of Chapter 3 here, because unlike pretty much every other part of this game, the way to progress through this chapter is to get enough money to do the next thing. And when we get enough money and do the next thing enough times, then we'll complete the chapter. He finally gets around to showing the royal scroll to the king of Bon Malmo. He's like, okay, looks like I won't declare war on those guys, but you came just in time, Taloon. Good thing you didn't spend any more time just wandering around. We're gonna take that silver statuette to this old guy who lives in this house. He's gonna drive a real hard bargain with Taloon here, where he says, I'll give you 20,000. Wait, no, 25,000 gold pieces for that. Taloon says, okay, thanks. And Holmes is gonna move on to the Iron Apron grind here. So that merchant that we sold our armor to over in Bon Malmo Castle, basically the whole idea with Bon Malmo is like they're preparing for war, but there's no armor shop in town. All they have is a weapon shop. And so they're asking Tulun, you know, as a merchant, to bring them some armor that they can use to equip their army. So we can take armor. We can't do this with weapons, but we can do it with armor. And we are going to kind of fill up with the most expensive armor we can buy, which is these iron aprons. We sell it to that merchant in Bon Malmo, and he's going to basically give us this series of random offers that are sort of like around the actual value of iron aprons. So it can be, you know, 1,500, which is what we paid for it. It can be as low as 1,265 gold, or it can be as high as 1,875 gold if we get like a really good roll. There's also a 1 in 32 chance that we get a critical roll, which will give us a value that's like up to 3,000 gold for any iron apron. So we're going to go through, you know, 2 or 3 rounds of selling these to this merchant, and probably expect to see at least a couple of those critical rolls. Unlikely to see 3,000 gold. That's like getting it's like rolling a 32-sided dice twice and getting 32s both times. So kind of unlikely. But anytime you see a critical roll, you're making a bunch of money. And that's what Tulun is all about. Yeah, people are talking about the tasks in chat. The tasks for this game is really, really fun. So, you know, this game has a lot of frame-based RNG. So, like, the RNG is literally shifting, like, you know, many, many, many times a second. If you are trying to play this game as a human being, there's really not much you can do to control that RNG, like much at all. There are so many factors that it's constantly updating with. But of course the task is able to, you know, very carefully control inputs on a frame basis, and is able to, you know, first try, well, it doesn't need to first try run because it can avoid encounters altogether as it walks around on the map. It's able to get critical hits every time we attack. And it's able to especially really exploit all of Tulun's kind of special actions that he has in Chapter 5. And the really, really fun thing about watching the tasks is watching Tulun just completely clean up the endgame. So, it's a good watch. You can have a good time watching that sometime, if you've never seen it before. Good question from DePaul Doug. Does petting the dog help with crit chances? Yes, petting the dog actually makes everything good in the speedrun 10 times more likely to occur. Yeah, it's extremely practical to pet the dog. So the gold threshold that Holmes is working up to here is enough to buy a shop in the town of Endor here, which is kind of Tulun's initial dream here. And the shop that's for sale in Endor costs 35,000 gold. So fortunately, that old guy gave us 25,000 gold for the silver statuette, so got us most of the way there. But we're gonna have to grind out these iron aprons until we get the remaining 10,000. We're also going to need a little bit of money on top of that, because if we spend all of our money, then we won't have anything to sell in our shop. Nice. 1875, that's, like I said before, the highest non-critical roll, so you love to see those. So he's going to be looking to get, 35,000 plus, at least like 650 more gold, because that lets you buy an iron shield. He might go all the way for like 1,600 gold above that. Oh, northrex got a 29/29 crit. Nice, way to go. That's I think maybe the third highest possible critical roll. Really, really good one. That you get a roll that good that kind of like saves you an entire round of selling these iron aprons. It can be like a 2-minute time save to get a roll that good. It's awesome. But yeah, we may see Holmes try to get like 1,600 gold above that, so he can buy like a Abacus of Virtue, which is the most expensive thing we can buy to put in the shop. The shop is basically like everything we sell in the shop is like a critical hit with this merchant. Gonna sell it for 150 to 200% of the value of the item that we bought it for. Because Netta just honestly is not only better at bargaining, but also just a better parent and a better person overall than Torneko Tulin. Nice 1851 there for Holmes. That's the second highest natural roll, and ooh, 2484. Finishing strong with that very solid critical hit. That's right, Soda Pony. Yeah, she not only is running the store while Tulun just sleeps in bed for days and days, but then she also makes him lunch. She already like woke up early, made him some lunch. Oh man. If only we could learn from that. Yeah, northrex over here, just getting critical rolls left and right. Got that 29/29. Got a 27/42, which is also on the higher end of those, and then rolled the minimum critical roll, which is a 2250. Which, are you really complaining about the lowest critical roll, which is still a great roll, where you made 750 gold? You're probably not complaining. It's that lunch is delicious to Tulun, Zaitoriak. It's not necessarily healthy. It's not, really appetizing necessarily for us to look at, but it's what Tulun wants. It's what he likes. So Holmes, probably in his last round of Iron Apron selling here, he picked up that Wing of Wyvern before he walked up to the shop, which is telling me he's planning on a one-way trip out of Bon Malmo after he's done here. Pretty confident he's going to have enough gold to purchase his shop and put something nice in there to get it started. Shiner on this very dangerous walk from Bon Malmo Castle down to Endor Castle. can be a pretty tough one, because, yeah, Taloon can't really withstand very much here. We're going to buy his equipment soon. But at this point, yeah, you failed to run from some of these fights. It's pretty bad. Oh, actually, he was, oh no, he's doing the cave, I see. So he has gotten the armor. Just got knocked out by the duckbills, you know. Yeah, that figures. There's a reason that we meme about duckbills so much. So I said that the only thing that really can hurt Taloon in this chapter is metal slimes that can cast the blaze spell and get past his defense. That's not actually... it's not quite the whole story. The whole story is we also have duckbills in this cave, which like to cast the sap spell on Taloon, which takes away all of his defense, and then the duckbills eat him for lunch. You know, Taloon likes a greasy, oily sandwich full of all kinds of things that make his breath, honestly, just like really terrible. Duckbills for lunch like to eat Taloon, and the remnants of his lunch inside of his guts. That is what a duckbill thinks is absolute delicious, perfect meal. Holmes here has purchased the shop, and here he is buying Abacus of Virtue and pretty much anything else he can afford. So he's just gonna, you know, walk across the street here to this other weapon shop, spend all of his money on whatever he can afford, put it into his shop, where he'll sell it for even more money, and then he'll go around to the back, tell Netta that he's worked real hard today and he's gonna go to bed now. And every time that Taloon sleeps, every item in the shop has a 75% chance to get sold. So if you've only got a couple items in there, maybe you just sleep once or twice. Once you've got a whole bunch of items in there, you're going to sleep several times in a row just to make sure she was able to get everything sold. Oh no, Shiner gets sapped again. Get out of there. Ah. The duckbills are eating well today. Man, Shiner really just running into a lot of bad luck here. Back Taloon goes. Gotta get the silver statuette. Persistence will pay off for Taloon here. The overworld merchant showing up to try to have Taloon buy things, as if Taloon has any money left at this point. Poor Pauper Taloon, walking around with his one gold piece, hoping to not lose it to another duckbill encounter. At least Taloon doesn't have to pay to revive Tov. Tov always lives, drags Taloon's body back to Endor. So, yeah, Holmes is kind of into the next gold grind section here. So, we've got 2 more gold things we're trying to do. If we went and talked to the king right now, he would say, hey, see that you now own a shop here, Taloon, that's great. I've got a big order for you. I want 8 broadswords and 8 suits of half-plate armor. And if you bring them to me, I will give you 60,000 gold pieces, so... Holmes is basically getting enough money so that he can buy all of that equipment. And then he can go buy that stuff in the various shops around the continent here and fill the order and get 60,000 gold pieces, which is the last thing we need to finish out the chapter. Meanwhile, Shiner running into a lot of metal slimes. Not catching much of a break. Metal Slime casting Blaze on Taloon. Gotta love that. But if Shiner can at least hit this button, it is a lot easier to get back to the cave, because this kind of like opens up a shortcut. In addition to actually opening up the path to be able to get to the silver statuette, we can now take that nearer staircase that you see when you enter the cave. So at least at this point, if he gets eaten by duckbills again, it's not nearly as bad to get back to the bottom of the cave. Yeah, the reason there are no traveling merchants in Chapter 5 is Taloon has recruited them all into his merchant army that the TAS uses to take down all the final bosses. But cave looking good for Shiner here. He's just about to the silver statuette. Gonna be able to pick that up, commence the death warp, and move on to true capitalism for the rest of the segment. Holmes is getting close to the end of this shopping segment here. He's filling up his inventory with as many abagoose as he can. And as soon as Netta can sell pretty much like 9 of those total, that's going to give you all the money you need to get it's like enough money to buy all that equipment for the King's Order, and then also a little bit left over for Taloon to take as far as equipment to safely, quote-unquote safely, walk to the tunnel at the end of the chapter, and also bring some equipment into Chapter 5 that you can sell for money. I say safely because you're never really safe from the duckbills. We'll see how many of our runners decide to do a safety save on that walk when Taloon has 60,000 gold pieces in his backpack. Just on the off chance that the duckbills decide to cast sap and take him down. There's a lot of like fun illustrations that Akira Toriyama did with Taloon where he's being chased by duckbills and just dropping money and treasure behind him. Oh, the duckbills, they spend that money buying the silver statuette back from that old guy in Endor. They can put it back in the bottom of their cave. He drives a hard bargain, so he's not going to take less than 30,000 gold pieces for that. Yep, see Holmes has moved on to purchasing this equipment. He is buying half-plate armors. The fun thing about filling the King's Order here is Saloon can't equip half-plate armors or broadswords. So every time you buy one of these, the merchant really wants to make sure that you know Saloon can't be equipped with this. Just gonna ask you one more time, are you sure you want to buy this? It's not quite enough text for us to go through here in Chapter 3 speedrun, so let's just add a little bit more. Holmes delivers half the order to this knight over here. Says remainder part of the order is 7 broadswords. Keep bringing them. And he's gonna go fill up. Meanwhile, Shiner's over here. Yep, picking up some iron aprons. Doing his iron apron grind. Northrex is working on Netta's shop. We're just really seeing all of the various stages of Chapter 3 capitalism in action here. In Netta's shop here where Northrex is, every time that she's like, oh, an Abacus of Virtue, I'll sell it for 2,400 gold pieces, she's actually telling you the lowest possible amount she'll sell it for. So she'll always do at least that, but she might actually do 1/3 additionally on that. So for an Abacus of Virtue, she could go as low as 2,400, but she could actually go as high as 3,200. And several ranges in the middle, just like with that Bon Malmo merchant. Yeah, how do you know if the Abacus of Virtue is legitimate? It's a good question. You actually have to cast Expel on your child just to make sure it actually works. Abacus of Virtue, of course, when used as an item in battle, casts the Expel spell. So just to make sure they are all legitimate merchandise, Saloon walks upstairs with every one of them and uses it on his son just to make sure. It's actually part of why Chapter 3 takes so long canonically. Alright, Holmes safely makes it with his gold to the tunnel. Yes, I've received 60,000 gold pieces. You walk back out, you walk back in. He's like, I've hired some people, we're digging. So this tunnel that takes you from the continent of Endor to the continent of Branca is kind of the final thing in Talun's quest. So once the tunnel is completed, Talun can leave home to do what I guess is his actual true dream, which is not opening a shop, but it's finding the Zenithian sword. So Talun, deep in his heart, does want to find the legendary treasure of the Zenithian sword. We walk in the casino, time passes, a tunnel is dug. Probably should tell our wife that we're leaving. Pretty nice that they did require talking to Netta before you go as a story trigger, because if it wasn't required, you know Talun wouldn't do it. He would just go. The Ducksbills are showing up, but you're too late, Ducksbills. He's already spent all of his money. Alright, and that will close out Chapter 3. Takes us into Chapter 4. So Chapter 4 is about the same length as Chapter 1. So they're both kind of like the shortest chapters of the whole game. In Chapter 4 we have the sisters Nara and Mara. This is sort of like how Chapter 2 had a really balanced party. You had like a fighter and a wizard and a healer. What you have here in Chapter 4 is a much more challenging party. So, neither one of these sisters is like necessarily great at what they do. Nara is a fortune teller class, which basically means she has a lot of the luck stat, and we talked earlier about what the luck stat is good for. So she has some heal spells. She can equip a item that does a lot of random stuff, which is occasionally helpful and occasionally disastrous. Meanwhile, Mara is a wizard, so she'll have some attack spells like Blaze. But she has really bad stat growth. They both honestly have really bad stat growth. And really what they need is someone to take care of them. We are going to find that in the form of old family friend Orin, who's going to be our guest in Chapter 4. The problem with Orin is he's currently at the bottom of a dungeon. So kind of like how Ragnar had to go way down to the bottom of a well past all these monsters to get his heal slime. Mara and Nara are going to have to go to the bottom of this cave, which is west of the town of Kiev up here, and find Orin down there before they finally have a strong melee fighter who can protect them. There is some lore about how the sisters are looking for the person who killed their father, and Orin was like their father's apprentice. So they're kind of like on a quest for revenge here against Balzac. So by the end of this chapter, we are going to fight that guy. Yeah, Chapter 4 also has special music, so you know, you made it through Chapters 2 and 3. Your reward is you get to have some cool battle music while you're in Chapter 4 here. The overworld music in Chapter 4 is cool too. So Holmes taking a couple extra fights before he comes into town here. Just hoping to get a little bit more HP and MP on the sisters for a tiny bit of added safety before he dives into this cave. It's a little helpful. They don't get much in the way of stat gains, like I said, so it's pretty incremental. But, you know, Holmes is in the lead. He can afford to take some, you know, safeties that don't cost too much time. Try to prevent disaster from befalling him. Makes a lot of sense. He's gonna spend all of his money on healing items here. And if he does this right, he's gonna clip through the dog as he changes his party order. Very nice. So, that dog here in Keeves, which is right here in what was their father's workshop. So this is like their hometown. Like, the assumption is that's their dog. Like, that dog knows them. Or it was their dad's dog or something. So they know the dog. It tries to follow you around town. If you rearrange your party order while the dog is trying to run into you, then the dog clips right through you. And it is actually the fastest path to get up there to that life force nut, so it is the frame-saving speedrun strat, in addition to being cool and the right thing to do. Holmes running into a pretty gross fight there, right outside town, not even getting to the cave, before a rabbit hound and some Cascos hoppers decide to almost destroy his party. Tells you a little bit about the resilience of Chapter 4 party here. How are we ever going to get to the bottom of a cave? Northrex, pretty much finishing up his Chapter 3 here. He's putting the equipment on Saloon, ready to go. Turn in his 60,000 gold pieces to construct the tunnel. He's going to take the safety save to hedge his bets against the low chance that the Ducksbills come for his money. And Shiner has got enough money to be able to buy his shop and throw an Abacus of Virtue in there to start it, which is great. So making nice progress through the chapter. Northrex doesn't see a single Ducksbill on his walk, go figure. And Holmes, yeah, before he goes into the cave to look for Orin, looks like he's gonna finish grinding out some levels here. So he's got both sisters at level 2 right now. I assume that means he's gonna try to take them at least to level 3 before he dives into the cave. I will say this cave walk, where you're trying to get down to Orin at the beginning of Chapter 4, is probably one of the more dangerous segments of the speedrun. It just, like, feels pretty scary. If you play it, like, really safe, like, you're really being diligent about keeping both characters' HP fairly topped off, it's not too bad. But yeah, it's definitely one of the scarier ones. Yeah, Mara gains a level and gets plus 0 HP, which is kind of what I was saying. Like, yeah, you're looking for ways to make this more stable, but Holmes does sell the Life Force Nuts. Interesting choice. Also sells Nara's Copper Sword, which is a more reasonable choice. Picking up an extra feather hat there. So extra defense on both sisters for the cave. So a little bit more about grinding for some more gold so you can have some extra defense for the cave. Northrex turned in his money for the tunnel, but then took a death after that, which is really not too bad. Got sent back here to Bon Malmo. Or, is that what happened? Or did he just wing to the wrong town? Well, anyway. Goes to the casino. His tunnel is completed. He's gonna smack his wife goodbye and head off to chapter 4. So yeah, Home's in the cave here. It's not like a super long walk, fortunately. You basically have to go through 3 floors. The first couple floors actually aren't quite as dangerous. You do worry about some of these monsters, like the Scissor Mages, which can cast spells, because you are a little bit more vulnerable to magic than you are to physical attacks. But we've got Mara in the front of the party. She's got a leather dress and a feather hat on, so pretty decent defense, actually, for the early chapter. The 3rd floor, which is the floor that has Orin, is definitely the more dangerous one. That's where we can actually run into groups of blaze ghosts. There's also a duck monster that can cast an ice bolt. So that one can be a little bit more scary, and you run into the wrong fight there, you might just find yourself losing all of your HP without much you can do about it. We are to the floor where Orin is. It's actually been a pretty smooth walk for Home so far. Orin is in sight. Wonder what's in that chest. Moreover, we talked to Orin here. No encounters on that floor. That was really nice for Holmes. Orin joins the party, and Holmes probably breathes a little bit of a sigh of relief there. Because now we can put Orin in the front, and someone else can get hit. Yeah, we'll come back to that treasure chest later. I think that for now we'll just ignore it. I'm sure we'll be back here in this random part of this cave. There will probably be some reason to come back here in a couple hours, right? We have Northrex kicking off chapter 4 here. I don't think we're going to see the same kind of grinding safety strats from Northrex that we saw from Holmes. Holmes and I have talked about Chapter 4 quite a bit, and he definitely likes to err on the side of doing some safety things that you don't really see anybody else do. So you're probably going to see Northrex keep both the sisters at level 1 until we get Orin to join. Which, if it all works out for him, will be a tiny bit of a time save. Holmes is probably going to take some extra fights throughout Chapter 4, and may have some extra money, which he's going to be able to turn into some nicer stuff for Chapter 5, so might all even out. Might be kind of like what happened with Northrex in Chapter 1, where going a little bit more, lower percent strats is going to save him time. It's hard to know. There are 8 total, main characters that are the chosen ones in Dragon Warrior 4, Chapters of the Chosen. And then several, guest characters that you can't control, like Orin here. But at this point, we've met 7 of those 8. We had Ragnar in Chapter 1, Alina, Bray, and Christo in Chapter 2, Talune in Chapter 3, and then Mara and Nara here in Chapter 4. The only remaining one is whoever that was that we named 3 hours ago when we started this run. If anybody remembers naming a character who we have not seen at all yet. In the remakes, they do kind of start the game with showing some life in the hero's village before you dive into everything else, so you at least kind of get to meet the hero, but you don't get that in NES. Alright, Holmes gets down to the bottom of the cave, gets the Sphere of Silence. If only we could swim, it could have been a lot easier to get that. And at this point, we're probably going to be looking to do a Death Warp. I don't know if Holmes walks out of here. He actually might. I expect the other 2 runners are going to Death Warp to get out of this cave, but since Holmes likes to get a little bit more experience and actually some gold and different equipment, we might find that he is actually going to walk out of this place. Well, he's not really looking like he's trying to keep anybody alive, so he's probably setting up for a Death Warp. Yep, looking for encounters at the threshold here. We talked about this a little bit when we had the Dragon Warrior 2 run earlier, but a thing with these NES Dragon Quest games is you walk across these thresholds and there's a higher chance of getting an encounter. It becomes basically like a 1 in 3 chance of getting into a fight when you cross one of those thresholds that go between rooms. So anytime you're looking for encounters, if you have one of those nearby, you're probably going to use it to try to get fights a little bit more frequently. So we equip both the sisters again. They're already both level 4, which is... You could finish the chapter with them at level 4. There's not too much more we actually have to do in Chapter 4 here. We're going to need to go up to the village of Actemto, where people are doing some mining, and since this is a Dragon Quest game, if people are mining, you know they're going to dig too deep. And at the bottom of that mine, we're going to find a gunpowder jar, which is actually the thing that's going to let us get into the secret hidden room in this castle and fight the boss of Chapter 4, who is Balzac and his superior body. Yeah, if you still have Tov with you, Tov the dog in Chapter 3, and you talk to Strom, he's going to say, I don't like dogs, you can come back when you don't have a dog with you. Because the only person worse than Talune in Dragon Warrior 4 is Bray, and the only person worse than Bray in Dragon Warrior 4 is Strom. Northrex, not quite in as safe a shape as Holmes was getting down to the bottom of this cave. Nara is out. We have Mara still alive and, feeling pretty healthy here. If we can just get Orin to join, then it's really not a big deal that one of the sisters got knocked out, and looks like he does safely make it to Orin. That's good. So, fortunately, we can utilize the coffin block to make it so Mara's going to be a little bit safer in the back. One thing about guest characters is if you have your kind of main party members die in a battle and the guest character is still alive, the game is still like, well, can't just only have a guest character, so we're going to send you back to the last place that you saved. So we really don't want the other sister to get knocked out here, even though we have big, strong Orin who has no chance of dying in this dungeon. Yeah, if you reorder a party later in Chapter 5 when you have the wagon, and you only have a guest character out, you can't even move around on the world map. They're just gonna say, ah, they don't know what to do. So Holmes is here in the mine. Mine is a relatively short dungeon. There are some pretty bad fights in here. He is using that coffin block to try to make it safer for Nara to survive in here. So all the regular physical attacks are just going to hit Orin. They're not going to target Nara. And since she's already level 5, probably not too much that's really much of a threat to her, even if you fail to run a couple times. The scary thing in here is usually Mad Clowns, which can cast fireball spells. So a couple big fireball hits could usually take Nara out, but if she's got 37 max HP, probably not. I think she's gonna be okay. Holmes continuing to get some experience for Nara there by actually fighting Visitors. Visitors are kind of rough because they like to call for reinforcements. So, sort of like the Grizzly Saber fight. That fight can get a little out of hand, but Orin is pretty strong. And Rogue Whisper here, just flustered. Holmes got the silver tarot cards out of that chest up there. So that's the weapon I was talking about with Nara, which is really like the best weapon we're gonna equip on her. Well, we'll give her a Morning Star maybe in Chapter 5. But yeah, it has a kind of fun mechanic in battle where you use it as an item and there are many different possible things that could happen. And this is something they kind of play around with this in different Dragon Quest games. So some of the possible options are like, oh, you're gonna get double experience or double gold in this fight. But there are also like random things like, oh, some people are just gonna instantly die. So it can be pretty good or it can be really bad. You see stuff like that as well from like the Armamentalist coup de grace in Dragon Quest IX, although since it's a coup de grace, they tend to leave out the bad things and just have the good possibilities. So Holmes able to get the gunpowder jar out of the bottom of the mine there, and then Death Warps to get out quickly. We're gonna revive Nara here, and then he's gonna go on to the final boss of Chapter 4. Really the only boss in Chapter 4. One thing that's difficult is we do have to get into this castle, which requires a magic key to get through a door. Or at least it would if we didn't have Orin in our party. Orin is so strong, he's able to do what Alina cannot. And he is just gonna break the lock. He actually doesn't even touch it, he just looks at it. And the lock just instantly shatters, because Orin is that strong. What we hear is this Chancellor in this castle is scared of loud noises, so we set off the gunpowder jar outside of his room, and he's gonna run off to Daddy Kilion here, Daddy Balzac, and show us the secret button to unveil the chamber. Fortunately, Holmes doing some really good sneaky moves there, not able to be observed by the Chancellor. Nicely done. Alright, so Edgar was trying to destroy the secret of evolution, which he accidentally discovered. Balzac was like, nah man, I'm gonna use it. So, in the Balzac fight here, yeah, you want to use the Sphere of Silence so that Balzac can't cast Fireball anymore on you. You also want to sap him so he doesn't have as much defense and Orin can do a bunch of damage. And then after that, what you really want, since Balzac can't cast spells anymore, is to have the character in the middle slot die so that Nara in the back is going to be safely coffin blocked. And all the physical hits are going to go to Orin in the front. He can still emit a fireball to do like a fire breath attack, but Nara can survive a couple of those. So that's really not too dangerous. Yeah, that's what that is. Can basically do maximum 10 damage to Nara, which it did. But Holmes was still kind of in the safety threshold there, so it should be alright. Balzac is also our first monster in the game that we encounter that is regenerating HP quietly in the background. So he has 240 HP, and he's also regenerating about 20 every single turn. The game doesn't tell you that that's happening, but that's a thing that we're going to see from a lot of bosses here. Yeah, crit him, took him out. Very nice, Orin. There are actually some boss fights that you can get into later where if you're not able to keep up with the regeneration that's happening, you know, invisibly in the background, then you'll never win the fight. So there are situations where you could run into that in the speedrun if things don't go particularly well. But with that, we have knocked Balzac out. He's down but not out, I guess I should say. Kilion wipes us immediately. But we're able to break out of prison thanks to some old guy who looks like he might be a king, but it's kind of hard to tell for sure. Anyway, he gives us a boarding pass and says, well, why don't you take this and just leave me here? I'll be fine. That's what he says. I'll be fine. If you come back here later on in chapter 5, he's fine. Don't double check me on that. We're gonna come over here to this boat. We have to talk to this one particular character on the bed who says she can't tell her brother Pippin about what happened to their father until he's old enough. So heavy vibes as we tell the captain we are ready to sail into chapter 5. So, Mr. Holmes, our first runner to enter Chapter 5, about 3 hours, 17 minutes. We'll say northrex, yeah, pretty closely behind here. He's in the mine, going for his gunpowder jar now. And Shiner is in Chapter 4. Diving in the cave, trying to get Orin so that Chapter 4 won't be quite so scary anymore. Alright, welcome to Chapter 5. We meet our hero. Holmes correctly chose female hero, which is the, yeah, that's the only right choice. We'll see if anyone made the wrong choice. We're here in Hero's village. We get to talk to Hero's dad and Hero's mom, and, oh, well, the village is being attacked. That's too bad. So if you cast your mind all the way back to Chapter 1, you will remember that Ragnar was looking for children who were being kidnapped because the monsters were looking for the hero who was just a child. Well, the child was able to grow up a little bit in the intervening years. She's 17 years old now. But the monsters did finally find her village. We are, however, going to trick the monsters into thinking they've got me because our older sister, adopted older sister Celia here, is going to transform into a replica of us, and she's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. She's going to be okay. So, the first goal for Chapter 5, which is going to take a while, is to gather the whole party together. We're going to have a pretty tough time trying to go this alone, and what we really want to do is meet up with all those party members from the earlier chapters. We're actually going to collect them in reverse order. So, the first ones we're going to meet and be able to get to join our party are going to be the sisters, Nara and Mara. Talon will be next, but you've really got to earn Talon's friendship. He's not just going to give it to you for free. One thing with Mr. Holmes, which is going to be fun, is you'll remember that in Chapter 2 he put a very specific amount of money into the casino as casino coins. And he is going to start Chapter 5 by actually spending some time in the casino, playing some poker, so that he can get some nice equipment out of the casino to take into Chapter 5. So Northrex actually might be able to do some catching up, depending on how the casino goes for Holmes. Holmes, in order to try to get a few more casino coins here, is also going to walk through this tunnel several times. So when you walk into the tunnel, and this is, again, it's all frame-based, there's like a 1 in 32 chance that you will walk in on the right frame, and this guard, when you walk in front of him, is going to be like, yeah, you won 2,000 casino coins, because you're like the 1,000th person to walk through the tunnel. So Holmes is going to give this a few tries, see if he can roll that 1 in 32. He's not going to do this for too long. He's got a certain amount of times he'll be willing to try this. But if he gets it, that's pretty cool. And even if he doesn't, I think he's still going to just go on and do some poker. It's just going to be a little bit harder to get that going. I don't expect we're going to see poker strats from either of the other runners. This is definitely like a Dr. Mr. Holmes special. But fun to see some variation here at the beginning of Chapter 5. We do have Northrex finished his Balzac fight. He's going to go into Keleon, and for our entertainment, he's going to use the Silver Tarot cards on Nara. She's not guaranteed to be able to take an action here, so we'll see if she's able to get him off, and if she does, what kind of fun thing happens. Yep, opens up with Firebane. Unfortunately, Northrex not able to take the action. Yeah, figures. Nice try, though. So Northrex really not too far behind, getting into Chapter 5 here. Shiner about to pick up his Sphere of Silence, and then he'll be moving on to the gunpowder jar very shortly. Alright, here we are. Holmes at the poker table. Entering the poker table with his 420 casino coins. And I'm not going to commentate the play-by-play of Holmes playing poker here, but the overall idea is he would like to be able to get a meteorite bracer from the casino, which costs quite a bit, but is pretty nice to have because it will double your agility. And Hero generally doesn't have very good agility, but if you're able to double it, then it becomes actually pretty decent agility, and you're able to actually be a little bit more efficient later on in the chapter, especially during the metal babble grind, which is going to come to a little bit later, where Hero both has the expel spell to be able to knock enemies out, she's got an Aeolus shield to knock out some other enemies, and then also is going to have a demon hammer equipped with a slightly higher possibility of actually outspeeding metal babbles before they decide to run away. So if this goes relatively well and he's able to get that, then could save quite a bit of time later on, have some extra safety during those segments. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. He's gonna specifically kind of try to use the double or nothing function of poker here, so you get any kind of winning hand in poker, so at least a 2-pair, basically. And it'll let you go to double or nothing, where you just have to pick a higher card. Holmes is going to have some casino gold, casino coin thresholds that he wants to meet, and then he'll stop double or nothing. He'll go back and save it, be able to come to the poker table with a little bit more money. And hopefully, before too long, be able to turn that into some nice equipment here. Meanwhile, we got Northrex here, about to see his village come into disaster. Also picked the correct protagonist. Very good, Northrex. Northrex, I think, likes to follow my overall routing and notes, and I always pick female hero, and actually route in some female-only equipment. So there's actually kind of a nice reason to use the female protagonist. There's no benefit to choosing male protagonist, other than you get one fewer text box here at the beginning of Chapter 5, when Celia, in just a second here, is going to say, oh, Hero, you're so cute, I've always thought you as a little sister. If you choose male Hero, you're not going to get that one. And honestly, what's your problem with having a touching moment with Celia here anyway? Alright, Shiner was able to get some experience on Nara. She's level 3 now. Honestly, level 3 is all you really need for Nara to be able to finish out the chapter. She's so safely protected behind the coffin block that, for the most part, it's really not very dangerous for her to just be at level 3 at this point. So Holmes able to get some coins there, taking his winnings home, saving, heading back in. Meanwhile, we actually will have Northrex, at least as far as the obvious progression goes, catching up. So he is heading down to walk through the tunnel as well. I don't think he's going to try to grind out any coins here. If he happens to get lucky and get the 2,000 coins, he probably will go to the casino and pick up a couple items. But don't expect to see him gamble. And no such luck for northrex today. So we'll have one more opportunity for someone to win the casino coins when Shiner goes through that tunnel. But yeah, Holmes with 4,160 coins now is able to afford the meteorite armband for 4,000. So whoever has that equipped, and this is kind of like meteorite armband is kind of an interesting piece of equipment. You have to go into your item menu and use it to get it equipped. It's kind of like how the Cloak of Wind is in Dragon Warrior 2. But whoever has that equipped is going to have, yeah, double agility. You don't get double agility for like the added defense. That unfortunately, like you don't just get a whole bunch more defense points, but you do get to go faster. So that was actually pretty quick for Holmes. He's likely going to see that pay off because that didn't take him very long. You easily save, I don't know, at least 7 or 8 minutes, like minimum, over the course of the rest of Chapter 5 from having Hero be able to go a little bit faster. And likely more like 10 to 15, honestly. So that'll be fun. We'll see. I don't know how that advantage kind of plays out as we go through the rest of the chapter. At this point, we are almost to the halfway point in the run. So there's a whole lot of speedrun left to go. It's still definitely worth investing in some of these things that are going to have a long tail of giving you returns. So otherwise, we've put the Chapter 4 party together here. So we've got Nar and Mara. We're going to suit ourselves up with some equipment, some healing items. And the first thing that Holmes is going to do now is he's going to head over to the Silver Statuette Cave from Chapter 3, where we left some equipment. Didn't pick up everything that was in this cave when we were in Tulun's chapter. We left a couple things for the hero here so that she can start with some nicer armor and weapons than what we would be able to get otherwise. Also going to take the opportunity to get a little bit more experience for the hero, so she's not going to be level 1, because she's actually going to have to do some solo battles in the first real dungeon we have to take on in Chapter 5. So level 1 is definitely not going to cut it. Would be way too dangerous. She's going to need to get a little bit of experience before we can do that. Do you like to see this kind of meeting up on the overworld between northrex and Holmes here? So, yep, they both got into an encounter on the same forest tile there. And both dropping into Silver Statuette Cave at the same time. So this still looks pretty similar to how it looked in Chapter 3. They don't really change much of what's going on as far as encounters go, because they don't honestly expect you to come back here. Like, there's no reason to come back here for story triggers or anything like that in Chapter 5. So you mostly just see Chapter 4 encounters, although it seems like it's a little bit more common to see bigger groups of enemies than it was in Chapter 3, but that's kind of the only difference. So you see Northrex is picking up that Morning Star that we left over earlier. He's going to throw that on Nara, and now she's actually got a pretty good weapon to attack with. And then specifically sailing, well, kind of climbing down to the bottom here where the boat is. And there's 2 treasure chests we left behind here. One of them has a broadsword for the hero, which is like really by far the best available weapon to her at this point. And then we also left a suit of half-plate armor in the other treasure chest, so she can have some nice defense as well. The goal in here is to get the hero at least to level 3, probably to level 4 for kind of doing something in a race or a marathon. And then we'll just want a death warp to get out of here quickly. It's way too long to get out of here without death warping. And having hero with a strong weapon, we can actually take care of a death warp fairly quickly. Thanks to being able to target your own party members in Dragon Warrior 4. Nice. Shiner showing off the silver tarot cards in his death warp fight there at the end of the mine. Very cool. Yep, so again, yeah, we see Northrex and Holmes kind of in the same spots. Holmes is sailing out of here, so he might be planning to not death warp. He might be planning to actually leave this cave, fight some stuff on his way out. Which, yeah, I guess you can do that if you want to. Another one of those things where if Northrex kind of just does this by the book and doesn't take on any extra safety stuff, then he'll be able to probably pull ahead for a short while until Holmes does something else to catch up. There's also a chance that we could find a metal slime down here, and unlike in Chapter 3, it would actually be pretty cool to get a metal slime down here. Experience for these 3 party members would be only helpful to help us get through the next place. Shiner entering his Balzac fight here. Fear of Silence, Sap, all that stuff is going really well. His Nara is level 7, so I really don't expect he's gonna experience too much trouble here. Gonna go ahead and focus on killing Mara so that Nara is protected behind the coffin block there, and yeah, this fight is pretty much completely safe from here, as long as he pays attention to his healing thresholds for Orin and Nara. Yeah, hey Riska, yeah, Holmes got a meteorite armband from the casino. Alright, yeah, easy Balzac fight there for Shiner. I bet Shiner's gonna use the cards here in the Helion fight. We'll see if he has better luck than Northrex. Nah. Nope, not messing around. Shiner is not gonna waste frames on that. Getting out of here. Cool. So yeah, with that, Shiner is ready to enter chapter 5. And everyone is, yeah, finishing up the chapter here. Gonna turn some of that money into fairy waters, so it's not just totally lost. And again, we need a bunch of fairy waters for chapter 5, so makes sense. So Holmes is over here. He's walking over to the Cave of Betrayal, also known as the Symbol of Faith Cave. This overworld walk is actually tends to be more dangerous than the cave itself. There's a really high encounter rate on this part of the overworld, which Holmes made look fairly easy. We'll see if everyone is able to get as lucky as that. But gonna throw the meteorite armband on Hero for the cave, which is gonna help a little bit with having much more reliable turn order, which is not a bad thing. Holmes being a super cool guy and breaking all the bricks, which I agree with. And we're gonna see both the sisters fall down the hole. That's too bad. Fortunately, they're just right here, so that wasn't so bad, was it? But yeah, it turns out that actually a couple of lick-licks. We should have known. We should have checked their tongues to see how long and blue they were. Holmes getting the bad luck here of getting surrounded immediately on turn 1. So since he's surrounded, every time he does a physical attack, he's only got a 25% chance for that to land. So he's going to fall back on casting Blaze until he's out of MP. You can cast 2 more, but that's not quite going to take out this second lick-lick. So he's going to land at least 1 hit. After this, might need to land 2 depending on where his damage rolls land. Yeah, that was nice. First try on that one though. 1 more hit will take him past this fight. So 25%. It's a lot like hitting the right Lingua, just less exciting to look at. And there it is. Cool. So yeah, never fun to get the first turns around, but usually fine if you don't get really unlucky with trying to hit through being surrounded. So we go straight into the next fight of monsters that weren't actually the sisters. So the vampire bats are basically no threat at all to us at this point. They can barely even damage. But the tricksy urchins can do some real damage. Fortunately, they're going to be taken out in 2 hits pretty consistently. They've only got 35 HP. So as long as he takes at least 18 off here... Oh, he didn't. Wow. 17 and 16. Really bad damage rolls. The other nice thing about tricksy urchins is they have like the minimum possible agility, so even without a meteorite armband, you almost always go before them. With a meteorite armband, you are pretty much like 100% guaranteed to go before them. So Holmes knew he wasn't really in any danger there. Yeah, all good. Yeah, Northrex is really just like right behind Holmes here. He did not get surrounded. Still has all of his MP. That's how you know. And yeah, Northrex also fighting some tricksy urchins here. So really close race at the moment, which is cool. Yeah, Northrex just making sure to play this one safe. Using an herb there a little bit early before the urchin is going to hit him with a powered up attack. Makes a lot of sense. Since Northrex also has some MP still, he might also try to expel these bats. Very nice. Very nice. Just to try to save some time. They are somewhat vulnerable to it. So casting out on a group, you expect at least one of them to get taken out. Yeah, there we go. That, you see you get 900 experience points from fighting those tricksy urchins, so it's the only time you ever see that monster in the game, and it's really kind of like designed to get Hero up to a better level, to be a little bit more on parity with the rest of the party members that are going to join us. So it's kind of how they designed it. Very nice, Holmes. style points for how he's taking out the rocks here. So yeah, really, really nice XP gain from fighting those urchins. Brings the hero up to, usually it brings her up to level 7. And reunited by the power of friendship, we are finished with this dungeon. Meanwhile, I just wanted to mention, Shiner also picking female protagonists, so really glad to see on this race today that everyone made the right choice at the beginning. Good job, everybody. So we are coming up to one of the biggest, most notorious walls of Dragon Warrior 4 speedrunning. You already saw a couple of them. The Sara's Shadow fight at the end of Chapter 1 is a big one. Shiner does not get the casino coins, that's too bad. The tournament at the end of Chapter 2 is a pretty big one. And then the other one that people talk about a lot is the Lighthouse. So the next major dungeon that Holmes and Northrex are about to go over to is the Lighthouse. We'll talk about that quite a bit as they get there. We grab the Symbol of Faith out of that cave. We show it to Hector here. You see Hector and he's like, you again? And we're like, bro, we don't know you, but we do have the Symbol of Faith. And he's like, wow, I guess I wasn't really betrayed by my friend in that cave all those years ago. Here's my horse, Primrose. Everyone be nice to her, okay? And Hector joins our party as our first guest in Chapter 5. So one thing we're going to see here in Chapter 5 with our guest characters is that when we use a fairy water, we are now able to repel pretty much every enemy on the overworld. And that's thanks to a glitch in this game that we call the repel glitch. So you see Hector, for his level there, it says question mark. So the way that fairy water works is it takes your party members' levels the last time you want to fight, or when you reloaded your save, and it looks at their levels and it's like, okay, so it's the highest level here. I'll reference that against kind of like this reference level for a specific encounter zone on the overworld. And if their level is higher, then there won't be any encounters here. But the way that it actually checks for guest characters' levels, instead of looking for their level, because they don't have one, it just looks up their index value. And Hector's index value is 202. So the game looks at it and they're like, well, looks like we're level 202. That is higher than the encounter level pretty much everywhere. So as long as you've got a fairy water active, then we are not going to see any overworld encounters that we don't want to see, which really, really helps speed up how we go through Chapter 5 here. Holmes has taken a couple fights outside of the village of Conenburg. He's probably at least going to get the hero up to level 8 before taking on the Lighthouse. I do the same thing if I'm in a marathon or a race. It doesn't, make the Lighthouse safe by any means, but having just a little bit extra HP on all of your party members by having another level is sometimes the thing that saves you. Looks like Northrex is going to do the same, fighting some air ops over here. So the only reason you'd be fighting anything here is because you let your fairy water expire on purpose. Outside of Conenburg at nighttime, there's a small chance you can run into some metal slimes too, so it's part of why we kind of time it the way we do to get down there at nighttime, is in case some metal slimes want to show up, that would be cool, but we don't necessarily count on them So yeah, I really like how in lockstep Northrex and Holmes are here. They're both doing their shopping to get ready for the lighthouse. Pretty cool. Meanwhile, we have Shiner in the casino. So he's just taking those casino coins he stashed from Chapter 2 and turning them into some magic potions. Just some items that could be helpful as he goes through the chapter. Magic potion can actually be pretty helpful in the lighthouse. Nara is really important both as kind of your healer for your party, but you also want her to be able to cast the sleep spell on the boss of the lighthouse fight. So usually you have to be kind of careful so she's not running out of MP, but if you've actually got some magic potions, then that actually becomes a little bit less of something to worry about. It can be kind of nice. Yeah, thanks, Sales of Karen. Always good to hear stuff like that. We really love the DQ RTA Marathon. It's always a pretty cool event for us. We're happy to show off all the cool stuff from the Dragon Quest speedrunning community every year. And yeah, it's always a really fun event. We've had a great one this year as well, able to show off every game in the main series except Dragon Quest X. And several of the spin-offs as well. Couldn't quite get all of them, mostly because we didn't get some submissions for some of them, but able to show off, especially like some of the Monsters games. We were able to show off Dragon Warrior Randomizer earlier today, which was great. And Silver did Dragon Quest Treasures as well, so yeah. Whole bunch of cool Dragon Quest speedrunning action, always really fun. Alright, Holmes is in the lighthouse, and look, it's Tulune. Meanwhile, as we've seen many times, we see Northrex swinging at metal slimes. You can't control who your guest party members decide to attack. You can only decide to attack with your hero there, so. Metal slimes ran away, grizzly sabers multiplied. Classic metal slime bait for the lighthouse. You know, Northrex is a fairly experienced runner of this game, but sometimes we all still fall for it. Yeah, they're definitely Japanese runners who run offline DQ10. Practical, I think, is the only Western speedrunner who I've seen run it. No, Northrex seeing more metal slimes. If he's able to get one at the bottom of the lighthouse, it really does help quite a bit for some added stability getting through here. Yeah, he's done a couple damage to this one. Still here. No damage that turn, though, and it runs away. Of course. Alright, Holmes got kicked out of the lighthouse. Coming back in for round 2. Also seeing the same metal slime fight, very strange. 2 metal slimes and 1 metal slime showing up for Holmes, just like it did for Northrex, so these guys are extremely in sync right now. And just like Northrex, we can't hit the metal slimes. Metal slime B is the one that sticks around. It's 1 damage, 2 damage. Metal slime runs away. Wow, guys, you just had like the exact same fight. I don't know how to tell you how eerie that was. It was really strange. It was like 2 metal slimes and 1 metal slime. Metal slime A runs away. Then metal slime C runs away. Then we swing at metal slime B, take 2 damage off of it, it runs away. Amazing. Look at all these metal slimes. Alright, Shiner's not able to get the lucky one in the statuette cave, that's too bad. And Holmes running into 4 more here. This is really weird. It's pretty rare to actually run into a group of metal slimes inside the tower that aren't accompanied by a bunch of other jerk monsters. Yeah, we're splitting damage between the two, but... Oh, Holmes got one. Very nice. Alright, extra 1,350 experience point for Dr. Mr. Holmes for his lighthouse climb here. Always nice. That's gonna basically give a couple levels to everybody in the party. Adds a lot of stability to surviving the rest of the lighthouse and the boss fight. Meanwhile, northrex just finding pteranodons. So the boss fight in the lighthouse is the Lighthouse Bengal, accompanied by 2 flamers. It's a pretty interesting boss fight, actually. So the thing that's pretty tough about the fight is the 2 flamers have 75 HP each, and they can both cast the fireball spell and emit fireballs and have a pretty strong physical attack. While the Bengal can do physical attacks, it can also heal. And it can also do a roar attack, which can cause your party members to cower and lose their turns. So the way to get through it is, essentially, we're going to hope that Nara is able to put them to sleep with the sleep spell. Fortunately, everybody in that fight is vulnerable to it, so most of the time when she casts it, they will fall asleep. And then we're also going to use the hero's expel spell to try to get rid of the flamers without having to take their 75 HP down, because it's actually a lot to get through. Every time we cast expel, there's going to be a 5 in 12 chance, that's how the math works out on that one, for it to actually connect and send them out of the fight. We're going to hope to expel at least one of the flamers. If we get one of them gone pretty early in the fight, then it's pretty safe to switch over to damage, try to clean it out from there, but there's just so much damage that comes at you early. Yeah, northrex unfortunately getting sent out of the lighthouse there. Yeah, sometimes the climb of the lighthouse is just as bad or even worse than the boss fight itself. So, this is normal. I mentioned, you know, lighthouse, just a really big RNG wall in the run, and it's not just because of the boss. The climb itself can be very bad with some of these encounters. Northrex still trying to get on Metal Slime. We are seeing a lot of them today. This is way more than you usually see when you climb the lighthouse. Just really seeing a whole bunch of them. Seeing them, of course, not quite the same as defeating one and taking all of his experience. Yeah, Northrex trying to switch his targeting over to the one that actually took a damage point there. Didn't work out. Gal just ran away. Alright, so here we have Holmes at the top of the lighthouse, and he's about to enter the boss fight, so let's see how it goes. Kekiki. Alright. So we go into offensive so that Nara will cast the sleep spell. Expel hits first try, because Holmes is just that good. You love to see it. Flame Ray is put to sleep. Yeah, Holmes just having no trouble here, making it look easy. Expel, number 2 hits first try. Yeah, nice. That will do. Meanwhile, Northrex back in Conenburg. Gonna have to take another shot at the lighthouse. Yeah, that's about as well as that fight can possibly go. Couldn't really ask for more. Everything went right. Yeah, and one nice thing about Mara surviving that fight in particular, although he already got a metal slime, so I guess it doesn't matter too much, is yeah, she learns return and outside. And so she can kind of use travel spells to take you around. That's especially important for Dr. Mr. Holmes because he didn't get extra levels on Bray back in Chapter 2. So his Bray didn't have those travel spells to fall back on. You are able to kind of like optionally go pick up Bray a little bit early before the rest of the Chapter 2 party. If you need to, for someone to cast outside and return, but not going to be an issue for him. So we come back to Kronenburg. The sea is calm because we've taken the dark flame out of the lighthouse, and Talun will join our party along with this ship that I'm going to guess he traded the dog for. Not really any other explanations for it. Shiner is in his Trixie Urchin fight here. At level 5, plenty of MP for casting a Heal More spell if he needs to. Yeah, looks like this is pretty safe. Not going to have any issues. Doing 19 damage on Trixie Urchins as well. So, yeah, nice and safe. See if we can get any of the bats out of here with the Expel spell. 2 for 2, very nice. Cleaned him out. So now that we've got the wagon, we've got the boat, we're able to kind of open up and do some things out in the world. So, you know, the main thing we're trying to do again is collect our different party members. Kind of working backwards, the next one would be our Chapter 2 party members. So in order to get them, what we have to do is get this item called the Pedekkia Seed out of this next cave that Holmes is going to be going into. Because Christo is sick. Christo being the Sama, or Canuck, of Dragon Warrior 4, is going to do exactly what Sama or Canuck does in Dragon Quest 2, and get sick and need a special item to get cured. So we're going to go down here. Alina is also looking for this, so we're going to wave to her as we go through the cave. And this is what we'll need to get Christo to recover. Meanwhile, we see Northrex heading over. He's going to grab this treasure chest out of this top left room where there's a golden beret, which is a nice piece of armor that the female hero can equip, which adds a little bit more defense than her wooden hat that she has currently. Sometimes it's kind of nice to just take every little advantage you can get going into this boss fight, especially when you weren't lucky enough to kill a metal slime. Alright, Kekaki. Let's see if we see some similar expel luck on this one. Okay, fireball, but then just an emitted fireball, which is a weaker attack, so Mara doesn't die immediately. That's good. Nara does have to use her action to heal, unfortunately, and expel does miss. Yeah, so definitely not as smooth of an introduction as Holmes had there, but everyone's still alive for now. Might be alright. Ooh, sleep misses. That's really bad luck. And expel misses again. Man, northrex just not catching a break in this boss fight here. Can't take too much more. Needs to get something lucky to happen. Fireball cast there is actually probably going to make it pretty much impossible to win. Yeah, expel misses again. Yeah, he's not going to make it through this one. Oof. Tale of two lighthouses, man. Holmes gets to the bottom of that cave. It's kind of short and sweet, especially when you actually know how to move on those conveyor tiles. Picks up his Pedecchia seed. We'll take that back to this king who is farming in Soretta. He's going to grow it instantly into the Pedecchia root. And that will be what Christo needs to be cured. So we're going to head back to Mintos after this, and in the big inn in Mintos, that's where the Chapter 2 party is hanging out, where Christo's sick. We'll help him recover. They're going to join Mr. Holmes here. And then, with almost all of our party members, it's everybody except Ragnar, we're going to set off on kind of what we call the world tour, where we're going to sail around, we're going to collect a whole bunch of small medals, which we're going to turn into the Metal King in a little bit. And we're also just going to collect a lot of return points. Hector is going to leave the party. We're going to replace him very soon with a different, very similar kind of party member named Panin, who, in addition to having a bunch of HP and pretty good attack, also has a Sword of Lethargy equipped, so he can sometimes put enemies to sleep if he hits them. Also likes to dance, so we'll see some of that too. And the thing that we need in order to get Ragnar to join the party is the magic key. Because unlike Orin, we are not strong enough to break the lock in Keleon Castle, so that's what we're going to go look for. So while he's doing all that, northrex is trying to get through the lighthouse and is getting literally the worst possible fight in the lighthouse with those 4 Pteranodons. And Shiner's actually gearing up to go in the lighthouse himself. I am going to take a break for just a few minutes here, since we're a little past the halfway point in the run, and I will be back in just a few. Enjoy the world tour and the lighthouse attempts. All right. Nice snack break. What's the relevance of Hector's level again? Yeah, so... yeah, the repel glitch, when you use the repel spell or a fairy water, is going to look at your party member levels, including Hector's, and it's going to be like, well, looks like we're pretty high level, so we can repel all the monsters. And yeah, his level is specifically like his monster index value. So, you know, Blue Slime is monster index number 1, Prank Gopher is monster index number 3, and yeah, Panin is monster index number 203. So it's like, oh yeah, this guy's pretty high level. Yeah, it doesn't reference that with running away. That would really change the speedrun if you were able to guarantee run away anytime you had a guest in the party. We don't really run into it very much with the speedrun, but yeah, there is a threshold as well related to party member levels where you are able to get a guaranteed successful run once you're a certain level above. Oh, Shiner, gonna bonk his head. Nice. Bumps into the ceiling. Once you're a certain level above the monsters in the zone, but because we're so kind of under-leveled for the speedrun, the only time we actually run into that is when we revisit the Magic Key Cave. Sorry, not Magic Key Cave. When we revisit the mine later on in Chapter 5. The first 2 floors of the mine are still going to be all the same encounters from Chapter 4. So, we'll be able to run from all of those first try and experience the glory of guaranteed first try runs for about 2 minutes. But that's it. So Northrex is going to go into his boss fight here with only Nara alive. This isn't necessarily a problem. Like, Nara is definitely the more important of the 2 sisters to have for this fight. Mostly what Mara is doing is just like using medical herbs and helping keep people alive. But it's definitely, you know, makes it a little bit harder. Him having gotten that metal slime is going to make this a little bit more likely. In the end, it's still mostly just going to come down to getting luckier with the sleep spells and the expel spells, so doesn't necessarily reduce his chance of winning by very much, just a little bit. Shiner taking his swings at metal slime in the lighthouse now. Everyone else got one. It's only fair that Shiner should get one as well. Meanwhile, over on Holmes' channel, we've kind of finished out the world tour. We've got Panon in our party here, and diving into the Magic Key Cave. So you'll recognize this place from Chapter 4. We're going back to the bottom to open that treasure chest we skipped earlier. Because now that we're in Chapter 5, we're able to know that there was actually a secret button at the bottom of the box all along, which allows us to enter a hidden room. Wow. Northrex just not getting anything to land. Sleep doesn't land, Expel doesn't land. And Expel, like I said, you know, it's a little bit below a 50% chance to hit it. There we go, finally got one, but Flamer's asleep, well. Oof, but we're roaring, Flamer wakes up. Ugh, this is scary. Alright, Flamer's asleep. Let's see the heal more, please. Okay, good target. Thank you for hitting Hector there. Yeah, Northrex is definitely in healing mode here, which makes a lot of sense to me. Nara's keeping them asleep. We're able to kind of recover here. Northrex not trying to take any more chances with Expel, hoping to finish this out with damage from here. Nara with the Inferno spell is able to help, and she only has that because of getting that Metal Slime, so Flamer is down. Should be able to finish this fight out. Up on Holmes' screen, sure is seeing a lot of these Dragon Pups. Dragon Pup is a terrible monster in this cave. Really, really high attack power. I think it has the chance to be able to attack twice in a turn if it wants to. Yeah, just a really tough monster. You get a big group of those. Yeah, 1 to 2 actions a turn. They can be pretty dangerous. But yeah, congrats to Northrex on finally conquering the lighthouse. Whew. Yep. Holmes obtains the Lamp of Darkness. Moreover, so the game definitely expects that you will have opened that treasure chest back in Chapter 4 when you literally had to walk on top of it. And so they don't expect you to be opening it for the first time here in Chapter 5. And so the text is just kind of awkward there, where it's like, alright, you found a Lamp of Darkness. Moreover, and then there's just like a pause, there's just like a space before it tells you the rest of what it has to tell you. Always pretty funny. We get the treat of seeing Mr. Holmes actually use the Lamp of Darkness. Very cool. The important thing is he did live to get the magic key out of the bottom of the cave, so party members can be revived. It's gonna be alright. Thanks for carrying us through the end there, Bray. Alright, Shiner going into his Bengal fight here. Ooh, man. A little bit scary, but Mara kept Nara alive. Flamer's not asleep, but we got one of them expelled. So this is kind of like, it's okay. We're probably going to lose Nara right here. Yeah, that's rough. That's going to make this pretty hard. We really need this expel to hit. Okay, it did. The expel hit. So, alright, we're cowering here, but if we're able to kind of regroup, get healed up, and not get totally destroyed by this guy, should be able to make it through here. Alright, he roars, but nobody cowers. That's enough for us to be able to recover, and Shiner is going to make it through this. Very nice. Whew, that was pretty tight. Definitely a tight one. Scraped out of it, though. Very nice. Everyone is past the lighthouse. Shiner definitely able to gain some ground on northrex there. Yeah, really scary to lose Nara there. Her having the sleep spell is a lot of what makes that fight survivable, so... Just got lucky. The expel that he really needed to land did land. So yeah, northrex off to Pedeki Seed Cave. Holmes busy reviving his entire party because of dragon pups in the magic key cave. So yeah, once we've got the magic key, there's a couple things we can do. It opens up Kilion Castle, where we are able to go and recruit Ragnar. And it also opens up the Zenithian Armor Cave. So even though we can now access the Zenithian Armor Cave, we're definitely like not really intended to go in there yet. It's a really, really big jump in difficulty for the monster groups that are in there. However, it's kind of nice to be able to combine it with stopping over at the Metal King here, so we can turn in those small metals that we've been collecting. So you see Holmes is going for it, so he's going to dive in here early. And he kind of counterintuitively is going to put Talon into the front of the party here. So kind of like what you actually saw Holmes doing with the Magic Key Cave when things weren't going super well. He's going to use his various party members to kind of take some hits and try to be able to run while just kind of slowly meeting out party members from the wagon. So this Snowjive ambush is going to take out Talon. Everyone else jumps out of the wagon, but we are able to successfully run. So Talon is out. We're going to bring Mara or Nara, one of those two, maybe Bray, I guess, because, yeah, Bray doesn't matter as much for Holmes, into the party here. And carry on. Specifically, one of the goals that we want is for Talon, Nara, and Mara to no longer be alive once we're through this cave. At this point, they really don't have any benefit for being alive, and they're just going to gain experience, and we're going to have to watch their levels scroll by if they continue to survive. So if they happen to survive this cave, that's fine. Holmes is going to find another way to deal with them. And if they don't survive this cave, then it's actually kind of nice. Alright, 3 Plesiodons, pretty bad fight. Yeah, that's going to take out both the party members. Double run fail. Yeah, we're going to lose some more members here, so Hero's down. Alina's gone. Krista's out in 1 hit. Nara also out in 1 hit. Mara is our only surviving party member, and she also can't run, so yeah. That's a reset. Really terrible fight to have to deal with that in. So, yeah. Gonna be going back for round 2 here. Alright, it's the Ice Sloth. Say hi to the Yeti. Welcome to the Pidekia Seed Cave. We have Yetis here. Yeah, so that's what I was saying, yeah. Definitely not intended for you to try to be going through this place at like level 11, level 10, whatever we're at right now. But I will say that like trying to get through here and, you know, finding the right balance of destroying the party members you don't want anymore, while making progress through the cave and dealing with things that go wrong. It's actually really fun. It's like one of my favorite parts of the run, even though it's pretty hard. You definitely don't have to do it this early. So I think that Shiner does this a little bit later, so we'll probably see that with him. Where instead of going through now with this really low-level party, we don't even have Ragnar yet. He's going to probably go through a little bit later, when this cave is a lot safer. The benefit to that is, like, yeah, you don't run into what Holmes is experiencing here. But getting the Zenithian armor out of here, which is, you know, the best armor in the game for the hero, is pretty nice. And we're about to come up to some tough boss fights and some pretty hard dungeons. So, you know, it's like cool to have it, but also kind of makes sense if you'd rather just put it off till later. Holmes gets past the Dragon Riders there. Dragon Riders, kind of along with Plesiodons and Snowjive, some of the worst things to find in this cave, but with Mara alone, yeah, not going to be able to make it the rest of the way and survive that Necrodane fight. She actually could have possibly survived the Necrodane fight, because sometimes they just use a Sword of Lethargy as an item, which may or may not actually put you to sleep, but the chance of continuing to survive after that, well, probably not so good with no other living party members to fall back on. So, probably faster just take the reset, get back in there. So we're not making it far this time. Oof, really, really bad start there. You always know what Dragon Riders are going to do. They, kind of like Skeletons did in Chapter 2, Dragon Riders like to follow a pattern, so the first round with them, they are always going to use an attack and then a group, like really strong Fire Breath attack. They're both going to do that. If you happen to survive that, if you fail to run again, they're gonna attack twice the next turn. You know exactly what you're in for, and it's always bad with Dragon Riders. Yeah, that's right, Sindrine. I've definitely been where Holmes is right now. Where, you know, usually you like success rate of getting through here at these levels it's over 50% for sure. Like it's probably like 2/3. But you can fail a 2/3, you know, pretty frequently, as we, both Holmes and I know from speedrunning Dragon Warrior 2. Shiner gets to see the rare Sleeping Yeti. Very nice. But yeah, it's a fairly painful time loss. It's not nearly as bad as, you know, dying to the Lighthouse boss or something like that. But part of what is nice about this early route is you kind of get to double up your trip over here to the Metal King and this cave. But if you end up sailing back here, you know, 3 or 4 times, then you completely lost that time save. Ooh, double blizzards from the snow jives, you know. Mara Bray pan and jump in. Yeah, there are a couple monsters in here that really aren't too bad. Necrodane's definitely one of the nicer ones. They might just put someone to sleep and we can still run away like that. Pedecasaur is really not too bad on its own. They just like to cast heal us for the most part. Fury Face, not going to do very much damage. They could paralyze us. Most likely they're not going to do much. Maskins we might run into. They would just cast a Inferno spell, which is, you know, it hurts, but it's not really bad. These Karens swinging the Staff of Thunder, fairly painful for a weak party member like Bray. Mara would be able to survive at least one of those. Alright, Holmes gets off the boat. He just needs to get this treasure chest on the right, if nothing else. And he did get it, so... Once again, Mara saving the day. It's been the story of the run tonight. Mara's doing all the heavy lifting here. Alright, wasn't easy, but he does get through. You see him going back onto his boat there. That is on purpose. One thing that's kind of a glitch in the game is whenever you're on a boat and you are either in a dungeon or in a town that has a boat in it, and you cast outside or return, the game like loses your wagon for a minute. Because it's kind of got a mechanic where if you're like when he was on that the boat in the dungeon there, as soon as he stepped off the boat, he didn't have access to the wagon anymore, which you know makes sense that you would leave the wagon behind, but the game forgets to reunite you with your wagon if you just cast outside. So you gotta step off your boat and then step back on it when you're outside in order to access your wagon, including all of your party members and all of their stuff again. So we've been collecting all these small medals. Various people in the party are holding them. If we don't remember to fix the wagon there, then we're not going to have all the small medals to turn into the Metal King there. And once again, Holmes is talking to this guy in Soretta and reviving his party. I feel like we were just here. Yeah, this priest is making some money. He can probably afford a new cow at this point. Yeah, please be quiet. I'm trying to concentrate. Stop talking to me, Bray. Bray doesn't know anything about reviving people, but he's like lecturing this guy on the proper forms and Latin accents to use when you're casting revival spells. Alright, time for everybody's favorite shopkeeper in Dragon Warrior 4. The old man who runs all of the stores and the church in Roseville. I gotta say that today, after doing the Monsters 2 run and then Dragon Warrior 2 race and then commentating Dragon Warrior 4. I feel a little bit like this guy. Fortunately, Countess is handling the restream, or else I would really feel like this guy. Yeah, Rifuni say it's extremely expensive to break a curse. Yeah, reviving somebody, not too bad, especially in Dragon Warrior 4. Still adds up when you have to revive the whole party, but you want to break a curse, well, that's expensive. Meanwhile, detoxicate, 10 gold. Maybe 5 gold. We'll cut you a good deal on that one. Alright, we do see Northrex going through the Magic Key Cave here. Not running into nearly the trouble that Holmes is running into so far. And Shiner's right behind him, going in. So what's coming up for Holmes here? He's doing all this shopping, getting a bunch of equipment. He's gearing up for 2 back-to-back boss fights that are about to come up. So we are going to go back to Kilion Castle, use that magic key that we picked up, see what Ragnar has been up to, and fight Kilion, Return of Kilion, the guy who destroyed us in 1 round back at the end of Chapter 4. He is fortunately quite a bit weaker now. Not for any particular reason, just because they don't want you to lose to him anymore. And then right after that, we're going to fight Balzac again from Chapter 4, but he has used the Secret of Evolution to become stronger. So he's actually going to be like a harder version of the Kilion fight this time. Alright, Northrex finds his Lamp of Darkness, moreover. Yeah, that's cool, Super Player 2. This has always been one of my favorites as well. It's definitely my favorite Dragon Quest speedrun, and ever since I was a kid has been one of my favorite Dragon Quest games. Alright, Northrex just breezed through that cave. I don't think he lost a single party member who wasn't already dead when he walked in, so... he lost Tulun. Okay, well, that's kind of a good thing. Yeah, no trouble there for Northrex. And, yeah, this is kind of something you see over the course of a Dragon Warrior 4 run. You know, it's a pretty long run, right? You're talking at least 7 hours for a race like this in most cases. And the range of like possible things, both good and bad, that can happen is just so wide. And it's happening over and over and over. So it's pretty normal that, you know, you're gonna see somebody who has like a nice string of really good luck. Moreover, you're gonna see people who have a string of really bad luck. But over the course of time, like, everyone's kind of gonna get some. So Holmes was, you know, having a really nice time for a little while, especially like with the lighthouse. But then, yeah, Zenithian armor kind of came for him. Magic Key Cave sort of came for him, so does tend to, at least the luck, kind of over the long run, does sort of even out somewhat. So, Keeleon fight here, one of the things that Dr. Mr. Holmes bought when he was shopping from that old man in Roseville was a Sword of Lethargy. Put that on the hero. So both Panin and the hero have a Sword of Lethargy equipped, and while if you were to cast the sleep spell on a boss like Keeleon, it wouldn't land. The game actually doesn't have the same boss flag resistance check for a sleep hit attack that comes from the Sword of Lethargy. So every time you do a physical attack with Sword of Lethargy, there's a 3 in 8 chance that the target is just going to fall asleep. And that includes every single boss in the game. So we are really going to use that for the rest of the speedrun to be able to survive some of these boss fights that otherwise we would have almost no chance at. So yeah, you saw Keeleon spent most of that time asleep. He did wake up just long enough to kill Christo. Kind of unfortunate there, but usually not a huge deal. Christo's not going to be in the party for the next fight, and so he's going to be able to stay safely in the wagon, where he'll still get experience from this boss fight, and it should give him enough that he can learn the important spells that he needs for the next section, like Increase. So, probably not a big deal for Christo there. If Holmes is hoping that Christo will learn the Heal All spell as part of his Metal Babble grind, then he might have to kill one additional Babble later on, so we'll see that. So, we're going to see a couple minutes worth of levels here for Keeleon, because everybody's going to get a bunch of experience here, including Bray, who you might remember finished Chapter 2 at a very low level for Holmes. So even though he's in the wagon, he is able to get the experience from these boss fights. And this is exactly why we didn't want Nara, Mara, and Saloon to still be alive anymore, because otherwise we would have several more minutes of watching their levels scroll by. Alright, we have Northrex going through the Zenithian Armor Cave early here as well. Looks like Saloon is down, he's on to Mara. Nara gonna get taken out by the Dragon Riders. But the party gets away, that's good. So we've lost all the characters we want to die in here. So preferably we just run first try from everything else in the rest of the cave. Shiner is also sailing this direction. I don't know if Shiner's gonna go for early Zenithian armor or if he's just going to turn in his small metals. If everyone does early armor, that would be pretty cool. It's a little bit the non-traditional strat, but yeah, he's going to Metal King first. Yeah. So he might be putting it off a little later, which makes sense. Like I said, it's one of those things that most people actually do it later. It's always been like a routing option, but I think I was kind of the one who started really doing it as kind of like a regular thing. So still not what you see most people doing. But yeah, Northrex makes it to getting off the boat, but yeah, this is pretty scary. Oof. Okay, well, we're gonna lose some party members here to the Plesiodons for sure. But we still have Christo and Alina. Christo's gonna be able to heal everybody back up to full. The thing you really wouldn't want is for Panin to be the only surviving party member at this point. Oh man, Northrex not healing up to full for this walk is stressing me out. I can't watch. Okay, looks like he's gonna make it. Ooh, it was fine. It was fine. I'm gonna have to have a private conversation later with Northrex about not doing that kind of thing to me. Shiner is also going for early Zenithian armor here, so yeah, we have the Maskins. I mentioned that monster earlier, how they cast the Inframore spell. They do like to multiply first, just like you saw them do here. Inframore is really not like that powerful of a spell, but when you can't get away enough times, it's going to do some work on the party. But Shiner still has 4 living party members here, so he's definitely still got a decent chance to make it through the end. Meanwhile, we do have Holmes trying to take down Balzac. Balzac was not feeling particularly sleepy that time, so stayed awake, casting Snowstorm, which you really don't like to see. And, yep, heading back for round 2. Balzac definitely one of the boss fights in this speedrun that you expect to probably have to take a couple tries at. You really need him to fall asleep and stay asleep in order to win this fight, because he's just really tough. If he's awake and able to get out physical attacks and snowstorms and doing multiple actions a turn, it's just a lot to keep up with. Alright, Panin put him to sleep immediately there, though. That was nice. While he's asleep, Holmes is going to use the Staff of Punishment, which is one of the items we turned in some small medals for, to do anywhere from 25 to 55 damage to Balzac. Alina's also got one of those on her, so used its nice effect there. 52 is definitely one of the highest rolls you can see from that. Panin does a crit for 96 damage. You know, I think that this fight is going okay. Balzac hasn't even touched him yet. Panin puts him immediately back to sleep as soon as Balzac wakes up, yeah. Alina does 47 more damage. This guy's going down. Oh sure, yeah, there you go, nice. Hero crits for 110 damage. Okay. That'll do. I think we're gonna take that one. So yeah, you usually come out to the Metal King here with either basically somewhere between like 8 and 10 small medals. You're going to trade 6 of those for a Sword of Miracles and put that on Ragnar. It's a really strong weapon for him, pretty much for the rest of the game. And it has a nice attribute of returning some of the damage to HP regeneration for whoever's doing the damage to, so Ragnar's actually able to keep himself alive in some of these boss fights, which is pretty cool. And then we use the rest of the small medals for Staffs of Punishment, which we mostly just use to sell for gold. So Shiner, that was really great. He went to Conanbur at nighttime, and I think he was going to go talk to the priest to make a safety save. But it was nighttime, so the priest in Conanbur is, he's distracted. He's not focused on his priestly duties. He's off talking to some young lady. Not accessible for things like saving your game. Fortunately, there are no encounters on the boat for Shiner. Even when he doesn't have a fairy water, he doesn't want Mara to be alive anymore. He's looking for fights to have her die on. Took a while. We did finally find a group of Man of War. Thanks, DQ2. Ooh, this is dangerous. Kristo's gonna die here. Well, Kristo's gonna get paralyzed by the Man of War. Panin, being the only living party member, is going to count that as a death and send him, yeah, back to Soretta. Yeah, I don't think that's a huge deal, but Shiner's probably wishing he would have dipped into Roseville for about 1 second so he could at least have the return point. Because he's still got to sail home now. So after we beat Balzac, we're able to get an item called the Magma Staff from the treasury in Santine Castle. And that is going to allow us to access the Kingdom of Gardenburg. Back here, check out this epic cutscene while we use the Magma Staff on this mountain. Nice. And we're pretty much here because we are, now that we've gotten the whole party members together, so after we beat Balzac, Ragnar joins the party. The next kind of goal is to collect all of the legendary Zenithian equipment. So we've already got the Zenithian armor, because everyone kind of dove in there early and grabbed it. But we still need to get the shield, the helmet, and the sword. So here in Gardenburg, they have the shield. And they also have the final key. So both of those are going to be really important to us. And in order to get those, we are going to have to first be framed for a crime that we did not commit. And then we are going to have to apprehend the actual crime committer. And then the queen will be so grateful to us that she gives us both those items. So here we meet Bakor. Probably the single memeiest character in all of Dragon Quest. So he frames us, we get thrown into prison here. If you're really paying attention, you can do exactly like 5 little circles if you get all of your turns on the perfect frames. You have to answer that you don't admit you stole it, but you do admit that you didn't steal it. There you go. Holmes correctly answers the questions. And she's like, alright, go find the real thief. They take your second party member as hostage. So that's why we reordered the party to put Tulun's ghost in the second slot. So Ghost of Tulun can hang out in prison for a while where, honestly, he probably belongs. And he'll figure out his way later on. Holmes doing something you're probably not going to see from either of the other runners here, using his magic key to access the hidden shop in Endor. So over here, once you have magic key, you are able to access this shop in Endor where they have some kind of special equipment. And specifically, I think he's going to go for the Metal Babble armor that you can buy here in the shop. In order to get Bakor, we have to go through a pretty long dungeon, which is Bakor's Cave. It's very long, it's kind of a maze. Fortunately, it has a pretty low encounter rate, but the monsters that are in there are, for the most part, pretty dangerous. So, by having some nice armor on both the hero and Ragnar, it's going to help our chances of surviving the walk down to Bakor specifically. So that's why Holmes has that routed in here. And now he's got the money for it. May as well go for it. Alright, Shiner unfortunately loses his Christo almost immediately. Yeah. Not a great start to the Kilian fight there. Just gonna do a quick reset. Head back in. The nice thing with Kilian is it's really quick to get back to this boss fight. You would just have to sit through Ragnar, you know, kind of joining the party one more time, but overall, not too bad. You're just able to warp right here to Santine Castle. Ragnar's like, let's go get him, and then you're back in the fight. Northrex also in his Kilion fight here. Kilion currently just emitting freezing winds, which is really not too bad. Panin is dancing instead of attacking with the sword, but Northrex's Sword of Lethargy does proc. Kilion is asleep. Christo in this fight has that Sword of Miracles equipped, and so is actually able to be a pretty significant damage dealer. This is the only boss fight where that's really true, like in the whole speedrun, and is actually able to kind of heal himself a little bit while he's at it. So that's the reason we're on use no MP tactics. We really want Christo to just keep hitting with that Sword of Miracles. Alright, Kilion is down for Northrex, very nice. And Shiner's Kilion is looking pretty sleepy this time too. Cool, alright. So you see Northrex and Shiner being within, like, I don't know, 30 seconds of each other there. Both scrolling through levels post Kilion. Pretty nice. Meanwhile, Holmes, yeah, walking through Bakor's cave here. Bakor in the DS version has been renamed to Kirk Buzzer. So we always make jokes about Kirk Buzzer. Goo to stuff. That's right, Northrex. You don't have to censor goo to stuff. We're all good friends here. Oh wow, KirkBuzzer69 has entered the chat. We are in the presence of a celebrity. KirkBuzzer69, welcome in, honored to have you here. Alright, Holmes really wanting to get away from these Chalanodons. Fortunately, Holmes is about as safe as he could be walking through here. Got really nice armor on his front couple characters. Alina's in pretty good shape. She's got great HP right now. Christo is still kind of the squishy, scary one in the back. Doesn't take too much to break through Christo's 77 hit points, so just kind of hoping he doesn't get targeted. If we run into Dragonids, which is a monster you saw Holmes run into at the beginning of this cave, you really don't want them to use a Scorching Gas attack. Christo has no resistance to that. Pretty much any point in the speedrun, so 2 of those can knock down his 77 HP. So that's probably one of the scariest monsters in here for Christo. We're also worried about Great Orus, which has really high attack and can take 2 actions a turn. If those guys decide to target the character in the back, that can be pretty bad. More Chalanodons, okay. As long as we can successfully run, everything's fine. Oh, here's a Great Orus that I mentioned. Flexing. So we don't want anyone to be dead when we get to Bakor at the end of this cave, so pretty important that everyone lives. Pretty much all the party members have a role to play in fighting Bakor here. You could probably get through without either Ragnar or Alina. You wouldn't want to lose both of them. But yeah, you wouldn't really want to, and you honestly just like kind of can't win this fight without Christo. because Bakor is going to, he always follows a pattern, and with his pattern he's going to plan to cast Increase on himself on turn 3. So Christo basically needs to cast Stop Spell and have it land on Bakor on either turn 1 or turn 2. If that doesn't happen, Bakor is going to increase his defense by so much that it's literally faster to reset and climb back down here than it is to continue the fight. Yeah, so turn 1, Bakor always casts Snowstorm, so sometimes you see the runner will just preemptively heal Christo. Holmes probably can't rely on that because he has the Meteorite Bracer on, so he actually isn't totally sure that he'll go after Bakor. But Stop Spell lands, no problem. We switch over to defensive tactics. Yeah, Bakor falls asleep anyway. Yeah, so once you hit the Stop Spell, and everyone's just doing critical hits on him anyway, it's really just kind of holding A while we chip through his 1000 HP. Meanwhile, we have double Balzac's up. So we went straight from double Helions over to double Balzac's. Look at that superior body. Looks like he's being pretty sleepy for both of them so far. It's looking pretty nice. Alright, did wake up for Northrex there. And immediately cast Snowstorm, of course. Pannon's down, that's okay as long as we can get him. We don't need Pannon to live through this or anything. Okay, ooh, still not going to sleep. This is looking pretty scary for Northrex. Yep. Ragnar flings up the Sword of Malice. I never have Ragnar still holding the Sword of Malice at that point, so I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's kind of funny. But yeah, unfortunately, Balzac not wanting to stay asleep for Northrex does stay asleep for Shiner, so Shiner pulls a little bit ahead in the lead there. Yeah, Holmes is currently in the lead here. He's about like one full segment of the run ahead. The next thing that Shiner is gonna be doing is the whole segment with Garden Burr and defeating Bakor, which Holmes just barely completed. Alright, Northrex right back into the Balzac fight. Let's see if this one goes any better. Not sleeping turn 1. Bakor always drops an agility seed. Holmes rolls it, gets 1. Technically he turns that into 2 thanks to Meteorite Bracer, so it's something. But yeah, Bakor is caught. He tries to run away from us. When we catch him to fight him, he says, "Darn!" And yeah, he just gets to hang out in prison here in Garden Burr. Go return to the Queen. She's gonna be like, "Thanks for catching the real thief." Yeah, Balzac not wanting to fall asleep for Northrex here. Oh, he was asleep. Okay, so Northrex was just taking some chance to heal there. Woke up pretty quickly, though. Lena almost getting a maximum roll from that Staff of Punishment, but not going to be enough. Yeah. Yeah, running into the Balzac wall and not being able to get through this for a few times is definitely one of those things that happens in Dragon Warrior 4 speedrunning. In a race like this, it seems like it almost always happens to at least one person. See Holmes there picking up the Zenithian shield and immediately equipping that on the hero. So that's 2 pieces of legendary Zenithian equipment down, 2 to go. The helmet is really easy to get, actually. In order to get the helmet, all we have to do is complete the whole thing that we actually picked Panin up for. Because the king of Stancia Castle is kind of in a down mood. He's trying to have people come and tell him jokes so they'll cheer him up. And Panin's a comedian. So the whole idea is you just pick Panin up. Usually you would just go straight to Stancia if you were like playing the game casually. Panin would go talk to the king. You would get the Zenithian helmet. Panin would leave. But Panin's just like a really helpful guest character for us in the speedrun, so he gets to stick around, help us fight some big scary monsters for a while. And we'll turn him in and get our Zenithian helmet when we're good and ready. It's also just really helpful to have a guest character in the party so that we can keep our repel glitch activated. Wouldn't want to turn him in too early and lose that. Alright, so while Northrex goes for his Balzac fight still, Holmes is entering the next big dungeon of the speedrun here. This is the Colossus. So you will see some runners want to put this off until after they do their Metal Babble grind, but Holmes is going to do it earlier. This is part of why he actually bought that Metal Babble armor for Ragnar, was so that he would be able to survive this at somewhat lower level. So he's got, Hero has Zenithian armor, Ragnar has Metal Babble armor, and then Christo is going to be protected behind a coffin block. So he's hoping that's going to be enough to be able to get him safely through here. I guess that runners wouldn't necessarily put this off till after the Metal Babble grind. They're going to hope to get through here. Halfway through this dungeon, there is a chest that contains a item called the Demon Hammer. That's going to be really helpful for fighting Metal Babbles because it gives you a really high chance to do critical hits. And then if we actually get through here, then there's another item that can help with the grind called the Aeolus Shield, which is able to expel, basically, some enemies out of the fight. So, can just help us grind a little bit more efficiently. But yeah, Northrex successfully takes down Balzac. Finally. That's just what Balzac does sometimes, though. Guy doesn't like to go down easy. Oh, what's the repel glitch? Yeah, I haven't explained the repel glitch for a little while, and it is really important to how we move through Chapter 5 here, so... basically, whenever we cast the repel spell or use a fairy water item, the game is going to look at what our level is, for determining which monsters are actually going to be repelled on the overworld. So if you don't have a guest in your party, then it's just going to look at like your party members and be like, oh, it looks like you're like level 16 or 17, and you'll repel some low-level monsters. But if you have a guest in your party, like Panin, for example, you can see that on Northrex's screen, he doesn't have a level, he just has a question mark. And so the game actually references his index value, which for Panin is like 205. So the game is going to be like, well, looks like you have a level 205 party member. You're going to be able to repel pretty much all the monsters in the game. And so we're able to just kind of use that to avoid all overworld encounters that we really don't want to see in Chapter 5. Really important for the speedrun. Holmes is making his way through Colossus. He got past the Demon Hammer, picked that up, trying to get through to the other side. Still in really healthy shape as far as HP and MP goes here. There is a pretty scary monster in here called the Blizzag. Yeah, these guys. So just like kind of like blizzards in the end of Dragon Warrior 2, these guys have a couple instant death spells that they'll use as half of their actions. So Holmes is actually really lucky there. All 3 of those chose to use Freezing Wind, but there you saw that one tried to cast Beat on Christo. Fortunately, it missed. So it's basically like a 1 in 3 chance they'll cast Beat, and a 1 in 6 chance they'll cast Defeat, which is like a group instant death spell. So he was able to get out of that with everyone still alive, but not always guaranteed with those guys. It is one thing that's like a little bit of a drawback to Holmes's strat here, where he's taking only 3 living party members through the Colossus, is he has fewer people who could survive those instant death spells if that's really what kind of came for him. So a little bit stronger against monsters like Leonars that are doing a bunch of physical attacks, but a little bit weaker against some of the instant death spells. Also a little weaker against Fury Faces if they decide to paralyze your party, since that would count pretty much the same as instant death. But Holmes has made it here to the final room of the Colossus that has any encounters in it. Necrodanes are not going to be able to take him out. So looking pretty good for him to finish this place out on the first try, which is nice to see. This is a pretty scary dungeon. Sometimes climbing the Colossus can feel sort of like climbing the lighthouse, where you just run into some bad encounters and aren't able to get through. But Holmes not running into too much trouble. And that strat that he came up with Hero, Ragnar, Ghost, Christo, and then Ragnar having Metal Babble armor, yeah, worked out pretty well for him here. Jump out of the Colossus's ear. And he's just going to pop back in here to grab the wagon. He shouldn't necessarily need it, because he's got plenty of MP on Hero and Christo to cast the return spell, but might be just something you kind of do out of habit. So yeah, we were able to get through to the other side here. The Colossus walks us across that lake and over here into Dire Palace. We're not actually able to do anything here yet, but we've got this as a return point, and Holmes is gonna go off to this kind of secret treasury room in the back and pick out the Aeolus Shield, which I mentioned is that item that likes to bounce monsters out of a fight. So that's pretty useful for certain encounters through the rest of the speedrun. Depends on the monster's resistance, specifically to instant death spells actually. Doesn't use the same resistance as Expel. Uses the resistance to the beat spell instead. Yeah, there you go. Meanwhile, we got Shiner starting his Bakor fight, so hoping to see Stop Spell land on turn 1 here. There's about a 1 in 6 chance it fails. And it did. So it's okay if it fails on turn 1, but you need it to land on turn 2. Bakor fell asleep, that's helpful. That buys some extra time, actually. And Stop Spell lands, so a little bit scary on turn 1 there, but looks like we'll make it through. Holmes also popping into the dungeon there to pick up some more small medals. I think Holmes is going to plan to get a Hat of Happiness from the Metal King here. Hat of Happiness is an item that, if you have it equipped and you're walking around with a party member, specifically outside the wagon, they will gradually recover MP, which can be pretty nice for some of the late game dungeons, which are pretty long, and you might end up getting a lot of MP drained as you're trying to slog your way through it. So that in hand, we're finally ready to turn Panon in. We're grateful for everything he did. Holmes is going to show us around the throne room. The place looks pretty nice. A little tour of the throne room. And we're able to get in line. Panon is actually not going to try to make the king laugh. He's just going to give him a little dose of reality. Or drop some truth on this guy. Says all the right things and gets us the Zenithian helmet. Cool. So yeah, with that, Holmes is gonna make his final preparations to do the Metal Babble grind. So he's gonna pop over to the Metal King again, get a little bit more equipment, and then yeah, get all geared up. We are going Metal Babble hunting. One of my favorite parts of Chapter 5. Earlier, we all heard me reveal all my true feelings about the Chapter 2 Metal Slime grind. Well, I feel pretty similarly about hunting Metal Babbles here in Chapter 5. So look forward to a good time. Northrex making his way down to Bakor here. Both the other runners didn't really have too much trouble with this cave or with Bakor, so hopefully that works out for Northrex as well. Shiner, using the inn here in Conenburg, is actually going to pop up into this upstairs cursed room that you need the final key to enter, and pick up the Sword of Decimation. So this is an item, everyone is going to pick this up at some point, wherever their routing fits it in. It's a cursed weapon, so you wouldn't actually want to equip it, but the thing that's helpful about Sword of Decimation is if you use it as an item in battle, it will cast essentially the defense spell to lower a monster's defense. And we're going to use that in some specific endgame encounters, including against the final boss, Necrosaro. So really important to pick it up at some point. Shiner gets it early, you're going to see other people get it later, it's fine. Doesn't really matter too much. But is a very important item for us. Alright, Holmes entering the Royal Crypt here, so we are officially in Metal Babble territory. And yeah, Holmes immediately demonstrating the extremely useful combination of Meteorite Armband and Aeolus Shield. So, longtime viewers of the race will remember, way back at the beginning of Chapter 5, Holmes spent some time in the casino in Endor, playing some poker so he could get 4,000 casino coins and buy himself a Meteorite Bracer, which doubles the agility of the user. This is where that's all kind of going to pay off, at least hopefully for Holmes. So, oh, nice. Already seeing some babbles here. So what he's hoping for is Hero will kind of go earlier specifically on fights that don't have metal babbles. Yo, nice. Alina takes one out immediately. Way to go, Alina. Great start for Holmes there. Number 2 sticking around too. We might get 2 in one fight just to start this off. That would be incredible. We did the Demon Hammer with the 1 in 3 crit rate connects on round 2 there. Easy 20,000 XP for Holmes, and that's like the perfect start to the grind. Beautiful. Oh, that's great. So yeah, the real power of the Meteorite Armband is going to be not really so much on the fights where it's just a couple metal babbles, but more on one where there's a bunch of other monsters that you want to clear out. So before they take all their actions and damage your party, and honestly just like waste a lot of time, he's going to be able to either use the Expel spell or an Aeolus Shield action to just clear a lot of those guys out, which is going to help him spend more time doing what he loves, which is hitting metal babbles with the Demon Hammer. So a little bit of a time investment early on in Chapter 5, and yeah, we'll see how it pays off here, but almost guaranteed to save him some time. It already has saved him a little bit of time, just from that fight we saw at the top of the crypt. The big news over on my front is after 5.5 hours of talking to myself, my cat has finally, she finally woke up. She's here on the chair with me. And she's happy that my hands are free so I can actually pet her, unlike when I'm speedrunning and she shows up and she's like, hey, what are you doing? Why won't you give me some neck scratches? Alright, Shiner, as promised, is going to show us the Sorrow Knight kind of side quest here. So he picked up that Flute of Uncovering from the treasure chest next to the Magma Staff. He used it to unveil the secret passage here in Rosaville. And we are going to fight Sorrow Knight. Shiner, unlike Holmes, because I think Holmes is actually probably going to fight this guy too, Shiner does this before the Metal Babbles. So he's really just kind of relying on the Swords of Lethargy to keep this guy asleep. Ragnar's doing some damage with his Sword of Miracles. And then while he's asleep, he's going to use some Staffs of Punishment to deal a little bit of extra damage. Oh, Sword of Decimation to lower his defense. Nice. So that's actually why Shiner routed that in early. That's cool. Yeah, so he picked up that Sword of Decimation in Kunenberg and used it to lower Sorrow Knight's defense here, so he can actually do some really good damage to him, actually. Yeah, very cool. So, yeah, Sorrow Knight's asleep, thanks to Swords of Lethargy, taking a lot of damage, thanks to Sword of Decimation. Not even able to call for help. This guy likes to summon Chalanodons into the fight, but keeps falling asleep immediately, not able to do it. So, Sword of Decimation has landed twice. This guy's got, like, no defense left. Meanwhile, Holmes runs into the boys. Everyone say hello to the boys. Demon Hammer connects, very nice. And another crit from Alina. Really incredible start to the Metal Babble grind for Holmes here. Yeah, he's gonna be super happy with the way this is going so far. In total for the Metal Babble grind, Holmes is gonna be looking for probably at least 9. He actually might be going for 10, because Christo died during the Kelion fight. But he's well on his way. Meanwhile, by taking that Sorrow Knight fight early that Shiner did, he got 6,500 experience, which actually gives the party kind of a nice boost in stats before he climbs the Colossus. And it also gets Bray all the experience that he needs to be able to learn the By-Kill spell by the end of the boss rush, which we are going to need for fighting Necrosar at the very end. So going out of your way just a little bit to fight Sorrow Knight takes care of that concern, which sometimes you're not quite where you want to be by the time you are done with the boss fights there. Shiner's not going to have to worry about that. And he's also just going to be, yeah, just a little bit stronger here as he goes into the next parts. He is going to take Panin over here and trade him in for his own Zenithian helmet right now. Meanwhile, yeah, Northrex in his Bakor fight, not having any trouble. Bakor is stop spelled and he's sleeping, and Alina's doing critical hits. Northrex is using a slightly different shopping route versus Shiner and Holmes here, so he actually already got the stiletto earrings for Alina. He also got the dragon mail for Ragnar, so kind of both things. Ragnar was able to make it through here quite a bit more safely thanks to that. And Alina not doing as much damage with her regular physical attacks, but twice as likely to crit every single turn. So if she just gets a couple critical hits as we're fighting Bakor, then it kind of evens out with her still having the claw. Yeah, nice, there's another one. Looking good. When Krista starts using the Magma Staff as an item, you know the fight is almost done, and down Bakor goes. Cool. Well, glad to see nobody really had too much trouble with Bakor's Cave or Kirk Buzzer himself. Here we'll see a little bit more of the power of Meteorite Bracer as Holmes is able to expel 3 out of 4 of those Dragonets at the very beginning of the fight before having to endure multiple scorching gas attacks. Holmes has officially reached the grind spot for the Metal Babble grind here. So every time he walks through this transition tile, yeah, about a 1 in 3 chance to get an encounter. And he's at the lowest floor of the Royal Crypt, which has the highest encounter rate for Metal Babbles. I think it's somewhere in the 40%. So yeah, about every 4 out of 10 fights we should expect to see at least one Metal Babble. One issue with this floor is, even though they are more likely to show up, they're also more likely to show up with friends like this guy did. So this isn't necessarily like a great encounter. The rest of the party members are going to focus on a Dragonet first before they try to attack the Metal Babble. If you run into them on like the floor above this where the heal tile is, they're pretty much always alone. They're not going to show up with any other friends. Critsto coming through there. Couldn't hit it with the Demon Hammer, but Critsto was able to do it. Very nice. And the cool thing about them not having friends is, yeah, your party members will, instead of focusing on the other monsters first, because their AI is basically telling them, well, I'm a lot more likely to actually make progress on this one or do damage to it versus Metal Babbles with their incredibly high defense. So they're pretty much always gonna try to fight the other monsters first. But if they're alone, then yeah, from the very beginning you've got Alina, you know, with the possibility of doing a critical hit, or even Christo, apparently, even though Christo's critical hit rate is 1 in 64, whereas Alina's is, let's see, 6 times higher right now. More Babbles showing up here, and Holmes is having such a nice Babble grind right now. They just keep showing up, pretty nice formations, doing some really nice damage. Still got one sticking around, and it's the one he's already taken 2 damage off of. Babbles don't have too much HP in this game, so sometimes you can chip damage them. Yep, there you go. That one only had 4 HP. Babble number 6, already down for Holmes here. Personally, I'm astonished that Holmes is managing to do this without having rolled the luck seed in Chapter 1. Not really sure how he accomplished that. He did pet the dog, though. when he pushed the button in Chapter 3, so that does make up for a lot of it. Yeah, so Alina's special kind of fighter class critical hit rate is her level divided by 256. I don't think there's a maximum on that. I think it just keeps going for as long as she's gaining levels. So level cap will be actually the thing that tells you how high her crit rate could be. Meanwhile, Shiner is waiting for this NPC to move out of the way so he can also use the secret shop here in Endor. Really interesting to see two runners use this shop. I think Holmes and Shiner are like literally the only two Dragon Warrior 4 speedrunners who use this shop. And they're both in this race tonight. It's pretty funny. Like, I don't think I've seen this shop in months. Like, I don't remember the last time I came in here. But we're seeing a lot of it tonight. Shiner not buying the Metal Babble armor, buying the Sword Edge armor for Ragnar. So, Sword Edge armor will reflect back some damage. When monsters hurt Ragnar, he will hurt them back. Yeah, not something you usually get to see in the speedrun, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, Northrex is climbing the Colossus here. Shiner's climbing in a little bit after Northrex, but only because he went and took care of some other stuff, getting that extra experience from the Sorrow Knight. And then, yeah, doing some extra shopping there. Oh, another one for the Demon Hammer. Holmes, unstoppable. Scourge of Metal Babbles tonight. They just think of the name Dr. Mr. Holmes and cower in fear for generations of Metal Babbles from here on. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the count is at this point, but he's definitely most of the way through. Hero's at level 24, so that tells me he's probably gotten 7. And Christo 25. Yeah. I think that's going to be 7 babbles. And again, some of this is luck, but some of this is preparation. Right, so Holmes setting himself up really well by having the right equipment to go through here and putting in the time earlier to grab that meteorite armband. It's Winmo, welcome in. Yeah, one of my favorite games from my childhood as well, so always cool to see that. Yeah, everyone picked female protagonist. There's like a small reason that you could do it for armor. I know that Northrex definitely picked up a female-only piece of equipment, but it's a really, really small difference as far as the speedrun goes, so usually runners just pick the one they prefer. And turns out tonight everyone picked female. Alright, Holmes runs into 4 more babbles here. So yeah, like I said, he's looking to get at least 2 more, probably 3 more, before he finishes out the grind. And Demon Hammer just not missing today. Yep, there's number 8. And he gets the Hat of Happiness drop from Metal Babble. Holmes goes through all the trouble of collecting some extra small medals. But there it was just free all along. Well, that's cool. That is, in case you're wondering on the rate there, Hat of Happiness, 1 in 128 drop. So, not something you get to see very often. I think the last time I got that drop was like 2 years ago in a race against Shiner. Been a long time, but that's cool. Huh? In addition to all the other things Holmes doesn't have to worry about too much, he also doesn't really have to worry that much about MP depletion in some of the upcoming dungeons. Shiner, yeah, kind of trying to make it through the end of Colossus here. This is a pretty tough situation. Hero is the only one left alive, which, if you can only have one party member alive, that's the one you'd pick. But yeah, he's just got a couple more rooms to get through here. If she can make it, then we're good. And the encounter rate's being pretty generous here. 127 total HP. Karens are gonna have a hard time getting through all that. Even a triple run fail here is probably fine. Yeah, fortunately, plenty of MP left on Hero there. Alright, Shiner makes it through Colossus. That's good to see. Meanwhile, Holmes facing another Babel that's not running away. That's 3 damage already. And another 178 on top of that. I love that he's at the point where he killed a Babel and nobody even got a level from it. It's actually pretty weird that the experience lines worked out that way, but there you go. So he's coming back here. This warp pad takes you right back to the part of the crypt where we have that higher encounter rate for metal Babels. We do have some. I've never seen such a free Babel grind. This is just ridiculous. We do have some business in the crypt here. We needed to grab that Staff of Transform that Holmes got in the last room. That's going to allow us to progress the main story. Yeah, cool. Babels are free today. At least on Holmes' side. I really hope we see something similar for the other 2 runners. Christo did get enough XP there to learn the Heal All spell. So, yeah. Any extra Babels Holmes decides to get from here, really just kind of additional safety. As far as the race goes, though, like he's got a pretty comfortable lead here. You will see runners often, if they're in the kind of position that Holmes is in here, take a couple extra Babels while they're down here so that you can get Hero up to level 27 where she's going to learn the Heal All spell. Does make some of the upcoming dungeons and boss fights a little bit easier, and honestly, at the pace Holmes is going here, he's probably not going to lose much time doing this. Yeah, that's right. Take note, prospective Dragon Quest speedrunners. grinding metals is free. At least it is in, generally in the marathon so far, metal grinding has gone really well. In Era of Ruto's Dragon Quest 6 run yesterday, Metal Kings, no problem at all. Nice, Selena crits. Probably what's going to be the last Metal Babble for Holmes there. Yeah, Countess in his Dragon Warrior 7 speedrun. It's like totally free Metal Kings in Orgodamir's dungeon. Me and Dragon Warrior 2 earlier. I got Hagu 2 in Dragon Warrior 2. I got like 2,000 experience from that. It was incredible. Yeah. Game is pretty free. Yeah, there's the NES version of Dragon Warrior 4 here. And then there's a port that there's a remake they made for PlayStation 1, which was released in Japan only. And then there's the Nintendo DS remake, which was released in English, but just generally not as popular of a speedrun. Alright, Holmes doing his post-Babble Necrosaro, or Sorrow Knight fight here. So he's got all this experience from Metal Babbles. Doesn't need to do things like try to sap his defense or anything like that. But he is doing this to get Bray some experience. Because just like Shiner was doing, we want to get Bray experience here so he can learn that by-kill spell before Necrosaro. And if you just fight this guy, then Bray can get some extra XP and you don't really have to worry about it. Yeah, that's right, Sir Cucumber. In the inbox instruction manual for Dragon Warrior 7, at the very end of it, it's like, coming 2002, Dragon Warrior 4 for the PlayStation 1. Yeah, get excited, coming 2002. Ooh, nice fight for Northrex here. 2 Babbles ran, but 1 stuck around. Let's see it. Alina with the crit. Very nice. Alright. Northrex is able to get his Babble grind started. Ooh, Shiner immediately also running into a group of Babbles here. This is what I want to see. I just want to see an abundance of Metal Babbles. Yep. Shiner. Alina immediately crits as well. Yeah, let's see here. What did Purple Mario say? He said, I hope all the future DQ runners see this and understand that metal grinds free. So the first Babble is always the hardest one to get. You have a fairly low-level party here. Alina's crit rate, believe it or not actually as good as it will be later on. So yeah, always kind of feels good to get the first one under your belt. Can be pretty scary in here until you get a couple more levels there. Yeah, the original Dragon Quest in the US is an Aiden Chronicles board game. So, technically part of the family here. Alright, northrex got another shot at one here. Ran away. Not quite as lucky with that demon hammer there. Okay, so while northrex and Shiner are trying to pin their babbles down and hope for half the luck that Holmes got there, Holmes is back in the mine from Chapter 4. So this is that short segment I mentioned where we're just going to see a bunch of monster encounters from Chapter 4, and he will be guaranteed to run first try every time. That's only going to stand for the first couple floors of the mine. Say hi to Running Around Guy. One of my top 5 NPCs in Dragon Warrior 4. But yeah, once we go down this ladder, back to the reality of Chapter 5 encounters. We're going to see Necrodanes, we're going to see Dragon Riders, we're going to see Wyverns, which are definitely going to poison us. When will Fortune Street be added? I mean, when someone wants to submit Fortune Street speedrun to the marathon. Definitely counts as a Dragon Quest game. Not sure I've seen very many Western runners do Fortune Street speedruns. Are all the runners on console? Northrex and Shiner are on console. I think that Holmes is on emulator. Nice, there's a Demon Hammer Connect for Northrex. Shiner just got another one too. Northrex has a chance of getting 2 here. So, kind of our weapons that we're using for the grind here. You know, I mentioned the hero has that Demon Hammer equipped. Oh, Northrex did get 2. Very nice. So Demon Hammer is, you know, 1 in 3 chance to crit, 2 in 3 chance to miss, which is pretty good. It's a good deal when you're fighting metal babbles. Alina has the stiletto earrings equipped, so that allows her to get 2 attacks every turn, and that combined with her really high critical hit rate means that she has also got a pretty decent chance on any given turn to get some critical hits. Ragnar has the Sword of Lethargy equipped, so if he does manage to land a hit, then he's got a 3 in 8 chance to put a Babel to sleep, which is pretty nice. And Christo, well, he doesn't really have much helpful to do, but we put a Sword of Miracles on him, so, you know, he can swing at some stuff with that, and maybe you'll get lucky and he'll get a 1 in 64 critical hit, or maybe he'll just chip away some damage, which is also helpful. Nice, another one down pretty quick for Shiner there. Yeah, so far just really solid Babel grinds here. Chapter 5, it's been great to see. You can really lose a lot of time here if you just kind of get unlucky not being able to find Babels or just not being able to hit them. But hasn't really been much of an issue for any of the runners today so far. Yeah, Holmes's stream here is definitely got that crispy emulator look. Everything looks a little bit too good. Metal Babel is sticking around for a while for Shiner here. And stuck around long enough. Demon Hammer connects again. Cool, yeah, so far, really both of them having a pretty nice grind here. Shiner is slightly ahead in the grind. Just like 1 or 2 Babels ahead, but both of them are doing pretty good. So, over on Holmes' stream, yeah, he's been kind of going through this whole cave at the bottom of the mine. Like I mentioned earlier, anytime you got a mine, people are going to dig too deep. They dug way too deep and unleashed the ancient evil horror of Esterk. So we're gonna get past these guys who were watching over Esterk while he's asleep. And we're gonna try to take Esterk out before he wakes up. And this is the thing that the hero was prophesized to do, was defeat this guy. It's the whole reason that Necrosaro was kidnapping children with his shadow, trying to prevent exactly what we're about to do from happening. So here we go. Esterk is asleep. Unlike pretty much every other monster in this game, you do not really like it when Esterk is asleep. Since he is asleep for lore reasons, he has an AoE attack that he does whenever he's asleep. His body emanates eerie lights. So we've kind of got to win this fight a little bit more fair and square. You see, instead of, attacking with Sword of Lethargy, doing that kind of thing like we've been doing on some of the other boss fights, we are casting the Zap spell. So the idea here is, while we can... Gosh, Christo, calm down, man. While we can afford to have Christo just attacking physically, we're going to hang out on Use No MP, and then once we need him to do some healing, we're going to switch over to defensive there. Holmes having gotten a couple extra Metal Babels makes this fight honestly quite a bit safer. We've got Heal All on 2 different characters. Alina's getting critical hits and doing a lot of damage. Ragnar's got high attack rate. Yeah, it's pretty hard for this fight to go badly at this point. Holmes is also already cut through a lot of this guy's total health pool, and yeah, he's down. You did see Holmes chose to do a turn attacking with the Sword of Lethargy there. The nice thing about it is, even though while he's asleep he's got an AoE damage attack, he does, on the turn he wakes up, he doesn't take a separate action that turn. So he does kind of lose a turn on the turn he wakes up. So that's kind of what Holmes is going for there. Didn't really need it. He was extremely comfortable in that fight, but yeah, why not? So yeah, Necrosaro shows up. And he's like, what? How did this happen? I thought I killed the hero. And then at the same time, yeah, everyone informs him Rosa has been kidnapped from the tower. This is where we really kind of cross storylines with Dragon Quest Monsters 3, The Dark Prince. The true ending, which we just saw part of, is available in that game. There's also a lot of other stuff in that game that we don't need to talk about here. So, Holmes defeated Esterk and is able to pick up the gas canister. There was that skeleton that was standing in front of that earlier that was not going to let us through as long as Esterk was alive. So, no way to skip that guy. You've got to fight Esterk to earn your gas canister. We're not able to use the outside spell in here. We'd have to walk all the way back to kind of the more of the mine section of this dungeon if we were going to actually be able to cast outside, so because that would take a little bit too long, it's actually faster for us to go pick up this mimic chest, fail to run from it a whole bunch of times, and hopefully have it cast defeat on us and have it actually land. It's going to keep trying to steal MP from the hero in the front there. The reason that Holmes reordered his party was so that Christo's MP would also be available for this guy to steal. If Christo's in the back like he normally is, the Mimic just won't think to take his MP, so it's kind of nice to do a party reorder there. Yeah, we're getting through it, but we are seeing a lot of defeat resistances here. I'm sure eventually he'll get through it. Yep, hero's down, just Ragnar left. Yep. Northrex, he'll get this Babel eventually. Been here for a while. Ragnar has damaged it every turn. No one else can hurt it, but Ragnar can. Oh man. How long can one fight go on? One more damage. Got him. Way to go, Ragnar. That one belongs solidly to Ragnar. It took him a while, but he chipped through it. Shiner, very similarly, having a very long fight with the Babel here. Yeah, it's still here. And also gets the chip damage. That works. Cool. So, gas canister in hand, we revive our party, and come back here to Riverton. There's a guy who we could have talked to much earlier as soon as we had the boat, who says he's looking for a gas canister. So we bring it to him, and he has made a flying balloon. So this is our last travel vehicle. in the run, now that we've got this, we are able to fly to places that were previously inaccessible. Two specific places. One is the World Tree, where we can pick up the Zenithian Sword, our final piece of the legendary Zenithian equipment. And the other place is Gotside Isle, which is where we can access the Kingdom of Zenithia, as well as the final area where we fight Necrosaro for the final showdown. So first things first, we've got to climb the World Tree. You saw Holmes reordered his party there. You can only have 3 people in your party as you climb the World Tree, because at the very top of the tree, Lucia is going to join as our final guest in the speedrun. And you need to make sure you have room for her. It's always kind of an interesting thing casually if you're not paying quite enough attention. And you come up here with the full party, then you'll talk to Lucia and she'll be like, well, I'd like to join you, but there's no room for me. There is somebody at the bottom of the tree there who's like, if you're going to climb this tree, you should probably only take 3 people. But not something that you necessarily listen to, because it seems kind of random. Since this is the World Tree, anytime that you are on a tile that has leaves, you can just search and find yourself a world leaf. You can only carry 1 at a time in Dragon Warrior 4, but they're free as long as you're in this dungeon. Holmes doing some careful movement there because he does not want to fall out of the tree. The old man in the lighthouse in Dragon Quest II has scarred Nemo there. Broke all of his trust. It's your own personal cave of betrayal. I get it. That guy seemed very trustworthy. Alright, both northrex and Shiner have had their grinds stall out a little bit here. It's not too weird that it happens during the grind, but hopefully we can pick up the end and they can finish it out strong. Holmes actually still getting use out of that Meteorite Armband and that 4 red Cyclone fight there. So those guys are pretty vulnerable to the Aeolus shield, and it can be pretty dangerous to try to run from them, or sometimes you feel like you have to deal with them in another way. But if you don't have a Meteorite Armband equipped, Hero is probably going to go after they all take an action. But having that comfy Meteorite Armband, yeah, he can just use the shield at the beginning of the fight, just blow them away and move on. Same with green dragons, which aren't dangerous, but since they're still vulnerable to the Aeolus shield, you kind of may as well go for it. Snow Jives, not as vulnerable to Aeolus, but this is a pretty dangerous fight to try to run from. So you use the shield, you let Christo cast Defeat. Hopefully just a couple of those will land. 2 Snow Jives is a lot safer than dealing with 4, so yeah, Holmes just kind of taking the safer route here, and you can see even with 2 of them, they've done some serious damage with that Blizzard spell. Okay, Shiner finally finds some babbles again. He only needs, like, at a minimum 1 more, because that'll let the hero learn the Zap spell. Most people are going to want to get 2 more so that Krista learns Heal All. so it's a lot safer to go through the Estric fight with heal all, but not necessarily 100% required. Nice, Ragnar got one put to sleep there. That's great to see. And yeah, Babel died in its sleep, squashed by the Demon Hammer. Very good. Don't worry about what Russo just posted there in that clip. I'm sure it's nothing. It's either nothing or it's some high-level gameplay from a top-tier speedrunner of this game. It's one of those two. Northrex has found some Babels and they are alone. Nice, Northrex got one. Very good. So, Holmes, able to pick up Lucia at the top of the tree. He takes one fight with her. That's so we can get our repel glitch back. And yeah, grabs the legendary Zenithian sword, which is just hanging out in a box up there. So we now have all of the pieces of the legendary Zenithian equipment. That's going to allow us to access the Zenithia Tower and climb up there. So we'll take the hot air balloon. We are going to fly over to the other place we couldn't get to before. Gottside Isle. And it's a lot bigger on the inside than it looks on the outside. I missed it with Holmes, but I'm excited to see what animal or monster Shiner's going to transform into here. Dragons. Very nice. Classic. Dragon is a good choice for the Staff of Transform. Just to promote the Dragon Warrior 4 run at RPG Limit Break really quick. We've got some, because it's a charity marathon, we're going to have some donation incentives for the run. And one of them is going to be pick the specific monster or animal that we have to transform into in order to get that cutscene at Dire Palace there. So really looking forward to whichever one gets picked having to use the Staff of Transform over and over and over again until we can get it. I think that's going to be pretty fun. Or we'll just get it first try. That would also be great. Yeah, slime is pretty great. I'm partial to the horse. I think it's pretty fun when you've got a party of 4 horses blending in amongst the monsters as Necrosaro is giving his big speech there. Nice, Northrex got another one there. That is number 8 and number 9 for him. Alright. Cool. That is probably everything that Northrex needs as far as Babel experience goes. I think that's going to get Christo up to 27. Yeah, 4 cats is pretty good. That one's also pretty funny. But yeah, slime, heal slime. Yeti is really fun. I love walking around as 4 Yetis. It's like a walking Lingwar fight. Which one is the real one? There's no way to know. So when Holmes entered the tower here, he had to equip the Zenithian sword on the hero. And then as soon as he walked through the door, he switched his sword back to the Sword of Lethargy. Because even though technically you'd think the, legendary sword would be better equipment, for us in the speedrun, it's just more useful to have a pretty powerful sword that is able to put all of the monsters to sleep some of the time. Because, yeah, sleep is just the most powerful status effect for us in the speedrun. We're gonna take that all the way. Shiner here is going down to Esterk. He does not have Zap on his hero quite yet, and he doesn't have Heal All on Christo, so he might be trying to get the last bit of his experience as he's going down. Can definitely take some fights, like fighting Dragon Riders, some of these other monsters, and might be planning to get level 25 as he's walking down. Otherwise, he might be just trying to get through Esterk at a slightly lower level, trying to just make some progress in the race. So, looks like he is taking some fights though. Personally, I'd be pretty scared to try to fight Esterk without the Zap spell. Makes a pretty big difference having that versus not. So Holmes finished climbing the tower there, got to Zenithia Castle, and is routing in, picking up that Sword of Decimation now. Pretty convenient time for it. You need to use an inn, because there's no inn here in Zenithia Castle. So, pretty convenient to just pop over to Conenburg, use the inn there, and then while you're there using the inn, go upstairs, grab the Sword of Decimation for the endgame. Makes a lot of sense. He's also going to pop by here, talk to this mini-demon who is harvesting world trees, and he gives us some dew of the world tree. Looks like Northrex bagged himself a bonus Babel. Sorry, that was a lot of alliteration. That was more DQ4DS versus NES. I'll try to tone down the alliteration from now on. Not quite as good as Dragon Quest IX when Stella says that we've blagged ourselves a boat. This is a drink, yeah. I've been drinking my water here. Just also been talking a lot today, but I feel fine. Yeah, so we never have to talk to the Zenithian dragon. We could talk to it. It would give Hero some XP, about 1 level's worth, and it would power up the Zenithian sword, so it would have a higher attack power, and have an ability when we use it in battle to basically dispel buffs. But usually in the speedrun, most people skip it. Some people like to go do it. Not sure if we will see anybody do it today, though. And Shiner was able to get Hero up to level 25 there, walking down, so we do now have the Zap spell. Definitely more comfortable with this Estric fight coming up. Northrex heading down to grab his Staff of Transform. If Metal Babbles want to offer up experience unto him, I'm sure he'll take it. This one ambushed him, but decided to stick around, and yeah, get hammered, Babble. Very nice. So with that, yeah, Northrex is going to leave the Babble grind here, having gotten 11 Babbles. Hero gets up to level 27, already has the Heal Wall spell. So yeah, had a little bit maybe slower grind than some of the others, but is coming out in probably the best shape of anybody. Might be able to save some time later on from that. There's still a lot of dungeons and fights to go before the game is over. So having gone through Zenithia Castle, Holmes is now in the final cave. So this is really the last big dungeon of the game. We still have Necrosara's Palace to go through, but it's actually pretty short and quick if you know the way through and you're not trying to go out of your way to grab a Sage's Stone or anything like that. But final cave here is pretty long. This is where you're pretty grateful for having a Hat of Happiness. You don't have to worry too much about running out of MP in here, even if you have to spend some turns casting Heal All and Vivify. Couple Hats of Happiness will make this pretty comfy walk for Holmes. Usually the thing that gets you in Final Cave is running out of MP. Since you have the wagon available to you, you don't end up really dying to any fights in here, unless you run out of MP and you don't have healthy party members available to jump in. I think that I met Shiner when I beat his speedrun.com time by like 30 seconds or something. And then he was like, "Who are you?" And I was like, "Hey, I'm new here." Alright, Shiner is going into his Estric fight here, so he doesn't have quite the resources that Holmes did going into this. Specifically, his Christo doesn't have the Heal All spell. But yeah, Lena opening up critical hits is nice. Trying to get a sap off there by using Sword of Decimation. Estric is somewhat resistant to that, so it's nice if you get it, but not a guarantee for sure. Ooh, nice crit with the Sword of Lethargy there. Estric woke up, so lost the turn to waking up there and then went right back to sleep. And it's actually kind of nice that he went to sleep there. So we didn't have to deal with the deep breath turn where he does a big damage there. Alright. We are still managing here. That was a nice wake-up turn for Esther there, too. Ooh, we might lose Christo here. Yep. So, Shiner tried to get Christo healed in time there. It's hard to out-turn Esther, unfortunately. But we lost Christo, but Esther is down. That's what is important. So, very nice. Great to get through that fight, yeah. And that's a really tough fight when you don't have heal all, so nicely managed by Shiner. Got through to the other side. Hey Twin Moat, yeah. If you remember that, that's probably because I was doing that. Nobody else has ever really spent much time working on that. It's pretty tricky. You have to do some frame perfect stuff from resetting the game. The RNG in this game is, unlike the other NES Dragon Warrior games, the RNG in this game is constantly changing. It's really hard to predict. It's affected by all kinds of things. So there's really not much that you can try to manipulate. Like, there's no way to do a full manip run of this game like there are in the other NES Dragon Warrior games. The best you can do is when you reset the game and you hold a series of frame perfect inputs, you have like a 25% chance to repeat some circumstances, which is what I've done a couple times with the Metal Slime grind at the end of Chapter 2. But yeah, overall, there's really not much available there. Yeah, different NES types don't affect it. I tested it out on a couple of them. Really no differences. It's not like, for example, Final Fantasy 1, where it's referencing like the console RAM or whatever. So the top loader, you can get the manips where you can't on like the front loader. None of that kind of thing going on with this game. Yeah. Thing about Dragon Warrior 4 is you cannot control how random it is. Yeah. Herfa, maybe. I mean, even frame perfect, there might be stuff that kind of comes in and kind of changes that RNG up a little bit. Alright, northrex unfortunately taking kind of a painful death there. That's unfortunate. Yeah, northrex unfortunately gonna forfeit. It's very, very late for northrex. East Coast, Canada time. GG northrex. Way to stick with it. It's a long run, it's tough. Really nicely played up through here. You should feel good about the race. Really, really solid performance there. Yeah, tough time zone. Yeah, appreciate you showing it off for us, northrex. Very, very nicely done. Yeah, paradoxical. The graphics for this, you know, being like a late NES game, like, but even so, it's a really, really good-looking game. Really bunch of cool stuff, and yeah, I agree. A lot of the sprites are extremely cool. I love the monster designs, and yeah, the way that they really pop with a lot of the palettes here, very, very cool. So Holmes is in kind of what we call the final boss rush here. He started in the northwest corner with Infernus Shadow. Infernus Shadow is probably, in my opinion, like maybe the hardest one out of all the bosses. And he's going down here to Giga Demon. Lucia died to the damage tiles there. Fortunately, Christo is available not to jump into a fight here, but his spells are accessible. So he can cast the Vivify spell from outside, not a big deal. So we're kind of going from like one of the easiest, or one of the hardest boss fights in the boss rush to what's honestly like one of the freest ones. I can't believe Holmes turned his back on Giga Demon. Shame. Saves frames, but now Giga Demon will think less of us. So this guy's really easy. He follows a cycle. He falls asleep a lot. He doesn't do anything but physical attacks. He has a spell that lowers our defense.
Northrex retired. What the heck?
But Lucia also has a spell that lowers his defense, so, you know. We're honestly just not too worried about it. Usually, most runners will have Christo in this fight, where he'll be able to counter that defense spell with increase, but Lucia's kind of going on offense, so she's going to cast defense on him. As you can see, that worked out really nicely for Holmes. That was like really, really fast Giga Demon fight. That's pretty cool. I haven't really played around much with bringing Lucia into that fight, but I liked that. That worked out really nicely. Part of that was due to really nice sleep procs from the Swords of Lethargy, but some of it was, yeah, Lucia actually contributing in a pretty meaningful way. So, very cool. Holmes is popping back here to Soretta. You can go back to the last refuge to heal with the Zenithian there, but she talks a lot, so it actually tends to be a little bit faster for us to just return here to Soretta instead. Use the inn and then get right back to the boss fights. Next one on the agenda is going to be the Anderug fight, or as Holmes likes to say, Anderdug. So this is, unlike the others, this is multiple monsters, and these guys aren't necessarily like boss flagged. They actually have some vulnerability to instant death and the Aeolus shield. So you're going to see Christo casting some instant death spells here. Probably going to see Holmes use the Aeolus shield. See if he can just blow him out of the fight. Thanks to fighting the Sorrow Knight, we don't need any experience from these guys, so if we just happen to bounce them out of the fight, not get any experience, that's fine. We just want to get through it. Yeah, that was a nice quick fight. Two of them getting blown away immediately, and then Alina crits the remaining one. Pretty efficient way to get through that fight. Those guys like to call for reinforcements, so sometimes that fight can start to get a little out of hand, but yeah, not running into any issues there. So 3 out of 4 down. Holmes saves the best for last. We are going for Radamvice. So Radamvice here, Amon is Pretty tough. So Infernus Shadow, I think, is, maybe the toughest one, but Radom Vice is also really difficult. Holmes is all done with the Aeolus Shield. I'm gonna pass that away. Put the dew into the hero's inventory. That tells you maybe all you need to know about how dangerous this fight can be. We like to use the Dew of the World tree, or we like to save it for the Necrosaro fight, but yeah, this fight can be really dangerous. So there's kind of gonna be two phases to this fight. Radom Vice shows up, but he's got 3 demi-ghouls accompanying him. The first thing we really want to do is get rid of those demi-ghouls, because they're going to be contributing quite a bit of damage. So you can see Holmes, again, kind of Meteorite Bracer helping out, opening up with the Expel spell. Got 2 of them right there, and Christo was able to finish off the last one with defeat, so that's nice. Radom Vice is casting a couple AoEs on the party here. He likes to take 2 actions and deal as much damage as possible. And yeah, turn 2 here, we're going to start just trying to protect our party members. So we have the Fend spell, which Hero is going to start casting on some of our party members. So we've started by Fend spelling Christo, so he's going to be safe now. Can also, whenever Holmes is ready to, could use the Zenithian Shield as an item in battle, and that would protect the hero from all of Radom Vice's spells here. Yep, Sword Edge Armor. Yeah, Sword Edge Armor is on Shiner. The Mirror Shield that Ragnar has equipped is actually what's reflecting some of the damage back. We picked that up in the final dungeon. The best thing about the Mirror Shield is when you equip it on Ragnar and then you run into a Metal King who casts Firebane on Ragnar, and if you cast Firebane, then the Metal King would resist it. But if it casts Firebane and it gets reflected back on itself, then it will take the damage and knock itself out. So it's always kind of a fun way to get a bonus 30,000 experience points that you didn't really have to do much work for. Yeah, Ragnar are not really interested in being alive in this Radom Vice fight, so I think we're just going to do it without him. I mentioned earlier that there are boss fights where they are regenerating HP in the background. All of these guys are doing that. Well, except the Androgs. So Radom Vice was actually regenerating 50 HP every turn, and sometimes you get into a position where you're not really dealing much more than 50 damage every turn. So sometimes that fight can kind of get away from you. But it didn't happen there. Holmes was able to stay enough on top of it. And yeah, all the bosses are down. We can now access Necrosaro's palace. We're going to do one last little shopping trip here in Rosaville to replace Ragnar's Sword of Miracles with a Sword of Lethargy. Sword of Miracles, better damage, allows Ragnar to heal himself a little bit, but when it comes for fighting the final boss, there is no replacement for putting that guy to sleep. So we're going to have 2 party members with Swords of Lethargy equipped. Every time they hit the boss, there's going to be a 3 in 8 chance that he goes to sleep. And if he's sleeping, then we're feeling good. Shiner navigating the Snowdrive fights here, casting the boom spell. I love to see the boom spell, personally. You don't find like a lot of uses for it in the speedrun, which is kind of funny because it's actually a fairly powerful spell. But yeah, it's cool to see it, and Snowdrive is actually not too bad of an opportunity because they don't have a ton of HP, and they are vulnerable to it, so it does some pretty decent damage to them to make that fight fairly safe. As you are climbing the world tree here. Very cool. Alright, Holmes entering Necrosaro's palace here. Made it past the clay dolls, it's nice. So like I said, Necrosaro's palace actually not like a very long dungeon. There's no encounters on these outside sections, so when he's walking on the roof here, not gonna run into any fights. Anytime he needs to regenerate his MP, he can just walk around out there with the Hat of Happiness and he'll get it all back. And the overall encounter rate in here is actually just pretty low. So it's a little bit like Bakwar's Cave where, you know, the encounter rate is pretty low, but the encounters that are here a lot of them are pretty nasty. So Guardians there, definitely not great. They're a lot like Dragon Riders, they'll follow a pattern. Pretty much every part of the pattern is bad. The special thing about Guardians is on turn 2, they're going to use Sleep Breath. Try to put the party to sleep. And apparently that's the only monster that Holmes can find in here. So turn 1, they're just going to do some damage. It's not really too bad for the level of Mr. Holmes' party here. But if you get sleep locked, then things can get pretty ugly. Alright. Ran before turn 2, so it's really all you need. Shiner has used up a lot of MP climbing the world tree here, but successfully made it to Lucia. Just needs to grab the sword. Looks like he'll probably be okay. But yeah, took a lot of fights, fought a lot of red cyclones, fought a lot of snowdrives. Got some nice experience actually. But MP is, yeah, both Hero and Christo are in single digits. Ooh, the swingers came for Christo. Christo really not happy to find himself in the middle of that swinger party. It's not where he expected to be. We have to vivify him, bring him back. Some cool dungeon design here in Necrosaro's palace. So we took the stairs upstairs, and then we find an elevator, which we ride back downstairs, and then we take the stairs back up again, and now we can actually walk across the ceiling of the elevator there to progress through the dungeon. So pretty cool level design, especially for NES RPG here. And with that, we are through the palace and ready to climb the mountain up to Necrosaro, who has used the secret of evolution and the power of the golden bracelet from Chapter 2 to evolve into a superior form. Is it what Rosa would have wanted? No, it definitely isn't. But is it what he did? Yep. 100%. So very, very cool boss fight. I love the Necrosaro boss fight. One of just like the most iconic boss fights in any RPG. We are gonna see a 7-phase fight as Necrosaro kind of goes through the secret of evolution to become more and more powerful. Yeah, enjoy the boss music as well, for sure. It's great. So, Holmes is gonna finish his final preparations here. We want to have a specific party order with Hero Alina, Hero Christo. We want to bring Alina's defense down a little bit here. So we unequip her hat. Holmes is also downgrading her armor a little bit there. And all of that is to try to make the AI do very specific things. So it's kind of strange, but on turn 1 here, we're going to cast Fence Spell on Necrosaro. And the whole idea with that is we cast Fence Spell on him, and that's going to keep Christo from trying to use instant death spells on Necrosaro here. So instead of that, he's going to do something useful, like cast Increase on our party. And the whole reason that we put Alina in slot 2 and reduce her defense a little bit is so that Christo would actually cast Increase twice. So you saw him cast the Increase spell there on turn 1 and on turn 2. That's going to be really big for the whole party. Necrosaro is really not going to be able to do much physical damage to anybody here. And so that's kind of step 1. The next buff that we need is to get by kill on our attacking party members. So we need to do a little bit of damage here to Necrosaro. He needs to be in a kind of specific HP range. And then we also want to reduce his defense a little bit. Bray is going to decide to cast by kill on the other party members, depending on how much damage he thinks they'll do relative to how much HP he's got left. So you've kind of got all of these different factors that Bray is going to be considering. And so, yeah, the beginning of the fight is just trying to set it up so we can coax the AI, which, again, we can't just give direct commands, into doing what is going to allow us to complete the fight. You can see Ragnar pretty insistent on flinging out the Sword of Lethargy. That's because it does take the non-playable characters some time to learn about what monsters are or aren't actually vulnerable or resistant to. And generally it actually takes, like, on average, because everything is, you know, kind of random in Dragon Warrior 4. On average, it takes, I don't know, about 6 or 7 turns with a monster to really have them start to understand that. So Ragnar's probably learned his lesson by now, but unfortunately at this point, because it took so long to land that sap, we have pushed Necrosaro into phase 2 here. Yeah, Bray, getting a little scared for Bray there, because he came out not being coffin blocked. But scrambled back into the wagon in time. Necrosaro did not choose to target the character in the back, so we're okay. So we're going to try to get the setup here again, hoping Alina stops getting so many critical hits. And again, we had to cast Fence Spell on Necrosaro, or else when we bring Bray out, he's just going to try to cast Ice Bolt a whole bunch of times. But looks like we're in pretty good shape here now. Bray able to get by kill on Alina there. So we're going to get him back in the wagon. And we're on to phase 3 here. So phase 3 is probably the second most dangerous phase of the whole fight. Necrosaro has some actions like Snowstorm here, which really aren't a big deal. The two that we're really looking out for are the Beat spell. So obviously, it's not great if Necrosaro just insta-kills any party member. Like that, by Lucia. And the other thing he can do, which is pretty bad, is if he casts Increase on himself. So, you know, Holmes picked up that World Leaf from the World Tree. This is the perfect time to use it. It's honestly exactly the kind of situation we keep that leaf for. So we bring Lucia back. Holmes still trying to finish his by-kill setup here in Phase 3, which not really a place you want to be, but he was only able to get by-kill on Alina in Phase 2, so was able to also get it on, I think he cast it on Hero there. And yeah, sometimes, especially when Alina decides to get a lot of critical hits early on, the early phases can move a little bit too fast. You actually don't have time to complete your setup. So we got through Phase 3, Lucia died, but she came back. And we're here in Phase 4. Since we were able to land a Sword of Lethargy on this guy and put him to sleep, Phase 4 is basically over before it started. Phase 4 does have one action where he casts Freezing Waves, which would remove all of our buffs and would be a little bit of a disaster. But with him just being asleep, it's not really much of an issue. So we go straight into Phase 5. The idea with Phase 5 is we're actually starting to set up for the final phase of the fight. So we are going to start by lowering his defense, but we're also going to start removing some of our party members from the fight. Usually you would remove Alina here. I'm not sure why Ragnar left. Yeah, there we go. Because by the time we're going into Phase 7, ideally what we're working with is Ragnar's in front, then we have a Ghost protecting Hero, and that's it. Because those two are able to kind of withstand some of what Necrosara is dishing out, and they're also the two who have those Swords of Lethargy equipped. If we can get Necrosara to sleep in the final phase, Phase 7, then it becomes a lot more manageable to try to make it through the rest of the phase. So you'll see Holmes kind of working toward trying to be in good shape as we go into Phase 7 here. Phase 6, to me, is actually like the most important phase of Necrosara to really pay attention, see what's going on. That was really nice. We got the sleep proc on the transition there. Pretty cool thing about the way that sort of lethargy works here is it will deal damage first, and then if that was enough damage to push Necrosaro onto the next phase, then he'll go ahead and do that, and then it'll actually check for the sleep proc. So it's kind of nice. There sometimes you can actually have Necrosaro starting the next phase asleep, just like Phase 6 there. Alright, it's time to, probably start managing our party members here. So we bring Alina out. We'll keep Lucia around for a little bit, see if she wants to heal anybody, but no. Not really going to have the chance. So yeah, Phase 7's going to look pretty good if he starts the phase asleep here, so that's definitely something we're looking for. He's not asleep, so you're going to see Holmes cast Iron Eyes. So I kind of mentioned it usually takes, 6 on average turns for our party members' AI to learn about monster resistances. If we use Iron Eyes to pass some turns, then we are allowing, especially Ragnar's AI, to learn that Necrosaro is not vulnerable to the sleep effect from flinging up the Sword of Lethargy. So instead of using that as an item, Ragnar will hopefully attack, which ironically is the thing that could actually put Necrosaro to sleep. So Holmes is going to Iron Eyes several more turns here. We don't want like a 50% chance that Ragnar has learned here. Definitely worth taking a few more seconds and getting up into like the 92% chance that Ragnar has learned, which is what you get after casting Iron Eyes 4 times. Okay. Some damage there. Ooh, he didn't go to sleep. This is a little bit scary. So he casts Freezing Waves. We do lose our buffs, which is not too bad. Okay, Freezing Waves twice is actually great. We definitely take that. And he did fall asleep, alright. Okay. So we lost our buffs, but he fell asleep, so the next thing is we're going to try to reduce his defense. So we're using that Sword of Decimation as an item. It hit first try, which is amazing. This phase is fairly resistant to that, so just like Holmes' luck on expelling flamers, he's got pretty good luck on hitting with the Sword of Decimation there. Alina does still have her by-kill, because she wasn't in the party with those freezing waves coming out. So you can see her doing tremendous damage there, over 100 every time she's hitting. This phase has 1200 HP, it's regenerating about 100 every turn, and we are going way beyond that, mostly thanks to Alina. So, a lot of good DPS here. Holmes might try to bring Bray out here to get some by-kill spells back up, but it doesn't look like he'll need it. Necrosar just staying asleep, and there's the flash. So, GG, Dr. Mr. Holmes. Congrats on dealing with, honestly, a pretty tricky Necrosaro fight there. And yeah, nice, well-run race there. Shiner really not too far behind here. Has been making extremely steady progress through the end of the chapter. Almost through the final cave in the back end here, and just about ready to start the boss rush and last refuge if we can make it through. Ooh, at the final kind of like quarter of the cave here, you can run into metal enemies. So Shiner, seeing a few metal bowels show up here, we definitely take these if they want to show up. Free XP, we're happy to have it. Of course, we bring Lena out. Since we don't have a demon hammer, she's our best chance at actually taking one of these guys out. And she does. Very nice. A little bit of extra bonus experience there. You definitely don't say no to that. It's all going to help with getting through this boss rush a little bit easier and having some extra safety on Necrosaro. But yeah, definitely want to just like say that was a really great uh racing or no reset marathon run from Holmes. Any Dragon Warrior 4 run that finishes under 7 hours is like a great run. And to do that using some safety strats like we saw from him, really impressive. So yeah, GG on that, Holmes. That's awesome. Definitely a really, really nice demonstration of good balance of speed and safety there. Bunch of really cool creative strats. Yeah, it's really fun to watch. So yeah, Shiner, no problems getting through the end of Final Cave there. Takes out an extra babble and onto the boss rush. Looks like he might be doing this in a similar order to what Holmes did. There's no order you have to do these guys in. It's kind of nice to take out Infernus Shadow early just because he drops a Sword of Miracles that we can put on Christo. But yeah, it's all kind of runner preference. All right, Infernus Shadow goes to sleep. That's great to see. As long as he goes to sleep eventually. That's really what we're looking for here. Infernus Shadow, yeah, pretty dangerous monster. He likes to cast some pretty big AoE spells. And one of those monsters that has the ability to take 2 actions in a turn if he wants to. I see Holmes here in voice chat with me, but not sure if he's going to be able to talk. Holmes, you there?
I am. Hi.
Hey, GG Holmes, congrats on the race.
Thanks very much. That was good. That my strategies worked exactly how I wanted them to.
Yeah, that was cool. Really fun to see all of the things you were able to make look so much easier by having the meteorite bracer equipped, especially.
Like straight up, it saved me time. Like
Yeah,
it took me maybe 6 minutes to get it, and I saved a heck of a lot more than 6 minutes.
you definitely did. Yeah, it was a really cool demonstration of that. Really not a big time investment for you. The casino was fairly kind, and yeah, I mean the metal babble grind, man. Yeah, talk about the babble grind. That was like incredibly smooth segment for you.
Well, that's where the biggest time save is with the meteorite armband. Honestly, like the ability of course, yeah, I got like 2, then 4, then 7 metal babble encounters in a row, which worked out great, but all the other encounters, particularly early with Dragonites and Hambalbas, you can just AOList them away, and they don't get to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's crazy how much time that actually adds up in the long run. So it just makes it so convenient.
Yeah, totally, and it continues to pay off. Even in like the World Tree with Red Cyclones, you can still AOList those guys away. It just keeps paying off.
Yeah, every once in a blue moon I can get 2 armbands, and I give one to Christo, and it makes it even that much better.
Yeah, having Christo be fast sounds pretty nice. Um, I wanted to ask, one thing I was thinking about was in your Bakor fight, is it an issue with Hero being so fast that sometimes she outspeeds Bakor and that's why you're not healing Christo on turn 1?
Oh, that's part of it, but I was also concerned because I got a lot of encounters and I didn't have a lot of magic,
Mm,
and so I just decided to risk it. And then
yeah, it
once I
makes a
got
lot of
set
sense.
up, I was like, okay, I'm fine. But yeah, you can outspeed him. I don't know, maybe a third of the time or so. Just guessing.
Right, yeah, it's funny because yeah, when you don't have the armband, it's like, oh, you're never gonna go before Bakor. He's so fast. But I was thinking, once you got it equipped, yeah, you might actually.
Yeah,
Um,
I'd have to look to see if I probably outsped him at least a couple of times in the fight. But
yeah, probably. Um, but yeah, it was cool. Wanted to, yeah, I think that your run was pretty nice because northrex and shiner both kind of had no surprise, like these wild swings in luck, good and bad, right? Northrex had actually an amazing chapter 1. Shiner had a really bad chapter 1, for example. You kind of did your, well, take a little bit extra time, take some fights as they go, get through chapter 1 in about 30 minutes, and then very similar strategy with chapter 2. Yeah, how did you kind of feel, just kind of in a comfortable groove for the early game? How was that for you?
well, the early game was comfortable except for the tournament.
Yeah, yeah,
The one HP versus 1 HP.
that was amazing.
I wouldn't have it any other way. And plus, I
Um,
got to buy 420 casino tokens, so that was perfect.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think you probably could have bought 420, maybe a couple more, but I saw that you stopped at 420 specifically.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make a difference, and if you can, make a little inefficiency for the sake of memes, I'm going to do that every time.
Yeah,
And
I know you so well in that, Holmes.
I'm glad I was able to introduce talking to horse in chapter 2 as well. That was great.
Yeah, very nice. I appreciate that. I appreciate that when you got in the encounter on the button in chapter 3, you turned around and still managed to pet the dog.
Oh
That
man,
was
I
extremely
was sweating so much because I hadn't done that in a while. I was like, better work for you.
you know I was watching.
I knew that kind of blew your mind.
Yeah, I didn't think you could do it. So yeah, showed me. That was
Yeah, I
great.
guess like what I really wanted to highlight with everything, just to all the people who are kind of maybe thinking of doing this or casually do this, just how fast you can go by taking really conservative strategies. Like, this is, I mean, it requires some intimate knowledge, particularly in chapter 2, but once you get a few reps, like, it's so cozy, man.
Yeah, totally. Um, I've been working on some marathon routing and incorporating. I mean, you and I have talked about it, some of your chapter 2 stuff, and yeah, the more I practice it, the better it feels. Is definitely the feeling I've had about it. Being
Like,
able
let's just
to
kind of review. So, chapter 1, I got not only to level 8, but full equipment. Chapter 2, I did my slow grind on the as you go and went to level 12. Chapter 3, I got my Tulun level 2, which saved me from a metal slime killing me.
sure did. That slime had it out for you.
Yeah. Chapter 4, I had my feather hat 3.5 minute grind, and then the armband grind at the beginning of 5, and all these other just little things. And even with all of that, and maybe a couple sticking points in the magic key cave and the Zenithian armor cave, but that was about it. And it's sub 7 hours. Like, what
Yeah,
else can you ask for?
totally. No, it was great, and yeah, I mean, any speed run, you're gonna run into bad luck sections. You know, for you, it happened, yeah, in the Magic Key Cave and Zenithian Armor Cave, especially. But you know, another run, it could happen in Lighthouse or, you know, Final Cave or somewhere else. Pretty much bound to happen somewhere.
Yeah, and you can say, oh, I went 2 for 2 on my expels. Oh, I got super lucky. But there are other ways, like many ways I can win that fight with the armband. It's just so flexible. That was just one of my win conditions.
Yeah, totally. It was a it was a pretty free Lighthouse fight for you there. Just the best of all possible outcomes. So it was cool to see though. Yeah, but no, I mean totally, and it's something I've always admired about how you've approached the game is you're looking for what's a creative way to approach this section in a way that adds some stability. You know, not necessarily costing very much time, but you know, just investing a little bit for some stability there. I think that's cool.
And yeah, I appreciate that. I think anybody who's tried to run this game can attest to the fact of how stressful it is. Like, it's stressful when you start out playing it because you're not playing the most efficient, which makes things even harder. It's stressful when you're playing at a really high level, when you have to go for everything.
Mm.
And the more I play it, the more I have to be in a specific mood to be able to do that. And so that kind of spawned this whole quest to find these fun little things. And now, granted, this was my extra safe route because it's a marathon. And especially given that I was a fair distance ahead, I decided to kill 11 Babbles.
Hmm.
Like, granted, also Christo died in the Kelion fight, so
Yeah,
I,
you
I was
need to
really hoping to
take at
get
least one more.
heal S, but he didn't learn it at level 30. So, but at that point at Necrosaurus Palace, it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, northrex also ended up taking 11 babbles. Not necessarily by design, but he got them at the end, so looked pretty good. But yeah, it's a good point what you're saying about kind of coming in and how we approach the run. I think that there's definitely a tendency for people to come in and look at like the world record strats, um, which for a game like this are, I mean, there's just a lot of risks in there. There's a lot of things that you have to get really lucky on to get a time that, you know, for example, is under 6 hours. Like, you know, some Diener's best runs, for example. Um, Whereas if you want just like a really, really great run time in the 6:30 range, 6:15 range even, you can do it without having to go for metal slimes in chapter 2. You can do it with adding in, some extra safety for, getting to Luna level, or getting some extra armor for Ragnar in chapter 1, or, any of these kinds of things. It's one of the things I love about Dragon Warrior 4 is honestly the game, and the way you can approach the run is pretty wide open. It's a beautiful, complex game. There's so much opportunity if you're actually willing to look for it. And yeah, you can kind of put your own personal style on it, see what you feel comfortable with, and what you want to have fun with, going on higher risk, or what you like. It's great.
Exactly. Well, the nice thing about following the world record route is it's pretty, I mean, as far as things are concerned, straightforward. Like, there's not a lot of nuance. You just go for it everywhere. You run away from everything. You don't have to worry about fighting all these enemies and knowing all their stats. Of course, it's insane, but there's that aspect. But what I
And
like the
confirmed, it's
most
insane.
about how I approach things is it so much represents more of how a casual person might play the game. Like, of course, there's certain things you have to exploit to not have it take forever, but I love grinding as you go, and when you see it once, you kind of ask yourself, where's all the other places you could do it? And it turns out a lot of places.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity. I wanted to ask you kind of what your how running, like Dragon Warrior 2, for example, influenced you having that attitude of grinding as you go, because it makes a little bit more traditional sense in some other Dragon Quest games versus Dragon Warrior 4. I think the default is more, you run from a lot of fights.
Yeah, well, the thing about Dragon Warrior 2, it's mostly in the early game that you can just do a lot of grinding. Like, once you get to Roan, it's just so slow trying to get levels, anything past like level 15, level 16, so you pretty much just have to go for it. So it's
Hmm.
kind of a yes and no to that question, but definitely in the early game, like, I'll grind with the hero to level 4 before I even get Kanek, or I'll spend some extra time grinding for a broadsword before I go to the Tower of Wind so I can repel most enemies. And it makes getting to the ship a lot easier. And granted, it'll be about 15, 20 minutes slower, but it's a lot more cozy, and you have higher levels, which makes things a lot easier later on. So yeah, definitely have looked at this approach, and I mean, as well as Dragon Warrior 3 with the fighter route. That's the all-time favorite. That is the goat of all routes
Hmm.
in NES Dragon Warrior speedrunning.
Yeah, so I think that part of why I mean, this is my speculation, but like part of why you've kind of had this different approach is your own experience of running other Dragon Quest games, especially NES Dragon Quest games, and just seeing like, well, I know something like this has worked over here. Maybe I can apply some of that attitude over to Dragon Warrior 4.
Yeah, and it's basically the consequence of having it difficulties with anxiety, and the game's stressing me out if I try and take it too seriously. So it's like the perfect medium where I can use my brain and try and make things work out. Well, being able to finish the game, that's the ultimate goal. Like,
Yeah,
if
I
you're
feel
trying to go
that.
for a world record, you just never finish runs in basically any game. And that sucks for me, like, as a content creator. Like, that's the biggest thing. I want to be able to finish as much as I can.
Yeah, I think that well, I think that's maybe the general understanding, and for many games that's true. I know that my PB in Dragon Warrior 4, I just got on a no reset run I was doing one day. So another cool thing about Dragon Warrior 4 is sometimes it just lets you go fast, which is cool.
Exactly.
Yeah, nice. Cool. Well, we got Shiner here. He's buying his Sword of Lethargy for Ragnar. He's about to go into Necrosara's palace.
Perfect. Yeah, like, considering the start, like, he's been booking it.
Yeah,
This could
he's actually had a pretty great chapter 5.
this could still be sub 730 quite easily. Which I know if you asked him, he'd love that.
Totally.
Heck, I would be happy with the sub 730. Like, I just got lucky in that things went well in chapter 5. Like it could easily take 4 hours, and I'd be at like 720 as well.
Yeah, whenever we've got these, whenever we do like our Dragon Warrior 4 community races, it feels like there's usually somebody who's finishing close to the 8 hour mark. You always kind of have a wide spread of times because we have so many participants, but yeah, anytime you're, closer to 7:30, that's showing that the run has gotten relatively well.
Mm-hmm. Like it's crazy. Like I think this particular route is pretty replicable, honestly. Like I think I could finish probably like I want to say 2/3 of runs under 7:15. I think that's a I'm trying to be unbiased. I think that's a fair assessment.
I
I
think
want to
that's
say higher, but
yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, I've I've worked on kind of marathon routing stuff to try to get to about that same place as well. Um, it's not easy. You really got to think about a lot of parts of the run a little differently, and say, well, where am I going to keep things pretty much the same, and where am I going to do something slightly different, and how much time is too much time to invest in certain safety things, like for example, before Lighthouse, it's tempting to want to do more before you go into Lighthouse, right? Like, a lot of us in a marathon run will grind the hero up to level 8, which is, that doesn't take very long. But the Lighthouse is still pretty scary at level 8.
yeah, and I tried to do that, but Mara decided to just not have any HP today. Like,
Yep.
yeah, getting that hero that extra level, it only takes like 100 experience, first of all. It's super quick.
It's really
And,
quick.
and you can get like 10 extra HP, which is great. The other thing is you can get Mara to level 7, and having Fireball is really good for cleanup. If you can expel one flamer, it really gives you a shot at just trying to punch out the other one. And letting Mara Fireball the Bengal to death, and Nara do her sleep thing.
Yeah, totally. Shiner doing the hero and Ragnar strat going through Necrosaurus Palace. This is cool. I used to do this. I like this because it's like you have less healing to deal with. The wagon spells are available, so Crystal's able to cast Heal All on the party or even Vivify if something goes wrong. But yeah, it's a little bit riskier in case you run into like Guardians, for example. It's easier to get sleep locked, things like that. So it's cool to see this as kind of a difference in variation from what you did, where you brought the whole party in.
Well, yeah, it's a bit different because Christo has the Hat of Happiness, so having him in the party, I can always, as long as I don't get party wiped, I can always kind of stand outside and regenerate MP without having to worry about encounters. It's like I've never done it any other way.
Yeah, pretty nice.
I don't plan on doing it any other way.
Yeah,
Granted, had I not collected the small medals, I would have gotten the drop from the metal babbles anyway.
yeah. Got the free 1 in 128, no problem.
Oh, is it that rare? Wow.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, it's funny. I've never done Hat of Happiness. I've had like 2 runs ever where I got the drop from Metal Babbles, but overall, I get it. I don't even know what to do with it. Just never even really spent much time with it. So
Again,
when
it's
I
just one
see
of those
people
things
use it in
that's
Final Cave, I'm like, oh yeah, that's nice.
yeah, that's one of the places where it's super cozy, where you just throw Christo in the back. You have to have him in the active party for him to regain. And yeah, like if you ever get really low, you can just kind of run around on the arrow tiles and
Right.
get some really quick on that whatever is like the 4th area.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know that. But it makes sense. You wouldn't get into any encounters if you're just walking onto a tile that pushes you back.
Well, I was just thinking taking like the whole arrow path around it still counts as steps, but can't get encounters. So
Wow,
it's a little inefficient, but it's just a way to try and regen.
that's cool. Yeah, nice. That's really good to know. Man, you saw so many guardians walking through this castle.
Yeah, that was cool. Question mark.
I mean, you were mostly able to run, so it never got too bad, but I was definitely worried for you.
I think I saw 4 total. I mean, as is tradition, I got 2 encounters on Necrosaurus Mountain. one of them being Guardians. But I think the first two I ran from, and I was like, oh, this is great. And then I encountered another one right away, and it's like, oh, this is less great. But thankfully, I ran before the sleep turn where things can get really hairy.
Yeah, that's really what you want. The first turn's not really that big a deal, it's just some damage. Yeah, turn 2 is where things get scary.
Yeah, just a casual like 600 party damage in the first turn. It's nothing big.
Yeah, no big deal. Alright, Shiner's Guardians are bewildered, so that's cool.
So am I, my friend. So am I. Just get out of that darn castle. We're in the torture fountain room now.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about, Holmes, was your setup for Nekasaro. Seems like,
Sketchy.
yeah, one of those
Suboptimal.
ones where it kind of got away from you a little bit there.
Where in particular? I might be able to explain things, or I might be able to admit my mistakes.
Oh yeah, just trying to get by kill on your party members for the most part.
Well, in phase one, at the very end, Bray just decided to attack, which was fantastic.
Yeah, you got in that little window of HP where he had not enough HP.
Oh, Bray's like,
for...
yeah, I'm gonna get him.
Yeah,
I'm gonna...
Bray's like, I can do this. Believe in me. That's right. Yeah, Alina is just, yeah, sometimes she's just kind of a machine. She wants to do critical hits.
Yeah, it wasn't even that bad. I think the only silly thing I did was I tried to remove Alina from the party, and I removed Ragnar instead. That was great times. And then phase 3 beat Lucia, and I had to burn my leaf. That was great.
Hey, that's what the leaf is for, in my opinion. It's for when he does exactly that.
But I mean, like, I showed that you can do setup even in phase 2 and phase 3. Like,
oh sure,
I got everybody by killed.
Yeah, I don't mind finishing setup in phase 2. I think it's fine. Phase 3, I'd really rather not, but you know, it's an option.
I mean, Lucia had already cast defense, and I'd put him to sleep, so it was the perfect opportunity. You just Fen spell, put in Bray, 1 turn, golden.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the other thing about the armband is you're pretty much going to always outspeed Christo on turn 1, so you can always just go straight to defensive and cast Fen spell and get a turn 1 increase, which is super nice.
Yeah, I saw that. I was thinking that as you were going in the fight, I was like, yeah, probably can count on turn 1 increase here, which is pretty cool. And yeah, sure enough, increase on turn 1 and 2, just like you'd want.
Yeah, so someone who's as experienced in the game as you would definitely, like, if you had it and you played through it, you would just every little bit like, oh, that's so nice. Oh, this is so nice.
Yeah.
The casino is a very fickle mistress sometimes. Sometimes it takes like 15 minutes to get your coins.
For sure, yeah, definitely. Shiner got his increases here. He's got Staff of Healing strats, which is, Shiner loves Staff of Healing. So yeah, lots of increase from Christo. Let's see if we can get the buy kills. Lena has already gotten some critical hits here, so wouldn't be surprised if he accidentally gets pushed into the next phase before he can get this, but we'll see.
But Alina is in the wagon.
Yeah, putting Alina in the wagon there, yeah, pretty smart.
Oh man.
Scary to bring Bray out before you can coffin block him, for sure. I saw you do that for 1 turn, and I was like, no, Holmes, don't do this to me. And then you put him away.
Yeah, I think... Did I do it in phase 2, I think?
It was phase 2.
Yeah, I definitely didn't want to do it in phase 1.
Oh. That's what I was afraid of.
Leave him.
Yep, that's definitely the time to leave. But yeah, this is why Necrosaro, yeah, party management just really down to the exact letter is so critical. Ideally, you just don't put Bray in danger because he's safely behind a ghost, at least for phase 1 and 2. But yeah, it's easy to mix it up because it is really complicated to manage this.
Yeah, so anybody who's starting out playing the game and doing full runs, like, spend hours and hours doing Necrosaro, because you can have a nice little run, and if you struggle with that fight, you can just get punished for hours. It's so brutal.
Yep. All right, we got bike kill on Ragnar. So probably going to be looking to finish the setup here on phase 2. He's going to open up by getting Bray out of there, bring Elena in, try to get the sap again. He will need to cast Fend Spell again to allow Bray to not just want to cast Ice Bolt on this guy. And there that comes. Okay, so a pretty good chance we'll be able to get it here once we do just a little bit more damage on the phase. Wouldn't be surprised if he just kind of tries to take this sort of slow, not having the hero attack. Yeah, using Staff of Healing instead. Makes sense. So by killing Alina there, got it on 2 out of 3 party members.
Oh, he used the Staff of Healing on Necrosaro to make the setup period longer. Did you catch that?
Yeah, he's done that several times. It's pretty cool. Definitely a way to add some stability to the early part of the fight.
Super cool.
Looks pretty good. Into phase 3 with the Necrosaro asleep. All you can really ask for. Yeah, big damage. He didn't get by kill on the hero, but it's not quite as important here since heroes with Shiner's setup, he takes a little bit more of. Oh no, he definitely got by killed. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah. I was like, I didn't think it happened, but 130 damage, it definitely happened.
Yeah, what an easy phase.
Yeah, great phase 3 there. And phase 3 is stressful, so anytime you just zoom through it, happy to see it.
I just hope phase 4 goes smoothly. Just go to sleep right away. Have Lucia use defense.
Just
get through it.
It's funny. Phase 4 is the one I don't stress about because it's completely controllable thanks to him following a pattern. You always know exactly what the right thing to do is.
Fair enough.
Yeah, 3 and 7 are the scary ones. So Shiner kind of checking the pattern. He's like, how many turns do I have before Freezing Waves is going to come back around? But yep, got him to sleep. Nothing to worry about.
You probably pull Alina out. She's going to push him over.
Yeah, not too big a deal for phase 5, but
yeah, just that's the one time it punishes you, right? You get like a double physical on Lucia or something stupid.
Yeah, survive the Dekaja, exactly. Shiner likes to talk about the Dragon Quest spells in Shimagami Tensei terminology. Yep. Phase 5, yeah, not too much with phase 5. Usually just kind of lowers defense a little bit, get through it. Phase 6 is, to me, phase 6 is like the critical one, trying to shore up all of your preparation for phase 7.
Yeah, my phase 7 was super sketchy.
Yeah, you were a little bit on the edge there after he didn't want to go to sleep.
The whole fight, that was the case.
But at least once he did go to sleep, you got first try on Sword of Decimation, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was one icy gust away from big problems.
Totally, yeah. The turn you got where he did Freezing Waves twice was like a godsend for you. It was really, if he wasn't going to go to sleep, that was probably the best thing he could do.
Yeah, if you use it once, use it every time, please.
That's right. All right, phase 5 down into phase 6 here. Ooh, big physical hit on Lucia there. That's tough.
Go to sleep, my friend.
I do like to have Lucia coffin blocked in phase 6 here because he does like to do those really big physical attacks.
Again, that's the crazy thing about all these little nuances, right?
Yeah.
Like, I definitely make tons of mistakes.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's really hard to have like a perfect by the book Necrosaro fight. The fortunate thing is this far into the battle, Lucia is actually a little bit less important. Christo can do, most of what you need her for from here on, as long as he's got some decent 8 MP and is able to survive.
But who will reflect defense back in their face?
That's right. All right, this is looking pretty good actually going into phase 7. Let's see if he decides
There's
to...
nothing good going into phase 7 until it's over.
All right, not gonna be asleep, so we're gonna see some more Iron Eyes here.
Would you ever consider using Iron Eyes in a different phase if Ragnar is being a jerk?
No.
Just let it ride.
Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Ragnar can do what he wants.
And we gotta start grinding intelligence seeds for Ragnar.
Yeah, there you go. I'm sure that'll help. Both of your fellow racers used the luck seed in chapter 1, which was pretty funny.
Incredible. What does luck actually do?
It makes you luckier.
I never knew that.
Yeah, luck does absolutely nothing in Dragon Warrior 4 NES. No effect whatsoever. Just a feeling you get deep down inside. All right, freezing waves. Double freezing waves though.
Yeah, love to see it.
Didn't go to sleep though. Shiner, double checking he's got the Sword of Lethargy equipped. I've been there. He's like, well, I didn't go to sleep. Let me just make sure I didn't forget to put this back on.
Oh, I was feeling that way in phase 1.
All right, got him to sleep. Took a little bit of damage here, but... Nice. First try on Sword of Decimation is really big. Love to see that. Let's see Alina for the big hits.
I'm concerned about just the health. Is just that
Yeah,
stupid range where you're just not in heal range.
Yeah, perfect time.
Great call.
Yep. Absolutely the right call. Yep, our heads went to the exact same spot, Holmes. I was like, yeah, this is where, Krista's not going to heal, but we're in danger. The exact opportunity to use the Do the World Tree. Okay, it'd be great to bring out Bray. Let's see if we can get some buy kill. Probably right in that range where we should start to see it. Yep, there it is on Ragnar. He is awake again, but we've got an
he'll die.
buy kill. Yeah.
Oh wait, removed Alina, really?
Yeah, kind of trying to play it safe here. You see that from a lot of the Japanese runners too in this fight. When he wakes up, they take Alina back out into the wagon really quick so she doesn't lose her buffs. And then
I'm
right
definitely a member of the just go all in community, but I think all things considered it should be GG. Like this turn.
There you go. There's the flag.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You leave her in and you probably win that last turn.
All right. GG, Shiner.
Nice.
Oh, very nice.
Just mix the sub 690 rats.
Very nicely done.
Like that had to have been like I want to say like a 340 chapter 5. If I had to guess.
Yeah, probably. It was a good, really good chapter 5 from Shiner there. Yeah, couple obstacles, but nothing that walled him for very long. He was just kind of steady progress the whole way through.
Oh, my namesake just woke up beside me.
Good morning, Kiora. Shiner's trying to not get lost. Successfully navigates Zenithia Castle, and yeah, 7:31. Very nice run from Shiner. I think he can probably join us here in the voice chat to talk about his run. I don't know if I have the permission necessarily to let people talk in here, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Yep. Hey, Shiner.
I guess that works. I made it.
Yeah,
Woo!
GG.
I guess that works. I made it.
We were wondering,
Woo!
you must have had a pretty good chapter 5. Was it like 345?
Well, WSplit doesn't show the WSplit doesn't show the like static times of everything I did. Show the like. I just know I finished like about 31 minutes behind my PB of 7:01. I don't know what the total on chapter 5 was. I mean, I know I was over 3 hours while I was in chapter 3. Chapter 4 was pretty standard. Maybe I over-leveled Naro, honestly. I took some very silly fights with like multiple rogue whispers and such.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just like, ooh, free experience, no matter how long it takes.
I'm definitely the biggest fan member of the Viciter Club.
Yeah, why did I fight the Vicers? I put him to sleep. It was still real scary. I got so much experience from that, though. I got 330.
Yeah, same here. They're great. Like straight up.
I just could not disagree with you both more on that front, but it's fine.
They're too dangerous. Don't fight them without sleep.
But yeah, Shiner, nice. That was pretty good. How did you kind of feel in that Necrosaro fight at the end there? It looked
just fine.
Yeah, fairly
Necrosaro is
comfortable.
so easy with the Staff of Healing. You, like you guys said, you can prolong your setup phases so that your setup goes off without a hitch. You don't need a Hat of Happiness for the Palace Walk because you can just devote all of Hero's MP for healing, so that Christo will just be able to hold the rest. You can use the Staff of Healing for like small healing while you're setting up in the middle phases. So like Hero just needs what, like 20 MP to cast Fence Spell once or twice and Iron Eyes 4 or 5 times. So yeah, you can just like throw all your heroes MP for healing on the way to Necrosaro. And I had more money than I needed. You guys saw like, oh, I have these extra Staff of Punishment. What can I buy in Endor? Oh, a Sword Edge armor, I guess. I'm like, I should have bought a Wizard's Ring instead. And then I bought a Wizard Ring at the end anyway because I had 10k left over.
That was pretty funny.
Didn't even use it.
I was like, oh, Sword Edge armor strats. That's cool. Haven't seen this before, but
I like bought it. I'm like, where am I going to use this? I could like reflect a bit of damage to Giga Demon maybe, or to Esterk. Except he has like Ice Wind as a move, so Dragon Mail probably still better. Almost got wrecked by the big snore. I forgot to change my strat from use no MP, so Christo missed a turn of healing.
Yeah.
Did you guys notice that I stopped the Metal Babble grind early on purpose because I think Esterk is not that hard. And then every time I fight him, stuff gets really loose anyway.
Yeah, I figured you did it on purpose, and you were taking some fights as you were walking down.
Yeah, to learn Zap, which I didn't even use.
Yeah, exactly, just to learn Zap. So that's what I figured you were doing. Yeah, I didn't think that you just like forgot.
No, if you don't have Heal All on Christo, then I think Hero has to cast Heal More basically every turn because Christo doesn't protect himself very much. Like his HP is so low that if he gets hit by any of Esterk's moves, he loses more than half his health. So like you just have to cast Heal More on Christo every turn because Hero's slow. Christo will probably heal someone else. And maybe if you have downtime, you attack with Sword of Lethargy to like switch polarity on Esterk. But like, yeah, last night and tonight I got hit by Big Snore, the Deep Breath, and the Dazzling Lights.
The number of times I've had Esterk Deep Breath and like Hadoken Christo into Shadow Realm is way too high.
Totally.
Yeah, but it's fine. The other thing is like I really like taking fights in the tree So if Christo, even when Christo dies to Esterk like he did there, I still learned heal all in the tree. Because like
Right.
you should not run away from anything except Eigerhorns in the tree because you should win almost every fight on turn one. Like Alina, most of the things in there are squishy. Alina will one shot something. Defeat works on almost everything in there, so Christo will kill a bunch of stuff. And with Hero, you can just like attack or cast Boom or use your Staff of Healing. I don't know. You got moves.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you never have to preach the values of grinding as you go to me. I'm you're preaching to the choir here.
Well, I just grind in a different place, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, I definitely like grinding in the tree as well. Just Christo defeating everything. But with the armband, I just like Aeolusing everything before they can even act as well. So it's a little bit of A, a little bit of B.
Yeah, as long as like resolving the encounter on turn one, whether you win or flee or banish all foes, it'll work.
Yeah. It was good. Especially really nice in that chapter 5 Shiner. I mean, it's like very, very nicely done. It was
Yeah, Shrine of
cool to
Breaking
see.
Waves was first try. Sorrow Knight was super easy. I'd like to go and talk about the Sorrow Knight more. I'm sure you guys have questions about that. I would think I was the only one who fought him in the race.
Uh
Well, I fight him after the Metal Babble grind.
yeah, you did it early and
Really?
you used the Sword of Decimation. That was pretty cool, Shiner. Yeah, I was wondering when you picked the Sword of Decimation up so early what your plan was, and then yeah, you took it into Sour Knight fight, and I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. I like that.
Yeah, I came up with that strat myself. We kind of learned about Sorrow Knight from the Japanese community races, where I think it was I think it's Ebi who likes to fight Sorrow Knight using
Yep.
Mara. He like found some kind of manipulation to get Mara to cast Sap by like starting with the hero unequipped. But like to settle that up, you need Mara of like a very precise level. Mara's already dead for me, so I have to like revive Mara and then get her killed again. And I couldn't get the manipulation to work anyway. So I'm like, okay, here's the deal with chapter 5. Heroes inventory is the most important thing because look how slow this game's interface is. Anything that goes into Heroes inventory is going to have to be removed. You probably saw me like rearranging my party order before opening chests and such to like manage Heroes inventory. It's faster to do it that way than to use the item menu. So I'm like, okay, well, I can just go pick up the Sword of Decimation early, and it'll be like higher up in the inventory too, like easier to access in battle as well. So like I have to go to Conanburr and do that anyway. Like it's not like I'm losing time, but like, oh, you're supposed to do it before you go to Gottside because you're flying to Conanburr anyway. Like, well, I have to go stay at an inn somewhere anyway, and then walk upstairs. It's not really like on the way. It's just like one linear thing you just have to go do at some point in the run. And so, yeah, getting it before Sorrow Knight made the most sense because Sorrow Knight has outrageously high defense power. You kind of like can't beat him without it. I used to keep the Fire Claw on Alina because like she would either fling it or just like do more damage attacking with it. But maybe chapter 3 will go funky and I'll have a little less money on Taloon and I'll have to like actually sell the Fire Claw to afford the stiletto earrings. So yeah, just like bringing the Sword of Decimation to get it over with quickly and be able to leverage the stiletto earrings by using the Sword of Decimation twice is pretty good. The other thing is I like to fight. I gotta fight Sorrow Knight before the Metal Babble grind because that guy's worth 6,800 experience, and that's 2/3 of a Metal Babble. It's like I get a leg up on the Metal Babble grind. It's like so brittle and dangerous early on when everyone's still like level 16 and their max HP is really low. They can't do a lot of damage yet. So fighting the Sorrow Knight and like just getting everybody a free level, it's like I was able to stay ahead of northrex by doing that. It's like I started with a free 2/3 of a Metal Babble in the Metal Babble grind, and I
Hmm.
could finish it early in case I'm not having good luck with it. Although I think I did have pretty good luck with it today.
Yeah, you did. No, that was cool. I really like that. Yeah, it was the first time I've seen someone pick the Sword of Decimation up like pretty much earliest possible moment. It's right after you got the final key, and then bring it to Sour Knight. But it was great. It worked really, really nice. It was elegant. So yeah, that was cool, man.
You
I
could use
def
it on Esther too, but it doesn't help that much.
I'd
Yeah.
definitely be curious to see like how much time it takes at the end of the day compared to just like fighting the imposter in Dire Palace. But it would probably take you about 6.5 minutes to fight that imposter to get the
That
equivalent
long?
amount of experience.
Wait, is there like someone you can talk to over and over in Dire Palace for
Yeah,
just an imposter battle?
you know where this first small metal is on that left staircase?
Left staircase.
You
I
walk
don't
in.
go up there.
There's a left staircase. There's two pots. There's one's a small metal. There's an NPC. I guess yeah, that's an imposter. And basically, you unequip all your defense, so whatever the imposter changes into has no defense,
Oh,
and you can one round it, and they're
okay.
worth 580 experience each. So you beat like 11 of those, and you get Sorrow Knight equivalent experience, and it takes about 5.5, 6 minutes.
Fascinating.
There's just other options. I have no idea if it's faster or not, but someone was doing a no slime enemy run of the game, and that was their way of grinding.
Yeah, I think that was Kalor. Yeah. All right. Cool. Well, credits are wrapping up.
Yeah,
We'll
we're at the
probably-
credits. Great race, everyone.
Yes, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, totally. GG's to you both. GG Northrex as well. Really awesome showing from everybody, and yeah, finished Dragon Warrior 4 under estimate. So hey, congrats to everybody.
Yeah, massive win for sure. Beating this game under estimate.
And obviously, like the biggest shout out is to Nat for sitting through this and commentating 7.5 hours by himself. So that's pretty impressive, especially after doing a 5-hour run before that. So that's highly, highly appreciated.
No, I'm glad to do it. I love Dragon Warrior 4. Love the DQRTA community. And now happy to hang out and talk about the game. So, no, it's the best way to spend a Saturday.
Yeah, great job. Looking forward to watching it back.
Yeah, cool.
Same here.
All right. Well, I think we'll probably go back over to intermission while we head on to the next run. Stick around. We have one more day of runs here in DQRTA Marathon 2024. Next up is going to be Creative Ellie running Dragon Quest III on the Nintendo Switch. After that, we've got one more really big race. We're going to have a 3-way race of Dragon Quest IX for the Nintendo DS, which is going to be pretty cool. I don't think we've ever had something quite like that before. And then finally, we'll have Diener closing out with Dragon Quest V this evening. So a whole lot of really cool stuff still coming up. So yeah, stick around.
All right, I'll give us the big Crimson send-off. GG! Thank you! Otsukaresama deshita!
Love that crimson energy. All right, see y'all later.